Yes, yes, yes. Peace and black power to the family. Six Dynasty Media, Six Dynasty West Coast, Chief Holiday checking in the building. Yeah, ooga ooga. What to do with the family? Yeah, tonight we're gonna do a second part to follow up on the. We're calling this tonight Nuwaupians on trial. You know what I'm saying? So not just Dr. Pork because he already got sentenced and pled guilty and shit. So that's already over. So we got Chuck Morgan coming back on this evening, and he's bringing some guests on. So we're just gonna let him break that down when he get there. So just relax with the family tonight. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna talk about something that we're gonna touch on how rampant child molestation that's going on in our families and in our community, and how some of the things, some of the solutions and things that we can to stop this madness that's going on in our families. So I think talking about it is one good thing. So peace to the family and all the other platforms that are speaking out on this. Peace to the sister Sci-Fi. I see you. My heart goes out to you, and I see your strength. I see your passion about this. So we definitely got your back over here, Six Dynasty. So just want to send a salute, and I say ooga ooga. Yeah, shout out to my partner, Ism Moses, other half of the dynamic duo of the Cave Radio. Ooga ooga, what it do? See if he can come on tonight, too, ladies and gentlemen. Peace, peace. Taah Noone, what it do, brother?
Yeah, True P, what's going on?
Shit, man, everything's good, family.
Like we early.
Yeah. Huh?
Like we early, almost.
Yeah. We live, though. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Marty,
I'm on.
Say what now?
Here.
Oh, okay, True P. Yeah,
I'm gonna mute my phone. Let you chop it up for a second.
Oh yeah, I'm about to send you some stuff. I just emailed you too. I'm looking for something. So you check your email in a minute.
Okay. I seen that video that y'all put out, the remix, Brother Tyrone.
Oh yeah. Yeah, man. He don't get it. We tried to tell him that, but that's why I said what I said earlier about brainwashing in real time, because you could tell he was struggling. And he said things that only made what Chuck said. Chuck was just talking about the abuse of the children down in Georgia, and he just blurted out, I'm talking about Bushwick, Ansar Allah. So you just added, 30 more years to that. And the problem is that a lot of people just don't be able to see that the abuse being going on. And again, even if it wasn't with children, like I said, if you set it up, if a person been in a situation where they got massive amount of people coming in, and I mean, we just talking about, just look at entertainers. Entertainers, male or female, get a lot of sex. So imagine when you are portraying the role of a religious spiritual teacher, and now you have, that's higher than a fan, because even groupies will do certain stuff, but you talk about a figure that's being worshipped. And there's many stories that I spoke with a lot of elders over the years, and they had stories about he took other people's wives, other women, was aborting the babies with the husband they had for him. I mean, it's all types of stuff. A lot of that stuff is what they would say, circumstantial. You can't really prove that, but these are stories on top of stories, and that's what I was telling him. If you understand about, for every action there's a reaction, and I gave a good example with the Islamic thing. They can't justify beating a person if they don't bring in quota, because that's not part of Islam. That's selling incense and stuff like that. And the way that they was doing it in America is not the same way that it was done over 1,400 years ago. So you have to go into Islam and then look at that and try to find an equivalent. But I even put up a video, I think, so Dr. York, no, it wasn't that. It was another video where you can look it up on the internet, where he said, why do we choose Islam? And he said he chose Islam to hide in, and he said Islam was the dumbest religion that he could hide in. So listening to his own statements showed that he had no respect for Islam. Number one, if you're going to tell people on audio, you know, that you just chose that as a cult to grow your cult in private, and that right there is what I'm talking about. So think of all of the things he was doing that was not relatable to the religion, and that stuff adds up. The same way if y'all got a business that's going on and you say, you know what, I'm gonna hide my business under whatever religion, and then y'all making money and somebody's scheming off the top of this and that, but your religion, because it's so old, it doesn't have something that fits that. But every religion or some type of pantheistic way of life have moral codes and rules between right and wrong. And one rule, like they say, is the golden rule: do unto that you won't done unto, you know, that you won't done unto you, or don't do nothing to somebody, you know, that you don't want done to self. So if he was beating people, which he was, for not bringing in $100 a day, that would be considered a wrong. One. Two, your religion doesn't support that. So that's another wrong. And you're taking the money and doing what you was doing. So I'm just saying, let's focus on that. So let's say for however long, let's say he had that whole thing going. Let's say he was doing that for about 15 years, just off of the quota, right? And you're beating somebody every other day. And he had brothers, and a lot of old heads, if they honest, will tell you that they had brothers that would whoop you up if you didn't have that money. So imagine how wrong that was. You talking about back to back, back to back. And so these are the problems that I was saying. That stuff adds up. So and again, like they say, you could call it karma or whatever, but the whole point comes up to it's still considered wrong. And even though you didn't get caught for it, that doesn't mean that you won't see it again somewhere down the line. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel it, like, you know, and that's kind of the direction that I was looking to see you brothers go to, as well as, we didn't dealt with the allegations and the charges and all of that stuff. All of that's basically out there, but
right.
Just dealing with the other inside workings that was going on, because a lot of people don't really know what was going on. They didn't heard, but getting it from somebody that's actually been involved in the organization, is always best instead of dealing with hearsay. So I think that's dope. So yeah, I want to get that out tonight too.
Yeah, and you got the right dudes to come in, Chuck and Wujao. Because Wujao was there. And see, that's the mistake that that Tyrone was making up when Chuck said, well, you didn't work closely with the lawyers like Wujao did. He was like, oh, I don't need to work close with the lawyers. That's a lie. Because if you was working with the lawyer or close with him and you was in closer proximity, you was able to see things that other people didn't. And see, that's what I'm saying. A lot of the Nuwaupians that were there in the courtroom, a lot of them didn't tell what they heard. A lot of that stuff people still got, and they never put it out. And so that's a problem too. A lot of the victims need to come out and go all the way with it, because it's time to set the record around. Because it's time. When people don't come out, they got to realize you still protecting the person, and you have to get past that blockage that they created for you. But and also they always keep trying to say that, oh, York didn't plead guilty in the federal. And you got the documents that he pled in the federal and the state. That's the stuff that I mean. When you that sick and they so delusional that they can't even accept that, even if you say, okay, I don't believe what the Caucasians say, okay, fine. I mean, you don't trust them as a people. I understand that. It is things that they do and still doing that's jacked up. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is when they produce paperwork and you're denying the paperwork, see, they'll try to say in the later time, they'll say, okay, what he did in the past don't count. That's a bunch of hearsay, or they trump the charge. But what about the original jail records that y'all was showing a couple of days ago? That's before he got started teaching, and they still in denial about that. You see what I'm saying? Y'all still there?
Yeah. And so let me ask you a question. And yeah, I definitely understand what you're saying. And I know this is kind of getting off of the subject, you know what I'm saying? Because we definitely, he had a lot of children, right? Because he had a lot of wives, so he fathered a lot of children, right? Was he a good father to his kids? Because I can't really see that happening because there was so many of them, and he was so busy doing all the stuff he was doing. You know what I'm saying? So why these sons of his that really didn't grow up around him, why are they so loyal to him too?
Because you're dealing with, you know, it's just like with children, man. They have a strong connection to their parent, regardless of the wrong they did. And when you talk about that, because I mean, Doc even said it before that, you know, that a lot of his children hated him when he was out, because he kept saying because he was dedicated to the mission and he didn't have time for them. So part of that is true, but the other part is not, because he had bread. If you look at the arrest records and the money that they caught him with when he was dipping, I mean, he was making bread, you know, so it was not like it couldn't have been done. But again, that was just, he was doing too much, and it wasn't even based upon them. I mean, like I told you before, one of his sons had put up you know, I got a video on it about how his son was sleeping in the barn. Their interpretation of that, you know, was for the mission. And still, you have to take that with a grain of salt, because if the leader is living up the hill in conditions that's just is way better than yours, and y'all in a barn, and I mean, you have to really understand, there's no way you could justify that unless the leader is in the barn with you and y'all on a come up. You understand? But that's not a come up. That was after millions of dollars had been made from you know, from the 70s all the way up to that point. You're talking about, like, you know, in the late 90s. So he used to talk about them complaining all the time. So no, being like they said, being a good father, that varies depending on your situation. If you got the money for it, if you can afford it, it's different variation. But when you talking about multiple millions of dollars, it's not that simple, because I deal with spirituality too, so I know that spirit forces control human beings to do things for whatever reason. But he had a lot of kids, and again, to talk about, you know, even in one of the books I sent you, the Bible interpretation, even he put it in the tablets, if a person is having too much sex, get away from them. If they have too many kids and they can take care, they can't take care of XYZ, that's Leviathan, which is a sex force. And York was a victim of that. And I'm not saying a victim like he was just totally innocent, but he put out a lot of information that was so contradictory to what he was actually doing. And so you have to look at that. And I mean, I got a lot of pictures of his children. I put in a video just so you can look at it. And it's a bunch of them that we do know about. And because they weren't involved in the information, they look like regular people. They just, you see them wearing weave, and some of them are gay. I mean, male and female. You can see it right on the book. You can just go in there and pretty much find a York that you know, whether it's Jacob York or whatever, and go into their friends list, and you see they all know each other. So they didn't benefit from him not just not being there. They didn't benefit from the knowledge either. And it had no effect on them, because you could see how they look. And then a lot of them still carrying Islamic names. So they wasn't even updated with what's going on. And it's not to fault them per se. That's just where they was, because you could tell if a person, his children got all these Islamic names, that means they was mothers and them was going through an Islamic state at that time, and so they just kept the names. But they are, again, like I said, that's a child being loyal to their parent. I've seen it all the time. You know, some of the worst parents around, but their children is so dedicated. You know, and that's a human thing, because you can't really give that. You can put information on and say, okay, the person didn't do this, so this is why you should hate them, and we don't do that. You know, we just, you know, that's where that forgiveness and mercy comes in, and you not having a father. Sometimes I'd rather have a piece of a father than not having one at all. And a lot of people that came in contact with him and other people are broken. I mean, America really broken us in various ways. And so we try to become what we know how to become with what we got. Or sometimes we pretend to be something else. That's why I did the video on Deucer York with Damon Pryor, which definitely was that person like that. I don't know if he's a broken individual, and I don't know his personal between him and his father, but I know that when you take your name and you change your name to the name of the person that you following, and then you imitate, then that's deception. You know, that's not the same thing. It's not like say, okay, I love, you know, Malcolm X so much, and I'm true to his cause, that I changed my name to Malcolm X, but I still maintain my individuality. I don't try to become him per se. I just be able to take from what I learned, and that's a difference. But that's what York raised though. They don't understand that. Even though he said y'all need to be like me, he was talking about what he personified. Like, I'm smart, I'm intelligent. But in the midst of that, when you're watching the individual change names and go in this to that, you know, that right there leaves an underlying issue, because nobody knows, no one's there to tell, because what he was doing and changing names was not the real reason that he said he was changing names. Like Tyrone was trying to say, okay, we was in the Hebrew school, so it was Rabboni Yahshua. That was just the nice little answer he gave to us to why he was switching lanes. But it still come down to a lot of the stuff was he was trying to avoid child support. He was trying not to be caught under these different names. And again, you can't say he was going through different schools, because when he was wearing a fake name trying to get out of the country under another passport that wasn't real, and that had nothing to do with schools. You talking about trying to travel. You understand? Now, if I'm saying I'm in a building and y'all come to see me, and I say, okay, I'm gonna wear this name, right, for a certain amount of time for this, right? That has nothing to do with me saying, okay, I'm finna go overseas. Now, my birth name, whatever that may be, should not have to be changed to get on a plane to go to another country. See, that has nothing to do with, you understand, it has nothing to do with what I'm teaching. And that's, they don't have critical thinking when it comes to that, what we call reasoning. They have descendant reasoning, and because of that, this is why they have the problem. That's I said, Anpu on? I can't, is that Anpu?
I ain't for sure who just came in. I can see two avatars, but I don't really see nothing.
Yeah, I see Tariq. Them. Hold on real quick because I wanted y'all to hear this real quick. I see Tariq and two true pieces, Tariq. What can I? All right, now this the part here. I'm gonna run it back. Tell me if y'all can hear it. Can y'all hear that?
Yep, I can hear that. Hey, real quick before you play that, this is a simple question. Do you believe that the brother Tyrone knew what he was talking about? Like, did he have the information, or was he just passionate about, York? Because I don't know, because I've never been, a Nuwaupian. Did he sound?
When you say information, what you got to be more clear?
Okay, as far as when he was trying to defend like the teachings, did he sound like he was legit, like as far as being a part of the Nuwaupian nation, or did
I
it
mean,
just sound like he just was around some people that, you know, may have mentioned some stuff around him?
Yeah, I mean, he's up there in the bookstore where York had his headquarters at in Bushwick. So he's around there. There's plenty of books in there. There's plenty elders. There's plenty people that pass through there. I wouldn't say he doesn't know the information. He just didn't understand. Again, he has descending reasoning. So his reasoning is faulty to the sense that it gives the mentality he's using is giving him all the wrong answers for the questions. And again, talking about the birth certificate's fake. Only thing you did was make York look bad, because we got multiple books where York put that same birth certificate in there, and he never said it was nothing wrong with the birth certificate. That's what I'm saying. And that's where you have to be. That has nothing. That shows that he doesn't understand that every time they say, "Well, that was a school," they also implying that it was only true for that time. That's the problem that they create for themselves. They all the time they say, "Oh, that was a school." The same thing with when the Hebrew brother at the Sonnet on the debate was asking Prince York about, do they accept everything in the Holy Tablets is true, which is a yes or no question. What Prince York wanted to do was go into, oh, well, the book was, you know, the answer they give for the tablets that it was true up to the year 2000. And then they had supposed to be renewing or rewriting it. That you can't do that, because there's certain things in the book that's supposed to be absolute, which is it shouldn't change. Like they say, it's a planet ship they supposed to got picked up 144,000 in 2003 sometime, right? And then they said when that didn't happen because York got locked up, so now they changed it and said the 144,000 that got picked up was some Caucasian by reptilians. Now they changed it, right? And then it keeps reading in the tablet that they said that if they successful in picking up all of the so-called 144,000, right? They said they supposed to go off to Nibiru and they supposed to leave here in 2045, never to return. That's in the Holy Tablets and other writings. So you can't take that because they said that was a real event that's supposed to take place. So you can't say that was a school, because now you have to throw out everything else that you said wasn't, you know, part of a story or the Jesus story. They could take all that and spin it and say, oh, this was this was symbolical. Certain stuff you could do that with, but we talking about real events. And so Prince York wanted to try to say some of that was true and some of it was school, and that show you right there when you can't say yes or no to a book or something that you're going through. That's deception right there. And so that's why he couldn't answer it with a yes or no, because he knew that the Hebrew brother had enough knowledge, and that's why he posed them the same way. If they was doing, and they do this to religious people all the time, ask them, you know, is God all loving, right? And then, or do you believe God is a loving God? And then the Christian would say, yeah. And then they'll go in there and find something where if God was so loving, why did he do this? And so when you turn the tables on them, that's when it becomes a problem. You see what I'm saying? That's when it becomes an issue. But hold on, let me see. I'm gonna just play this part here where York was saying that he created a cult. You should be to hear.
This is a law about the companion law. These people in no direction, they don't even know what these men are talking about. These simultaneous things, they don't even know what they're talking about. The Sudanese don't care. They just get it down with their stuff. Or their students, and they try to get somebody else to pay for their student loan. So I left there and I went on to the Morris Science Temple out there in Queens with a brother named Salahuddin, who's a Rosicrucian, Apostolic, he knew everything he could read, very confused. When he took me to the Morris Science Temple, he had his mentor on and stuff, and I sat amongst them. And I listened about the noble Jurali story. He's a prophet. He wrote his own Quran, copied out of the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus, our man started listening to and reading Muhammad speaks, and listening to tapes of Elijah Muhammad. And the nation of Islam wasn't no family, I didn't have no power back then. I roamed around the streets of Harlem, and I encountered a subculture of wannabe nation of Islamists, but wanted to still use music whenever they wanted to smoke and be hip-hop. It's called 5% time. Now they go to God, the Protestants, and Kings, we all got it. Israel, stuff, the same thing. I listen to that rhetoric. There's no shelter there. No shelter in the nation of Islam, there's no shelter in the 5% nation. I went on to the Israelites, that's Shalom in Brooklyn. Back in Israel in Brooklyn. And I went amongst them. We used to gather there in their shop. We'd go in there. And I'd bring a small band of people with me, and some of them still here today. And I set them up there. I listened to their coaches or their rabbis, whatever name they want to use. And I saw them getting drunk at a party and busting and fighting with each other at the party. One of the Israelites temples from Chicago came in, and the Brooklyn community, they started dancing and grinding on each other's women. I was sitting there. I said, no, this ain't the place to do it. Question is to do what, man? To prepare a group of people, 144,000 of them. Prepare for the coming. What's coming, man? Christians call it the rapture. Muslims call it the return. Jews don't know what to call it. They just want the so-called black like Hebrews or call themselves Hebrews, but if you talk to them, they're really Christian. Once on 42nd Street, just like the Isaac brother, jumping up and down, don't know a lick of Hebrew. He don't tell me you're all embarrassed about white folks who speak broken Hebrew. You see it. But now we're talking about Jesus. There ain't no Hebrew, there ain't no Jews in Israel, or ain't no ancient Israelites talking about no man named Jesus. No, that ain't happening. Yahweh first talked about Jesus, then he became Jesus. So those people are all Christians. Wasn't no shelter there. Where was I to find a place on earth or a culture that you can hide off into the corner and groom a certain amount of people to breed kids that, as the scripture says about Noah, would be perfect in their generation? That would not be touched by the what? By the hollow. Where could you do that at? So I looked and I said, the only religion that has so many dumb restrictions on it, so many unresearched facts, not made to look like facts because nobody researched them, is Islam. But you have to grab a specific. You have to be particular about how you use it. So I said, how do I create a cult that would isolate itself from everybody? As soon as the group was alone.
So right there, he told you he chose Islam because it was dumb. Wanted to raise a cult. And that's exactly what he did. He just switched the names, but it was still a cult. And so they try to play word games and say, well, cult is culture. But we know what the definition of cult is when you say that amongst people that's worshiping persons, places, or things. A cult is basically that they're going to do whatever that person says. And it's done in such a way that they don't reason when it's going too far. That's pretty much what a cult is. They're not a culture, they are a cult. And so now that you heard him say it from his own mouth that Islam was dumb to him, right? So that means he didn't respect nothing that it said, and he didn't care about the people he turned into Muslims or people that came to him as Muslims, because he already told you it was dumb. So that means you're gonna not, once you declare something like that, there's no way you're gonna respect it. And that's why he did the things he did there. And I hope that was clear. I mean, y'all heard that, right?
Yeah. We heard it. The people in the chat, they heard it too. So, everybody got a chance to hear exactly what he was saying.
Right. So for those who want to know where it's at, and then I see Chuck them here, go to type in Dr. Malachi York and on YouTube, and it said, "Why did we choose Islam?" It's in the first 7 minutes of the video, and you'll hear it again, and that's it. So basically, all that Imam Isa, all that stuff, he didn't care. He just said out his own mouth, Islam was dumb. So anything he did in Islam that didn't mean nothing. All the books that was written, all the chanting and the praying and going over there to Mecca, he was fake from the jump. He didn't care. So they can never clean that. They can never make that. And that's why a lot of these people are saying that. So I keep saying, they keep bringing up the Ansar and all this other stuff that he connected to the Mahdi. He didn't care. He didn't care. None of that stuff is real. He lied about the whole thing. And that's it right there. I think Chuck, y'all there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, go ahead. I'm good, man. I'm just stepping out the way. I just was doing a little intro, warming it up to y'all.
No, you're fine. No, you're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. Well, oh, okay. What's up, Tariq? I see you got the tux on.
What's up,
2P, there you go.
Yeah, I had to change the picture because I had an old picture there when I used to have dreads, so I don't have my dreadlocks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Salute. I see you, Chief. There you go. So y'all had any more questions or anything else y'all wanted to throw in the pot?
Hey, I would like to say peace to the panel, peace to Tariq, Chuck Morgan, and our other esteemed guests. I'd like to open up definitely to anybody, Nuwaupians or anybody that want to defend Nuwaupians on trial tonight. So I guess we can drop the link in the chat. Peace.
So we gonna still, because they still didn't deal with that record, you know, the York's earlier jail record. It just didn't happen last time. It seemed like it was a lot for Taah Noone to deal with. And so that's the thing. I mean, we know it's new. I mean, it been out. I'm pretty sure it done spread around in the weapons. They got it. It's just who has enough critical reasoning to actually look at the documents and deal with it. Like, it's a lot of this stuff would have been easy if York's family said something, like even with Obar, his brother, you know, they know that York wasn't born over there, but they not coming out and being clear about it. You know, they all know, they all done made money. The family that was so-called running it the first couple of years in 2000 with the administration, all of them made money. They all done seen it. They know what York is about. They know what he did, and they are just as guilty because they sat there and watched it happen. And that's why when me and Chief was talking, I was telling him that a show need to be done on some of the you know, questioning some of the leaders that was around, because we get that all the time. Me, Chuck, and other people who debated them, you know, Neb, Quipu, Taah Noone. It's a whole bunch of us. And one thing that they always say is, well, why y'all didn't say that when the master was out? Number one, I wasn't aware of the lies and the plagiarism and all the foolishness that was going on. But guess who was? Bobby him and them knew. Phil Valentine, and I you know, respect is no throwing no dirt on them like that, but a lot of them, those master teachers was around. Why they didn't say anything? You understand? Because they were there. They knew it. And so no one from that generation said anything too deep. The same way when I look at some of their videos, you know, I seen, you know, Bobby Hemmett say a couple of things on a couple of videos, and he knew about the research team. I done heard Dr. Phil Valentine do the same thing. Heard a lot of different teachers who was around was aware of that. So really that should fall on them, because we didn't know no better and we wasn't in the know. They were already there, like Bobby Hemmett and them said. They was already in the Kemet thing while York was doing the Islamic thing, and then after a certain amount of time, then he came in there. So if you knew that York was running around pretending and faking and being a chameleon, and then y'all seen York coming up with the building the pyramids, they knew that they like, okay, here you go with the Egyptian thing now. Nothing was put out consistently enough because it was enough for them. And I'm pretty sure that Bobby and all of them and Dr. B and RIP and the rest of them didn't fall out as hard as we falling out right now when you're dealing with this type of like you see in with Seth and everybody else just going to disrespect them. So I'm saying who all knew at that time, regardless if they felt that York was off his rocker or nothing, they was part of his generation. They should have said something as well. Because when we look back at all of this, you're gonna be like, man, it took the generation after them to come and try to do something that they should at least been blowing the alarm. That's just my take on it. True peace, Anpu, was good.
Hey, peace. I want to say peace to the panel, peace to Sixth Dynasty, peace to Taah Noone, Tariq, and Chuck, and I believe that's Chief. Peace.
Who that? Waju?
Yeah. I'm on here as Anpu because that's what I was known
cool.
as in the community, in the Nuwaupian community. So people can identify who I am.
Okay, yeah, no, I just caught the voice. That's all. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, to what you were just saying, Taah Noone, during that era, though, you can't forget Bilal Phillips.
That's right.
Bilal Phillips was probably the only person who did step up and actually not only talk about it, but he wrote a book about it, which sparked Dr. York York to write a rebuttal book. Now, what's interesting, now I didn't hear the last shows in its entirety. I kind of scanned through it real quick before I came in here. But one thing that people have to do is they have to maintain a chronological order of events and what was said and who said it. So, for example, when Bilal Phillips wrote that Ansar cult book, because you mentioned cult earlier, you talked about the cult. So Bilal Phillips peeped it. He wrote a book about it. So York wrote a rebuttal book, but prior to him publishing the book, he had to get his ducks in a row. So it was at that point in 1988 when York was arrested for trying to change his name. And a lot of people, one, they don't know that, but then those who do know, they don't know the connection. He tried to change his name and bypass the time restraints and how long it takes to do that because he was publishing this book in '89, the rebuttal book. So he had to connect himself to the Sudan and the name and falsify those things in order to put out the book to give it the appearance he's rebutting or refuting Bilal Phillips. So I just wanted to put that out there, that you did have people stand up, and then you could see the reaction of it. And York even got in trouble legally for trying to falsify a connection with Sudan. But he was never born in Sudan. His mother never been there. He was born in Boston, and the birth certificate that's in Boston is authentic. Anybody can go and get it. The registration numbers are all there, and so on and so forth. I have a copy of it. So, a lot of people may not know. A lot of your listeners, Sixth Dynasty, may not know who I am or my involvement, but I was privy to every single thing involving York throughout his legal, by way of his legal situation. Preparing every document, preparing defenses and things like that. So all of this information was known. I used to teach classes in terms of the legal stuff, just to update the Nuwaupians. And, so I don't want to get long-winded with that, but I'm gonna fall back and just fill in any of the questions that I can.
All right, Chuck, what's going on with you?
I'm good. Everything is good.
That's good. Yeah, I had to put a couple people in check after that last live stream.
Yeah. I had a chance to watch it last night. I hadn't even watched it, and it was interesting to say the least. Yeah, very spirited, put it that way.
Yeah, man. So
I do see a question in the chat. That's a really good. That's a pretty good question. That's about my involvement, but it kind of you know, I don't know what this night's topic is, so let me kind of fall back. I don't, you know, maybe y'all can kind of let me know what y'all want to build on.
Nah, you can go ahead and answer that, man. It ain't no problem, you know.
Okay, well, the person asked. He says, as one of Dr. York's legal advisors and being directly involved in the case, at what point did you begin to have internal conflicts surrounding his innocence? Something that people need to know is that, and it kind of ties into what you were talking about, Taah, at first, is that in York's doctrine, he created scenarios and characters, and then he became those characters. So if you noticed all throughout the duration of the organization, York was one of the main characters that he wrote about. So he was either Melchizedek when it was under the school involving Malachi. He became Malachi, the last writer of the book of the Old Testament. Melchizedek, who was the high priest who Jesus was supposedly being under inside this order. He became Michael, the angel Michael or Michael. He became Jehuti at some point when teaching Egyptian stuff, as well as Atum or Atum Re and things like that. He became Murdoch, which was when in the Sumerian school. So you'll notice a pattern that he becomes the characters that everyone is focused on, all of his followers are focused on. And I bring that up because when he was incarcerated, I mean, when he was first arrested and things like that, as the legal case went on, the biggest problem that he has and Nuwaupians have to this very day is that York had a choice. It was either he abandons, not really abandons, but he saves himself, focus on his freedom, and give up the characters or the impression that he was giving off to people, and save himself by focusing on his case and fighting, or keep up the facade to his followers as if he's an incarnated extraterrestrial, et cetera, et cetera. So he chose the latter. So when the person asked me the question, is that at some point in his fight, he's saying that he's innocent and everybody wants to, you know, help him and fight for him and do X, Y, and Z for him. But when you see him not fight for himself, and instead he chooses to keep up this persona of being a God incarnate or an extraterrestrial incarnate, or these different beings speak through him, 76 trillion years of knowledge, this, that, and the third, and he wants to keep that up, and he forsakes his actual freedom of learning about his case, learning the law and things like that, that's when you have to step back. So me, myself, at a certain point, you realize that he's not even fighting for himself. And I always say this, that other people fought harder and still to this very day fight harder for him than he does himself. And all of the Liberian stuff, all of the Ghana stuff, and all of the Native American stuff are simply backdoor gimmicks to try to enroll to his freedom, as opposed to actually fight, because a lot of the fight is now done, because a lot of statute limitations have been used up, all of his remedies have been exhausted and things like that, and no real effort was put into that by him. Other people, yes, but by him, no. So I don't know if that answers the person's question, but at some point you have to just ask yourself, is York himself fighting as people believe? And the answer is just simply no, he's not.
So when did you leave? Because you said you were with him throughout the whole trial and all his different situations until they sent him off.
Yeah.
When did you leave, sir?
2009. I was out in 2009.
Okay, so why did you, after you seen that he was obviously guilty of touching his children and doing the things he did to the community, why did you stay so long after you knew that?
No, well, I left the doctrine before I actually left. You know, I left in two phases. I left the doctrine. I stopped, you know, I couldn't when you get to a point where you can't defend the doctrine, then you gotta let it go. You know, it was too many holes, too many false things, too many misinformation, too many pseudo things for me to defend. So
I'm not talking about the doctrine.
no, I know
I'm
I'm leading up. I'm just giving you some context. So I left all of that part first because you asked me why I stayed. So I left that part. So I wasn't representing the doctrine at all, but I was still there because as a person who got to know and live with Dr. York for a period of time and so on and so forth, I was helping him with his legal case. So I was there to the latter part, still helping him with his legal case. Now he was saying he was innocent. So as a juror, you know, like all jurors, you're not there to witness any of these events. So you have to go on the evidence, the preponderance of evidence, you know, whether it's circumstantial or in all of the above. So at a certain point, if he's saying he's innocent and you have a reasonable doubt, then, you know, you want to make sure that he has a fair shot at the legal process, that he's not railroaded and so on and so forth. The same thing that defense lawyers do. Even if a defense lawyer knows that the evidence is stacked against you, their job is to ensure that you received a fair and just due process. All right. So as a paralegal helping the attorneys and things like that, I remain there to ensure that. So hopefully that'll answer your question. Because that's the reason I'm saying that is because the same question could be asked for any defense attorney who knows their client did whatever they're charged with. Your question could be like, well, why you represent him if they're guilty? So, you know, it's the same situation.
Well, I mean, okay. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be a journalist if I wouldn't ask these questions. So, why were you paid to be a paralegal during this time?
No, not at all. Not at all.
So, you see the problem right there. It's for me. Like, if I'm not being paid, so you were doing something that after this guy pled guilty and he went off to prison, but you were still working unpaid in his behalf. I don't understand that.
Yeah, I was still hold up. There's lawyers that do pro bono work. So payment and money is totally irrelevant. So it shouldn't be confusing to you or anybody else, because lawyers do pro bono work all the time. So money is not the issue. The issue is, like, I was a Nuwaupian. So at the time that I was helping out, I was still a Nuwaupian. So it was a gradual process, not like a overnight thing. And you mentioned he pled guilty. He pled guilty in 2003, and then the federal plea failed. Then he went to trial. So that was where I was still maintaining and still helping him throughout that entire process. So right, I'm just saying the money doesn't have anything to do with it.
So for 6 years, you knew. I mean, for sure, you knew for 6 years that he was guilty. So that whole time, you were still working in his behalf. And I'm saying that to say that what made you finally snap out of that, because a lot of people haven't snapped out of that, and you were up close with it for 6 years after that. What made you finally say, okay, I'm done?
All right, well, let me just back up a little bit, because you have an assumption that you assume that I know that he's guilty the entire time from the time he pled guilty. So the answer,
2000. He pled guilty in 2003.
He pled guilty in 2003. That's correct. So, but at that point, a lot of people did not believe that he was actually guilty. You know, the whole story is that he pled guilty for for a laundry list of reasons outside of him being actually guilty. So it's easy hindsight to say that, but during the time in 2003, it was a different story. Matter of fact, the entire case was not even taken serious by us that lived on the land. And the reason why is because by the time the criminal case started, we were coming off of a tail end of a lot of civil problems. So the problems with law enforcement or planning and zoning and things, and the sheriff in that county and stuff was like a norm to us. but it wasn't criminal. It was all civil. So by the time the criminal case came in and dealing with the molestation charges and all of that, it was a continuity there. So we were in disbelief. We didn't believe. We thought it was a continuation of them picking on us because we're black. We're in, Hicksville, Georgia, out there in the boondocks in the country. The whole thing. We're living it. We're in that. So that was the frame of mind at that point. So it's not as easy as saying, okay, well, he pled guilty, then how come this, that, and the third? So I'm giving more context to it because I know you all weren't there. I know Tariq was there. But you all weren't there. So I'm just trying to give a little bit of context and slow it down a little bit so that people could really understand how things transpire. And I'm trying to be, quick because it's so much to say and so much to talk about it that, we could talk about this for literally weeks, for hours and hours, weeks on end. So I'm just being, brief, but I want to give a little bit of context to it. So when he pled guilty, no, a lot of us wasn't even accepting the case itself as serious. And a lot of us wasn't directly involved when it first jumped off. It was just the immediate, his inner circle that was involved with that.
Okay. But you were privy to the information that was coming in, and obviously the trial notes and you knew a lot of the victims. So you were privy to a lot of this information prior to him pleading guilty in 2003. You know what I'm saying? So for me, that just seems odd to me that you would still say that, or a lot of other people didn't know, but you had the information that whole time prior to him pleading guilty.
All right, but where do you get that from though? Because I can't see your face, but maybe we know each other, but you speaking as if you know me. But the thing is, I didn't get involved in the case until late of 2002. So when it first went down, I was living there, but just like everyone else, we were kept in the dark and we didn't take it serious. We thought it was going to blow over and the whole thing. It was only a handful of people that was handling York's affairs and all of this. I attended all of the court hearings, but at that point in time, I was not privy to the real time going on. So when I say I was privy, a lot of the stuff prior to me getting involved, I was privy to it after the fact. So all of the documents, I gained access to all of the documents and stuff later. So put in perspective in the timeline, because you keep saying that I knew from a certain point when I didn't.
Okay, so you knew before he pled guilty. That's my thing. Did you know prior to him pleading guilty?
And the answer is no.
All right, and one last question about this.
But privy to what though? What exactly? Because you got to remember, I was living with people who said that nothing happened, that whose names were listed in the case, who were part of the court, the trial and everything, who were living with me that I know, that would look me in my face and say that no, that's a bunch of lies. They got my name listed there, but nothing ever happened to me. He didn't do that stuff to me. No. So I don't know if you are aware of that. So when you keep saying that I knew or us knew, I'm going by people who are listed as victims and what they're telling me directly. I'm living with these people and I know them. I've lived with them. So they're at that particular time, they're saying that nothing happened. Now, outside the ones that moved off, like Tariq was gone already. So excluding him and Khalid and a whole host of others, but the ones that were still there and listed in the case, that's who we could rely on. That's all we could rely on directly. That's people we can have personal conversations like we're talking right now.
Okay, let's like move past that one though, because I get the question, but I understand the reply or the response to the answer to the question as well. I want to get into the claims about torture and what do you brothers know about the torture claims that were being spread throughout the community?
All those are false. York was never tortured. We were actually, I was visiting York up to twice a week, every single week in all the facilities he was in. And during the talks of all the torture, I was still visiting me. We were getting phone calls and the whole nine. So I could tell you firsthand that just wasn't true. The idea of torture that he's talking about is the uncomfort of that anybody would have of just prison, period. Nobody wants to be there. Nobody wants to be closed in an 8x12 cell. Nobody wants to share a cell with anyone and be told what to do, when to do it, when to eat, when you know, and this, that, and the third. So that's a torturous situation just in general. But the torture, the fact that you know, what is being alleged and stuff like that, nah, that's none of that is true.
Okay, all right. And I had somebody had told me to ask something about something that happened down in South Beach. Hey, Chief, you know what I'm talking about? Because I think you might have sent it to me. You know what I mean? So you might be better prepared to bring that topic up. About I think was it South? Yeah, South Beach.
No, that would be Taah Noone or Chuck that could tell you about. I think they're trying to like talk about a meeting with Jacob York and South Beach that he had with some of the people that was supposed to be at. Kind of plotted about setting up Dr. Port.
All right, either one of you brothers want to touch on that?
Maybe my man can answer that because you know he's a little more intimate with that situation.
Well, I mean, the South Beach was a strategy in the defense to basically bring forth some doubt into the case about a conspiracy to bring down York. And you know, the key person that everyone mentions is Jacob York, York's son, where he took a trip. He took some ex-members, people who were involved in the case, down to South Beach on the vacation or get together. And so from that event, you know, a conspiracy story was created, and you know, it was used throughout his trial. So, but the story doesn't hold up because, one, Jacob York was never used in the trial, was never called to the stand. And then the people who are listed in the case, you got a federal case and a state case, and you have witnesses that are in both, and then you have some witness victims that are in one or the other. And so not everybody went to South Beach on the trip. You know, Tariq didn't go, Khalid Eddington didn't go. And then all the ones who at first was saying that nothing happened, that have now, you know, said that they lied and that all that stuff is true and things like that, they didn't go. So it doesn't hold water at all. But I'm just saying, just the gist of the story is that, you know, Jacob supposedly rounded up a bunch of ex-followers who were involved with the case, plotted against York, and then had them go to the feds and make up this concocted story to bring York down. That's it in a nutshell.
Okay. Did I hear you say that you guys use that as a defense strategy? Like you had knowledge of making that as a defense strategy?
Yes, that was definitely part of the trial.
So did you have prior knowledge that it was bullshit though, or you didn't at that time?
No, I didn't know it was BS at the time, because I mean the thing is that it's a fact that Jacob went to South Beach. It's a fact that Habiba Washington went to South Beach. It's a fact that Kumra and a lot of the people that were said to have gone actually went. So that's not BS. The part of it is to say that a conspiracy was created to bring York down. You know, it fell through. The jurors didn't buy into it, and the judge didn't even allow the witnesses who were going to testify to that. They weren't even allowed to testify.
Okay, now you say the jurors. Now and a lot of other people saying that he pled guilty, and when you plead guilty, you don't go in front of a juror. So can you please clarify that up for everybody?
Okay, hold up. You were breaking up. Say it again.
I said that you said that he went before the jurors, or the jurors didn't like whatever they heard. Well, we were told that he was that he pled guilty, and they gave him the time that they gave him, so he didn't stand trial. So can you clarify that?
Okay, well, like I said, there's two cases. There's a state case and a federal case. He pled guilty in both the state and the federal. The way that the federal venue or the federal court system handles pleas is different than the federal. They handle them differently. And to be real brief, in the federal venue, when a person pleads, the judge has to you have to go by the sentencing guidelines. And the judge, basically what happens is once you enter a plea agreement with the prosecution, then you have to submit it to the judge in the court. And then the court assigns someone from the U.S. Probation's office to do a report. So they have to interview you and determine your score based on your, you know, whether you have prior records and things like that. Matter of fact, what Chuck recently posted on his website is a pre-sentencing report, PSR. And they perform a PSI, a pre-sentencing investigation, and then they produce a PSR, pre-sentencing report, where it goes through the whole history, criminal history, medical history, so on and so forth of a person, and it scores them. If you look at the documents, you'll see these numbers on the side, on the right hand side. Well, the bottom line score, the court uses that to determine the sentencing. So all this stuff has to be done, and the judge has to approve it. So it's different in the state. So what happened is York's plea in the federal was rejected because the amount that was negotiated with the prosecution was lower than what the outcome of this report was. So the prosecution bargained for 15 years, but after going through the investigation, the minimum was 20. So the judge had to reject that plea. And so because he rejected the plea, now mind you, York never withdrew his plea. This is something that people have to understand. He never withdrew either plea. It was the judge, the federal judge, that rejected it. And because he rejected it, then the case went to trial. So yes, York did have a trial. The trial took place in January 2004. So his federal plea was rejected. His state plea is still on record to this day. And as a sidebar, this is a problem. This kind of goes into what that first question was. You know, the question is, you know, York and Nuwaupians are trying to champion his innocence, but yet he still has never withdrawn his guilty plea in the state. So it's an oxymoron. It's a contradiction to say you're innocent on one hand, but then leave your guilty plea in for the state. And the state guilty plea is actual child molestation. Because a lot of people want to say that federal venue doesn't have child molestation laws, this, that, and the third. But the guilty plea that's actually still on record is with child molestation. So it's a contradiction right there. That's why nobody is actually takes it too serious other than Nuwaupians.
I got a question real quick.
So just for the record, they rejected his federal plea of guilty and took him to trial, and he blew trial, just for the record.
Right. His trial, he was convicted. He was convicted by the jury.
Anpu,
I'm still confused though. I don't know. Did he sit? Did they box it up? Did he sit in front of a juror and the jurors came back with a guilty verdict? I just need to know this because I'm still confused.
Oh no, his trial was lasted 3 weeks. Yeah, it was a regular trial that you like the other trials that you see. He was in court every day for 3 weeks. Witnesses were called to the stand, both for the prosecution side, and when they rested their case, the defense called their case in chief, and the whole nine. It went through the whole thing. The jury, at the end of 3 weeks, the jury deliberated and came back with eventually came back with a guilty verdict. It was a 3-week trial.
And for the record, we talking about the federal trial, not the state.
Right,
correct?
the state. Right,
Okay.
the state did not have a trial because, like I said, his guilty plea is still on record. That never went to trial. So if that's the confusion, then hopefully that clears it up. There was no state trial. There was a federal trial.
Mm-hmm.
The
Okay,
federal
go
trial
ahead.
started January 5th, 2004, and it ended January 24th, 2004. So
All right, check this out. Yo, Anpu, I wanted you to talk about this real quick because Tyrone brought this up, and I've been hearing this all the time. They keep saying that the judge recused himself, and when they say that, they make it sound as if because he recused himself, does that affect anything that he did before he done that? Could you speak more to that part?
Yeah, the judge he's talking about is the federal judge, Lawson. He had to recuse himself because he was implicit. He was directly involved in the guilty plea. So when York pled guilty in the federal, he was the judge, the sitting judge. So if a guilty plea fails, it's standard procedure for the judge involved in that to recuse himself, because you need to have an impartial situation, a more impartial situation. So he was too much involved. He was too directly involved with the plea aspect of it. So he recused himself. So yes, and then that's when Judge C. Ashley Royal became the judge, and that was the trial judge. So that's the judge he's speaking about.
Okay, now it was something too. They was talking. I remember reading it in the letter. It was a lot of conversation about a judge or somebody who had something to do with one of Doc's wives, where they somebody was murdered, and they ended up inside the trial as well. And I was trying to remember if that had anything to do with Prince York's sister, father, or something, some kind of malpractice situation, and that doctor still ended up in the trial as a judge or something like that. You remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the trial. You're talking about the trial judge, which is Judge Royal. He at the time of the malpractice situation, dealing with he referred to him as Abi Eli, who passed away, and due to some complications and malpractice. So there was a civil malpractice lawsuit involved with the hospital in Millersville, and this Millersville, Georgia. And at the time, the federal judge was an attorney at that time, and he represented the hospital. He was one of the attorneys who was on retainer or on staff representing the hospital at the time. So the organization was trying to cite a conflict of interest, saying that Judge Royal should recuse himself because there's a conflict of interest, but that was never proven, and therefore it was nothing that would connect the two, and that's why he never recused himself.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Hey, peace, Tariq. How you doing, brother? I wanted to shift gears a little bit. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Hey, the question I got for Tariq, now that we know the trial, did you testify at the trial?
Yeah, I testified in the trial. I testified in court in the federal case, or I guess that was the only case. Yeah, I testified in court, because I was victimized. I was one of the victims from the age of 7 to 14 when I left. So when they started doing the investigation, at that point, it was in 2001. We had already left the land in Edenton, Georgia, the prosecution team was building a case. And, they was getting, as victims were coming out, they were, saying, they were naming other people involved, so they already had my information, like as far as they knew that I was a victim. But then I ended up giving them my statement and testifying. So yeah, I was in the court.
Yeah, and I just want to say this too, because Brother Chief, it goes back, to your question, because a lot of times when we discuss it, you got to remember this is 2017 now. York was arrested in 2002, so it's been quite a bit of time that's transpired, and it's so much that we could talk about. And then when we talk about it in hindsight like this, we tend to be real fast and real quick and kind of gloss over things. So that's the only reason why I wanted to kind of paint that picture of those of us living on the land at the very, very beginning. We were caught in the middle in terms of trying to make sense of it all, because like you have Tariq here. Tariq left the land prior to York being arrested, and the others. But then you had people that were still living there that was also listed in the case, because as Tariq said, their names were given, even though they didn't go to the law enforcement themselves, but their names were given and inserted into the case, and so on and so forth. So we're still living with these people. So we're looking at these people in their face, and they're telling a story and saying that that's lies. Like, York never did this to me. York never did this. I was never molested by York. So you have to keep that, or people need to keep that in mind. For those who were still there, we're looking at them like, okay, if you're saying that he never did this, but then you got this group of people. Now, mind you, we know them all. I mean, I knew Tariq, and we used to call him David. You know, I don't even think he goes by that name anymore. But you know, we know them all. So you got half of them, or some of them saying, hey, this stuff is not happening. This is a bunch of lies, and they're still with you, and you can look at them in their face. And then you have people who left, and they're saying that this stuff did happen. So I just want to kind of put that context in there of the people who were still on the land and still caught in the middle trying to help out, because we're like, man, hold up, you know, because we know both sides. It was like, hold up, what's going on? And see, and you have to understand the culture or the mentality of the organization. Whenever a person left, they usually left on bad terms. You know, you either got kicked off the land or you left because you were mad or whatever. So the idea is that, okay, these people that left, ex-Nuwaupians and so on, they're making this stuff up because they're mad. They're mad at York. They're bitter, this, that, and the other. Those who remain there, they're telling the truth because they're still here. So you got to people need to keep all that stuff in mind, you know. And so as it unfolds, then you get to learn more and more information. You get to see more evidence, or the lack thereof, and things like that. So I just wanted to kind of sidebar and speak on that for a minute so people can understand. You know, it's not real cut and dry like how we do talk about it sometimes.
All right, I had another question for you, Anpu, real quick from the chat room. Let me grab it. It said from 2003 to 2009, did you, Joe, Hibner, Robbie, Dana, etc., share in your doubts, or did you feel isolated in your internal, confliction?
Well, no, we didn't share. We didn't share the same views. I can tell you that right now. No, we didn't share the same views. You know, there's overlapping sharing of views, but for the most part, no. And I'm speaking about me personally. A lot of my views were not shared, and vice versa. Although there were a couple of things overlap, yeah, but no. You know, I was at odds with the administration for a while, and I was seeing York, you know, because my whole thing was that we have to deal with facts. We can't make up things. And let me just give a little bit of context to that real quick. What a lot of people, and you know, the brother Tyrone that was on your show last time, a lot of Nuwaupians themselves are victims of propaganda that was really at first designed to just fluff the public and to win the public's opinion in favor of York, to get support. But at first, Nuwaupians weren't supposed to buy into this exaggerated propaganda, because there's a point in time where there's a whole bunch of flyers being written and passed out and circulated around town, Atlanta, and so on and so forth. Those flyers was for the public. But what happened is Nuwaupians bought into the flyers and into their own propaganda. So a lot of that was going on. So, you know, and I'm bringing that up because a lot of times during that whole period of time, I'm at odds with all of that. I'm trying to maintain the inner circle that's helping out. Like, look, we have to deal with strictly what's real, what we can prove, what evidence that's available, that helps, hurts, whatever. We got to be honest about every single thing. And so a lot of times people that were involved, they weren't hearing that. So I was in conflict a lot with that. And the most popular one of people, any Nuwaupians who were around at the time, know that me and a sister named Rochelle were at odds with each other because she was pushing the Liberian project and the whole thing about Liberia. And everyone knows that I didn't support. I was hands off on that. and people didn't really know why, you know, because we didn't discuss it in public. But you know, I had nothing whatsoever to do with that. That was a you know, I saw that as just frivolous pipe dream. So so anyway, to answer the question, yeah, from 2000, from the beginning to the time I left, I was at odds. But you know, I did share some things like he mentioned, the brother Joe. We were communicating a lot, because you know, he's a brother. We didn't really communicate with the sisters as much as with each other on the brother side. So yeah, me and Joe did share a lot. And then there was a little differences there as well. So, you know, so hopefully that answered the question. I mean, I'm just, you know, like I said, this thing I could talk for hours about just that question right there. So I'm just kind of being brief, give a little context, and hopefully that answers the question.
Okay, go ahead, Chief.
Well,
Yeah, that's interesting, man. So let me ask y'all a question. Let's go to the doctrine for a second. Okay, there was a point in time where you that Dr. Pork was teaching that the indigenous doctrine. Did he go from Africa to indigenous doctrine, or did he go from indigenous doctrine back to African doctrine?
I just want to take that. You know, I don't want to sound like I'm hogging the mic. You know what I mean? So, but all right. So
No, that's to the whole panel.
Okay. So just to ask you a question, say it again, just one more time. You said, did he go from the indigenous?
From he had taught different doctrines and different schools of thoughts, right? So he at one point in time was teaching that the indigenous doctrine, like that you guys were indigenous Native Americans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then did he teach that before or after he taught the African thing that you guys were from? He was from Africa, by the way. If he was you guys' father, that you guys are from Africa. Did he teach Africa first, or did he teach indigenous first?
I would say that Africa came first, because you got to remember, Nubian Islamic Hebrews, Nubian was one of the focus, and Nubian, you know, coming out of Sudan and all of that, Sudan being in Africa and everything. We know Islam didn't start in North America. So the whole Islamic Ansarullah community, Nubian Islamic Hebrews, Hebrews from, you know, Abraham, father Ibrahim, all of that stuff was prior to jumping on to the Native American issues. But it was a little side piece even back then with the Shoshone Native Americans. But it was a real brief little cameo. But the African, I would say, came first. And then the Native American came about, you know, with the whole, it got real in the forefront when he started to teach about the Moorish doctrine, because it was a blend of Native American, you know, Yamasee Native American Moors of the Creek Nation. There was a blend right there. So it was like a simultaneous doctrine with Native Americans. You know, we were kind of close to Rock Eagle Mound in Edenton, Georgia. So he had to put a spin on that and justify, you know, why the land was purchased right there, you know, the Trail of Tears and all that stuff. And then at the same time going into United Nuwaupian Nation of Moors with the Constitution and things like that. Then it was a blend.
Okay, so do you think that he had started going towards the Moorish thing because some of the people that were converting from Moorish Science Temple and these other things were bringing that doctrine or those things into the movement?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. Going back into the mid-90s, you remember that York was getting involved with what he was addressing the doctrine of other groups like Nation of Islam, 5 Percenters, and Moorish Science Temple, because there was a point in the mid-90s where he would release the Problem Book, W.D. Farr versus Sheikh Daoud. It's a revision of the Moorish Science Temple's Circle 7 book, put it in hardback, and took the position of being, the implication of it was that he is a special or unique being who was to put all of them into their proper perspective, and that they ought to hold allegiance to him because he's the one who is coming to set the record straight. Then he released the publication Zigzag Zig. I can't remember the it was supposed to address the Nation of Islam in conjunction with the 5% Nation. So during that whole period, this Nuwaupian nation of Moors became a popular gimmick, and that's when we started to wear the fez. And then he started to build an alliance, or attempted to build an alliance with Verdadachi, Austin L. Bay down in Georgia. I think it was in Georgia. And that whole thing took on it went into a direction of its own. And so even to this day, when you pull up articles about Dr. York, etc., online, you'll see Nuwaupians with the B and Moors. So that was another part of that indigenous link that he tried to put. Because if you remember back when Bilal Phillips wrote his book and York had gotten himself stationed in upstate New York, when you would go up there for the 19 classes, you would see this is Native American land. You would see a statue of Ben York, and then he pushed this narrative that he was akin to Ben York. He was related, a blood relative of Ben York, because in the book, Let's Set the Record Straight, he starts to go into how the Sunni, now bear in mind, this is when he had left Islam, and then he pushed this idea that, well, the Sunnis came after me, claiming that I'm not this and I'm not that. But lo and behold, we come to find out that I am a descendant of Ben York on my mother's side, which is when he put in his publication his birth certificate, because I think the brother cleared it up, but that's how it came partially came into play, is where that birth certificate that he claimed was supposed to be from on his mother's side, and made up excuses as to why the name York is there and not a first name, is how he was trying to slide that portion of it in. So that whole indigenous thing, it was a combination of Native Americans and Moors, and that was what came after the whole thing with Sudan, because if you look closely, York never verified, never proved that he was a Sudanese. What they did was they wanted to push the idea that when Sayyid Sadiq, who was the prime minister of Sudan, York had reached out to him as being, there's an Islamic group in America that was like or held an allegiance to the Mahdi of 1845, who was Sayyid Sadiq's relative. But Sayyid, although he came down from on a couple of visits, and he wasn't the prime minister at the time of those visits at Bushwick Avenue, but York exploited that to give the appearance that he was a blood relative of Sayyid Sadiq. However, no one in the Mahdi family, nor Sayyid Sadiq himself, have ever publicly stated that he is our relative, he is our blood kin. That was never done. So it was more just a smokescreen, and it was just one of many instances where York used people to validate his existence. Just like when Jesse Jackson came to the land on a voter registration thing. And the implication was that Jesse Jackson supported Dr. York, or that he was a Nuwaupian, because subsequent to his appearance on the land, the Nuwaupians released a newsletter that had Jesse Jackson wearing a Nuwaupian fez, the black and gold fez with the Ankh in the center. But that never happened. I was there, I was standing guard, and I watched that incident where Jesse slowly put it almost on his head, but he pulled it off at the last minute because, you know, Jesse, he does that kind of thing, and he knew that's what they were trying to do. So that didn't happen. So York just used these little gimmicks to validate his existence and to give the appearance that he was more than what he was. So yeah, he did exploit situations as an opportunist and exploited individuals. Even Dr. Leonard Jeffries, he wanted to use Dr. Leonard Jeffries as some validation of Tamaray, and then at the same time get Dr. Ben to come down eventually. And once Dr. Ben showed up, then that would solidify the fact that, yeah, he is legitimate. And that's what he was trying to establish, was some form of legitimacy, which he didn't have because he was still labeled a cult leader.
Yeah, that's,
Either well, I want to ask this real quick on the Moore thing. Either Chuck or Anpu can answer this, because I had heard that York sent somebody over there to help out the Empress of the Washita, who you just talking about, and she supposedly had I don't know if it was a female or a male, was supposed to been helping her do a couple of things with business, and she gave a lot of important documents to somebody that York sent, but they never made it to where she sent them, and he ended up with them, and that's how a lot of information he got to put in the second Set the Record Straight book. Any truth to that?
well, there was a fallout. There was a fallout between those two, you know, trying to merge and trying to deal with the Washita, and it had to do with the number. And Nuwaupians will remember, or should remember, but a lot, you know, a lot of times time go by, people get amnesia. But you remember there was two different numbers. If you ever remember, there was like I even forget the numbers today, but there was two different numbers that he would always quote. It was one that was said over and over again, you know, 215, 805, or whatever the case is.
Right.
And then it switched to a different number. And so it wasn't put out why that took place. Because in 1999, that's when the organization itself tried to register with the BIA. So it was two different BIA numbers. One was using the 215 of the Washita, and that they had a fallout between the administration over there and the Nuwaupian organization. There was a complete breakdown, fallout with that. And then it forced the new organization to do it on their own, and it switched the number. I believe it was 205, 1999, or something like that.
Right.
So
okay.
Yeah, so I'm saying, so the alliance never took place. It was an attempt, and it was a sister that was involved, from a representative from the Washita, and it just fell apart.
Okay. So what happened to the other guy who was doing his own, the Chief Thunderbird? It was another guy, I forgot his name. He had broke off and did his own thing, and I remember York was speaking about him on the little CD they was putting out. Whatever happened to him?
To this very day, I think he's still pursuing that. You're talking about, well, I knew him as the Elder Latif.
Yeah, that's the name.
Right, and York dropped it. York basically dropped it and went to something else, whereas the Elder Latif kept pursuing it, you know, on his own, kind of still, you know, running down that path and trying to make alliances and links and things like that. So and then at a certain point, York would speak against that. And then at the time that he was arrested and locked up and everything like that, you know, he thought that it may be helpful. That's when Latif became an ally and a good friend again, and things. So it was like in and out, in and out, in and out.
Okay, so just to be clear, you don't know if what I heard about the paperwork that the Empress was sending, I think it was supposed to have been sent and put into the mail, but the female took it and gave it to York, and that contributed to that book, that second book.
Well, I don't know. I don't have any knowledge on that, so I can't even speak on that.
Okay.
What I do know is that a lot of that information in you somehow said, let's set the record straight, right?
Right.
Yeah. A lot of that information was through research from other tabs, you know, other bookstores or tabernacles that was sent down. Matter of fact, I'm sure Chuck remembers that even the DC tab contributed a lot of information, especially the part about John Hanson being the first black president and things like that. And that was just completely, that was completely.
That was funny when I found out the facts on that. I had another guy tell me that let's set the record straight. A lot of it came from a book called "They Came Before Columbus."
Yeah, you can see that in much of the book, because in addition to the book, you also had a bunch of newspapers or little news articles or black and white newsletters that was released that was supposed to give more detail about ancient Moors in America, and they to their credit, many of the articles that are used, he does give a source to where it came from. You know, Ivan Van Sertima's book was definitely used, but then he kind of exaggerated some of the stories in it to coincide with his theology.
Right.
So yeah, set the record straight, and those newsletters, and I can't remember the name of them, but one of them you can see you can see Ben York, a drawing of Ben York on the front, and that was his explanation on who he is and how he relates to the story. So yeah, they did use a bunch of books. We went and did some of the research, even down to having to go to the National Archives and try to find his family on his mother's side as being related to the girl. I can't remember her name.
I know you talking about.
You know who I'm talking of? Diana Fletcher.
Okay.
Diana Fletcher. And York claimed to be related to her. And when we did the research on it, you know, we sadly had to report to him that you know, it's not. We didn't find anything to support it. All the names he gave us, who to look for, where to find, couldn't find any of that stuff. And now he pretty much abandoned any talk of being related to Diana Fletcher.
Yeah, so you got a lot of stuff going on with the doctrine. I know y'all talking about that. I mean, the doctrine is so vast. It spans like what, 3 decades, 30 years. I mean, you could pick any particular book and just kind of pick it apart. It's just real easy to do.
Is Brother Tariq still on the line?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, somebody wanted to ask this question. They wanted to know when you testified in the federal trial, was Dr. York present in the courtroom?
Yes, he was present. Actually, when I first came, when they first called me on the stand, you know, I sat down. You know, they asked me my name, and as soon as I said my name, I don't know for what reason, but they took a recess, or like they, you know, I think it was, I don't know if it was Manny, like one of his lawyers or whatever, like kind of, you know, said something to him, or they looked like they was a little shocked to see that I was there. I don't know if they knew that I was going to testify or not, but you know, for some reason they had to, you know, as soon as I got out there, I said my name, and then you know,
I could speak to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could tell you.
He wasn't a court case too.
I could say exactly why they did that. The reason why was because when you took the stand, there was an issue of a possible conflict of interest on the defense side because of the incident with one of the investigators and you with these baseball tickets or all that stuff. Remember Manny Aurora worked for the Garland, Samuel and Loeb firm, and that was the firm that this investigator was that interacted with you with these tickets and things like that. So that's what sparked the you know, the shuffle around and trying to have a private conversation with the judge and things like that. So, you know, just so you know.
Okay, somebody just joined the panel. Who is that?
This is Brother Michael.
Brother Michael. Okay, go ahead
Michael
and introduce
Bossia,
yourself
what's
to the
going on, man?
panel.
Hey, what's going on, brother? How you been?
Long time no speak, man. I haven't seen you in like what, 50 years, man.
Yeah, it's been a minute, man. It's been a minute.
All right, yeah, my name is Amadi Wisdom, and you know I want to welcome you to the panel over here at Dynasty Media. We just been chopping it up. I don't know if you've been watching the entire time or not, but just getting some information out there, answering some questions to people in the chat room, and just clearing up a lot of things that people have a misunderstanding on or have no knowledge of at all.
Correct.
About the entire court case and, you know, the whole entire situation.
Correct. I mean, I've been watching, you know, for a while now, probably for the last year or two, just to be clear. I mean, Brother Rick, Brother Anpu knows me well for a long time. Just which people know where I'm at now. I'm not affiliated with the organization at all anymore. I was since 1988. You know, lived in the, you know, Brooklyn, Spring Valley, Philadelphia, Miami communities, was a disciple of the Lamb. Was up in the whole Georgia area, did a lot of personal work with York. As Brother Rick knows, worked on various aspects of the case as well as he did. Was visiting York up until about 2012, until as I started uncovering more of the fuckery of the case and saw a lot of the bullshit. Basically why I take the stance, you know, I take now. And you know, you'll hear a lot of ex-Nuwaupians say that a lot of us that were around for a while left that we're bitter. It's not that we're bitter. It's just a lot of us woke up. And, you know, probably for the last 2 years, I've been listening to, you know, Brother Anpu, Chuck. I finally got a hold of Chuck a couple of weeks ago. And what these brothers are saying is 100% correct. And the funny thing is, you know, the more information you give Nuwaupians, they just refuse to accept cold hard information that's coming straight at them. They just refute everything. They'll keep saying, you know, it's a setup and he's innocent, but they haven't provided one piece of evidence to prove otherwise. And that's the thing that needs to be addressed. And as I started really uncovering and dealing with some of the victims, and I see Brother Tariq is on here, that really opened my eyes. You know, we were doing it blindly at that time. I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for Brother Anpu. I mean, there was shit that I had noticed during those times, but kind of when you're locked in, what a lot of people don't know, they'll say, well, why are people coming forward now saying something? Why are they saying something at this time now? You got to understand, when you're locked in that mindset, just like all the members that are locked in that cult mindset now, we had that same mindset at that time. And that's why we didn't look at it the way we're looking at it now. But as you grow and you start really looking into the facts of the case, you really start seeing the inconsistency. So it's not that some of us that are out here now speaking out, including the victims, it's not that we're bitter or we left because we were disgruntled. It's just as simple as we grew the fuck up and we basically realized there's more to this than, you know, than actually meets the eye. So I just want to be clear on my stance and, you know, where I'm at, and whatever I can contribute. But I've heard a lot of the stuff Brother Anpu has been, you know, doing the last couple of years. I've watched a lot of these, you know, hangouts. Just felt it was time to get involved, and trust me, he knows what he's talking about because I could verify it. Just about all the stuff he's saying on the case, incidences that took place, factual documentations, and you guys saw the PSI, which most people really don't have no knowledge of, which kind of really refutes a lot of the, you know, mystique of what York claimed to be and the inconsistencies. And that needs to be addressed to the forefront because it'll clarify a lot of things. I hear people say that, you know, the transcripts are sealed, which that's not entirely true. I watched the last one you guys did. The brother that you had on there was completely disillusioned when you guys were throwing a bunch of information at him, and he was jumping all over the place and just had no facts on the case. And you got to understand, most of the Nuwaupians around now, this is a newer generation. They're running the same shit. I was one of the dudes, 2010, the last Obama petition that got shot down, I was one of the people on that. Okay, that's not going to work. And here we are almost approaching January 20th. They'll still be sitting in jail. So that's not going to work. We've tried that 3 times before. The Liberia thing, I just want to make this clear. I worked on that thoroughly for years. The Liberia thing, he is an honorary general counsel. Okay, and what that basically means is nothing. That basically means if you're an honorary graduate of Yale, it holds no weight. What they tried to do at that time, including myself, so I'm going to put at that time, I was part of that. You know, Rochelle, his wife, one of his wives, Fatima, and his son, Muhammad, we were trying to change that status from honorary general counsel over to a diplomatic general counsel, which can't work. And this is where that confusion comes in, where they say under Charles Taylor's regime, he was recognized under that regime, and because when that whole coup went down, the new administration didn't recognize him. That's not true. Okay, he was never recognized as a diplomatic general counsel. There's no documentation. No Nuwaupian can ever provide it for you. He only had a Liberian citizenship, which holds no diplomatic immunity. That's number one. There's no record that can be produced to validate it. I got documents from Fatima confirming that. People are wasting their time with that. They were trying to change that, which was just another angle to get him out, along with being a Ghanaian citizen. You can call the Ministry of Tourism over there and give them that birth certificate number. They will laugh at you. If you try to call Ghana's records over there, it doesn't exist. I saw that little press conference they did not too long ago, which was comical, with the fake flash bulbs flashing and shit. I don't know what the fuck that fuckery was, but they're holding up all these fake documents to the camera, and they hold no weight. And I know the brother Bossia well. Trust me when I tell you I know him well, and the fuckery that he did for years. He's a hustler, and they're all cons and they're all hustlers, and all they want to do is pretend like there's some angle to the newer members, like they got some angle to get York out. Bottom line is, like I said before, York will only get out when it's time to have his funeral, and you know, that's the bottom line. But I just, like I said, whatever I can contribute, you know, I'll be more than, you know, happy and willing, you know, to assist, you know, in that. So just wanted to, you know, throw that in there.
Yeah, I want to give an example though, a real time example. I'm speaking, you know, I'm hearing an echo. I don't know if that's coming from you. I think
somebody got
mic.
Somebody got to mute. It might be Mike.
Let me see. I don't think so.
If you mute it.
Let me see.
All right, check. Okay, yeah. All right, so yeah, I just want to give an example because, you know, people, you know, I'm speaking for myself. You know, like I said, my position and my involvement, I always stuck to, and it's one thing that York, although, you know, he was mad or still is or whatever that I left, because the whole thing is that, oh, I abandoned York. But one thing that he will always do is he will respect me, because I've never lied to him about his legal situation or anything whatsoever. Even when the sisters were telling him things to make him feel good, you know, because sometimes somebody in jail, you don't want to bring them bad news. So I've been on visits with the sisters, been on one-on-one, you know, and everything. And every time they come, you know, you trying to figure out, okay, man, how should we tell them? Should we not tell them? Tell them this. We got to put a spin on it because we don't want them to go back in the cell and this, that, and the third. See, I never played that role. I gave it to him raw every single time. I even went in there, you know, and straightened up some things that he was told prior to my visits and things like that. And I'm saying that to say that, you know, it was internal conflict. It wasn't real bad, but it was just internal conflict. And this kind of goes back to that question. And I'm just going to give you an example of what I mentioned earlier about propaganda. A lot of the flyers was just made up propaganda. All right. Nuwaupians bought into it. And I'm gonna give you an example. Y'all probably heard this, that York is accused of molesting people every day for so many years. And he's a prolific writer. He wrote, you know, back then we were saying 360 books, but then it went from 360 to 500 to now I think they're saying 2,000 and something books. But he's a prolific writer. He erected 3 nations, 3 organizations, this, that, and the other, to imply that he didn't have time. It was impossible for him to do what is alleged for him to do against the listed victims. Now, so, you know, I'm hearing this, and I'm hearing that this is the propaganda that's being, you know, created to put out there in flyers and everything like that. Now, in house, I'm like, look, we can't roll with that, because and that is really stupid, because if anybody understands how many children York has, biological children, I mean children that he has over 100 children. So it bites you in the butt to say that you don't have time to do this to the listed victims, but yet you have time to have over 100 children. So that's a direct contradiction. So he must have had time to do something. So, and I'm bringing this up because this is an example of a real thing that I brought to the floor. I'm like, look, y'all can't run with that. Y'all can't run with that. And then people know, like on one hand, you say that he don't have time to do this, but on the other hand, you know, you got people bragging about how many children he has. You know, even in the case, it was listed as he had 77, but now that was just in the case because it was a passing thing, but he has much more than 77 children. So I'm just saying the kind of conflicts that were going on and that the things that I was saying, the whole Liberian thing. I mean, I was there for the whole thing. Like Mike spoke about him being an honorary, whatever. That's not, I mean, originally, none of that stuff is real. You know, that was bought. You know, Francis Galawalu and all that. I mean, you know, the getting paid, greasing the palms for signatures and this, that, and the other. I mean, come on. So the people that are in the circle knows this kind of stuff. And this was my problem the entire time. Like, look, we can't fall for it. We got to work with what is real if we're going to really help him or not, you know? So that's, you know, so I'm speaking, you know, from a personal perspective that, you know, I wasn't with none of that stuff. And I just did my best because of the position I had. I'm like trying to provide a voice of reasoning to the whole thing. And York appreciated that. But at the same time, you know, he looked at me as the bearer of bad news. Like when I come into a visit, you know, he's like, you know, like before I even open my mouth, we'll do the fist pound. And then I sit down, the first thing out of his mouth, don't tell me this, don't tell me that, don't tell me that. I'm like, dang on. So what's left there to talk about? You telling me everything you don't want to hear. And I'm saying, I got to tell you. So I end up telling him, you know, and I go through that struggle every time. Visit him from 9 in the morning to 3 p.m. You know what I'm saying? 6 hours sitting with him and one-on-one where he's talking, you know, we update him on the legal stuff. Then he'll talk about doctrine. Then he'll just vent and talk about people. So you got to deal with all three of those different scenarios. And then with the way he talks about people, you got to leave and then go see these people. So you're like, oh my gosh. I mean, you just don't say anything. It's like, man, dogging this person out. The next day they're good. Next day they're bad. This, you know, this, that, and the third. So, you know, I'm just giving people context of what's going on. A lot of people don't know the behind the scenes. So, you know, and the reason why I even come on here, like I don't, you know, the Nuwaupian thing is past tense for me. Like I don't, you know, at a certain point, I was trying to educate the organization because I'm like, look, I'm not with it no more. The doctrine is pseudo. I don't mess with the doctrine whatsoever. I'm not a member whatsoever, but because I made so many friends and there's so many good people in the organization and good friends I had, like to this very day, you know, that I still offered information to help them, because if they're going to try to help them, like, look, here are the facts, you know, you do what you want with it. And that's been my role for a couple of years. But for the past 2 years now, I've kind of totally left it alone. And you know, I come on this hangout or shows like this to really address the real tough questions, the real hard hitters. Like, that's why I appreciate the question that Chief, that you were asking me and how you were asking, because, you know, it's, you know, I'm all the other little stuff. I'm like, man, I really don't have time for it. I'm, you know, I was hoping a Nuwaupian like the brother Tyrone came on, you know, so we can correct, so people can compare the information side by side. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, he'll say something, then I can correct it. Because I've done this before with a brother named Issa on Garfield's show before. It was like a 4-part series. Anybody go listen to that? That brother didn't have anything coming, you know? So anyway, I don't want to go on a long rant, but I'm just saying, so you know, like Mike said, I'm here to just answer, you know, those tough questions from that you all have at 6 Dynasty, or people in the chat, or whatever the case is. Because, you know, this is like past tense for me. This is like a side thing now, you know, but everything is fresh in my head. I was so involved that I don't need any paperwork in front of me. You could ask me questions. I could still ramble on dates, times, chronological events, this, that, and the other. Cause I lived and breathed this case at one point. So, you know, I just offer, you know, answers of anything I can. So that's my piece.
Oh yeah, I had a question too, Anpu, if you could throw this back out there. How did the herpes information about York get out,
Okay, that's a good question.
if you will?
Well, one, everybody needs to understand that the herpes information was not used at the trial. All right. It was something that the whole issue with herpes is the catalyst which led York and the Garland law firm to start to talk about a plea in the first place. And this is something that people don't understand, because he was arrested in 2002 in May. By the time the summer came in, and at the end of the summer, this is when his blood was taken and things like that, because some of the listed victims, two in particular, tested positive for herpes simplex 2. So they had a court order to draw York's blood to have it tested. By the time the results came back, he tested positive for herpes 2. And so it was at that point that the Garland, the law firm, started to say, okay, now if this goes to trial, we're going to have a real rough time to convince a jury that you're not connected to these listed victims X, Y, and Z. So then the whole thing was to go towards a plea. So I'm gonna say about October, towards the plea itself, which is in January of 2003. So from October 2002 till January, it was all about going towards a plea, going towards a plea, going towards a plea. But it was never used at trial. So now you asked, how did it get out? Now, what happened is, way after the fact, some diehard Nuwaupians trying to help out, they're sincere in what they're trying to do, but they're ignorant in what they actually did. What they did was they filed in the Colorado District Court documents trying to get York out by way of UCC filings, by way of all these different kinds of filings. And within those filings, they filed documents that were private and under seal. I mean, medical records that if you were a trained attorney, you would know that when you file stuff like that, you have to actually move the court to have it sealed as well. And they didn't do that. So it was filed in the public, and it became a matter of the public record. So all of that stuff about the herpes and everything became public by way of Nuwaupian's own doing. So from that point on, it blew up. It was a public record. So, and that was that. So that's how it became public. It was doing the medical transfer and trying to get him out through some UCC pleadings and things like that in the district court out there.
Okay, I seen that UCC, they had all them $9. Another question did make for one of the triad members to file a case against York, because I was told that they did that was just a part of some type of plan to actually help York, but it didn't work out. Well, one of the triad said that they child or kids were touched, and I'm like, why would somebody that was one of York's time do that, or why would York tell him to do so? Or was that an actual?
Nah, you kind of breaking up, but
that his child was touched by York.
Okay, no, that wasn't quite it.
Because Chuck,
that wasn't. Are you breaking up? Are you finished?
I was just. Did you hear what I said over the?
Yeah, I got the gist of what you were saying. That's not the fact that a child being touched. That wasn't the case at all. What it was a fault. It was a illogical. It was just a messed up logic. What York wanted to do was, because there was a factuation about the sheriff Seals that's out there. So the logic was that if the sheriff out there waited so long to arrest him and stuff like that, then therefore the sheriff department put the Nuwaupians and their children in danger by knowing that York is being accused of all these different heinous things, but yet didn't do anything until May 8th, 2002. So the logic behind that was to have some members. It wasn't necessarily a triad members. He told a triad member. It was members, period. It was he told some members to file a lawsuit against the sheriff's department, against Sheriff Seals out there, to neglect his duties from protecting his children, from keeping the Nuwaupians' children in danger. So not that his child was touched, but the fact that it was a potential danger there by not arresting York or whatever the case is. And so when he said that, everybody, not everybody, but myself and other people with a level head was telling York himself, I told him directly, like, that's not the move. That's gonna, you don't do that. You don't have your own members file a case as if you really did the things, because in order to win, I'm saying, I explained this to him. I said, now, in order to prevail in a lawsuit like that, you would have to be outright guilty. And that's what it would be. If these people filing this case win, then their win is a loss for you. You're guilty if they win. So you telling them to do it is backwards. So, we told him that, but it didn't matter. So he had people do it, and some people woke up from that and like, nah, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna withdraw, or they didn't pursue it. But one brother that you're talking about on the triad, the brother Nuwaupian, I don't know what name he goes by now, but he's the one that kept it in. And the reason why he pretty much kept it in is because, he's basically giving an ultimatum. It's like, you do this, or, you excommunicate, or whatever the case is. It was like the pressure was put on him to keep pursuing his. And he did it. He pursued it, and it got thrown out eventually, but he pursued it. But that's what that was all about. It wasn't about him actually touching the child, but it was the fact that, he lived around a dangerous individual, according to the Putnam County Sheriff's Office, and so on and so forth. So that was just some real backward stuff. And like I said, I can give you a whole bunch of examples. I mean, I'm telling you, like I said, we could talk for weeks.
Hey, I was wondering, how much, do anybody know how much money has been, this is a question from the chat room, how much money has been spent on his legal defense, and who's paying for these legal fees?
Listen, I can tell you that a whole lot of money has been spent. Like I said, I left in 2009, and I can tell you from there was a meeting. There was a legal meeting. We had a whole family meeting in September of 2004, I believe, 2004, 2005, where we went over, not we, but the sister Rochelle went over how much was spent and to who and what. And at that point, it was, I want to pull it up real quick because I don't want to misquote it, but it was well over, it was in the millions. And I don't want to say millions like a whole, a large number of millions, but it was definitely over $1 million dollars that was spent here and there and to all these different things. So that would, now mind you, that's 2004, 2005. So that's still early. So as of now, that number is gone sky high. And everybody that gets involved with this case, and I've seen it firsthand, lawyers will get involved with the case. Now, this is what happens. A lawyer will have heard about the case because this case was big in Georgia. All right. Anybody live in Georgia, you have definitely heard about the case. So lawyers have heard about it, talked about it in the whole nine, but they don't know the details. They're not privy to the information or whatever. So they just see the news reports and all the surface stuff. So when Nuwaupians go seek out a new attorney, the Nuwaupians are giving this attorney all the good stuff or all the propaganda. So the attorney takes that information and takes an assessment, and then he's like, yeah, well, y'all didn't do this. Oh, I can do this for you, or I can do this for you, but I'm gonna charge you X amount of money, and then I'll take on the case and then everything is all fluff and everything is all good. So they report to York and say, hey, we found a new attorney. The attorney's on point. They see what's going on, and they say this and that and third. Now what happens is, so the attorney is gung-ho. Then when the attorney gets retained on the case and paid or whatever the case is, and he makes an entry into the case and he gets privy to the documents, then all of a sudden it changes. And then if you notice, the Nuwaupians have gone through a whole bunch of attorneys because of what I'm saying. The attorneys will be gung-ho, seem like they're down. Then all of a sudden, 3 months later, 6 months later, the attorney is rolled out. And now the attorney becomes the devil. Oh, the attorney must be working for the other side and this and that. But I say all that to say is that some people that were paid and stuff, you don't even know about. So the money that you people do know about, there's even more. So I just want to kind of put, I don't know the exact figure. So I'm saying all to say, I don't know the exact figure now, but as of 2004, it was in the millions. And I know that firsthand because I saw the transactions and this, that, and the other. So it's a whole lot of money that was spent. And so and then the other question is who's paying. It's coming from the organization and how the organization operates. The organization has lost everything. The organization used to own an entire apartment complex in Georgia called Edgewood. That was lost. The land obviously was forfeited. The mansion in Athens, Georgia, forfeited. We had a building location in Athens, Georgia, that was lost. Now, mind you, a lot of these things could have been prevented. But because of the pursuit with the Liberian stuff and everything, a lot of that stuff was forsaken and it was lost. There was another building. The headquarters moved from Athens to Decatur, Georgia. That building and the lease and all that stuff lost. The storage facilities. A lot of stuff has been lost, either lost or, utilized for money purposes or whatever the case is. So a lot of the money is coming from membership and then the ordinary business of the organization. And that's why everything's drilling on. They asking for donations all the time. They asking for petitions to be signed. They got GoFundMe's. They got different campaigns. The Nuwaupu ball just happened, and they do different things, and they coming out with the different pamphlets, books, the repeat of this, just change the cover, add a little bit of this, that, and the third, and then it's another brand new $10 book, $15 book. So it's a combination of all those things that's being paid for. And then a lot of attorneys are not being paid. A lot of attorneys will be retained. You'll get their retainer, and then it becomes a money issue, and then they'll roll out because of finances. Adrian Patrick being one.
Ron Thompson, the National Legal Professionals Association, Frank Rubino, Robert Ratcliffe. I pulled up the legal fees that were paid out. Like you got Edward Garland, $1,500,000.
Yeah, 1.5 million.
It was 20,000. Frank Rubino, 165,000. You got Jonathan Marks, 50,000.
And mind you, that is 2000. I'm gonna just tell you what you're reading off is 2004. So that y'all keep that in mind. That's just 2004.
Yeah,
that's 13 years ago.
Yeah.
Hey, so why did they give him Rico? Why did they tag Rico onto his thing?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Why did they add Rico to his charges?
The Rico it was Rico conspiracy. It was 2 counts of Rico, and then it was Mann Act. Mann Act deals with transportation and travel for illegal purposes, and then Rico conspiracy, criminal enterprise. And you ask why, is because the money structuring was lumped up in that, and then the criminal enterprise being him and the co-defendants. Some of his co-defendants receive immunity agreements, and they testified for the prosecution, such as Habiba Washington and Tariq's sister. So because I'm saying that because a lot of Nuwaupians like, how can it be a conspiracy when he's by himself? He's tried by himself and this and that. They don't understand, they don't understand how that works. The criminal enterprise was York, his the co-defendant, his what they call main wife, and the others. But so why it's because one, the statute of limitations for some of the charges would have been up, and so you got to remember he pled guilty in January of 2003. The federal case came to a halt because it was assumed that that was it. But the judge had to go through the normal process, and the judge ended up rejecting it. Once the judge rejected it, then the federal prosecutors revamped their case, and so they filed a superseding indictment. So the original indictment was a part of the plea, but then they filed a superseding indictment adding counts. Then it became a 13-count indictment. Started off as a 4-count indictment, then it went up to 13 counts. And the only reason why that's a difference there is because when you go to a plea, then, you know, they stop their investigations. They, you know, everything comes to a halt. It's like, okay, well, we're about to wrap this up. So, you know, it would have been done, but it was rejected. So now the prosecution has to, you know, turn the fire back on and move forward like they would have if it wasn't a plea at all.
Can I add something to that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
And what Rick is saying is 100% true. And I've been hearing that lately on a lot of the shows, you know, with the plea. And it's been proven to people that when he took the plea, that his wife and the females were out of prison. All you got to do is go look at the records. And I've seen this presented to Nuwaupians, and they say, no, that's not true. And all they got to do is look it up. And if it's not true, then just provide a date when they were released from prison. Because, see, if they claim to deal with their science of Nuwaupa, which they claim is backed up by evidence, they never provide evidence for anything they say. And when he was talking about the UCC, that's what I was saying earlier, and that was the brother I was talking about you had on last time, Tyrone, people will make statements like, yeah, well, you guys can't know all this because the records were sealed, the transcripts were sealed because there was other things said at the trial. Listen to how stupid that shit sounds. If you're saying they were sealed and you don't even know what the other stuff that you claim was said at the trial. And that UCC did open up exactly what Brother Anpu was talking about, because I know, because I was part of that shit too. And in addition to the money that was spent on legal, there was stage visits that I was involved with Galu, you know, just to pay him tons of money to come visit York. And then we would make it look like his Liberian attorney visited him. I mean, that's side calculations, and all that funding, like Brother Anpu said, you know, comes from the members, all of us that have been in the community and in the organization for 25, 30 years. This has been the foundation of how the organization worked for years, through the books and the business and giving donations and free will offerings. That was just like less than a year and a half, 2 years ago. This is what York always does. He creates some sensationalism, doomsday shit when they got to have members mobilize and move. Like when they were saying a year and a half ago, everybody's got to move north of the Mason-Dixon line. But the reality was, is like Brother Anpu said, they were months behind on that building in Decatur and got kicked the fuck out of there. So they came up with this crazy ass bullshit story. But think about this. You're telling people to move north where there's more chaos and more confusion. And then you were telling them prior to that, everybody needs to be down south in the warm climate. But there's always a justification for it. I even heard cats talking about, oh, this is a test like the 19 classes. See, Nuwaupians will always come up with some spooky ass religious bullshit to justify any crazy stuff like that. That was a financial move. So he always uses the tactic to mobilize everybody in one area, but create some type of concept like this one. Everybody needs to be north of the Mason-Dixon line. In 1999, going into 2000, it was Y2K, the end of the world was coming. And you can go on to all of those outellect tapes. He made a lot of prophecies that were incorrect. He said on May 5th, 2000, there was going to be all this cataclysmic weather and destruction when the planets align. That shit didn't happen. Then it was 2003. The shams are coming. Okay, everybody had their own personal perspective on that. Then here's the real fuckery that I noticed. He was having us send him books. That whole doctrine, all those letters, and there was periods where we had a rotating triad. I was in that whole Neb thing. I was going up to Athens, teaching in that triad sometimes. When he was teaching about 2012, we were feeding him those books, and everybody can go look this up. There's a website called AdventuresUnlimitedPress.com, and there's a book called The Orion Prophecy, The Cannabis Revelation, all that 2012 shit. He was ciphering out of there, feeding it in people's letters, and I got hundreds of letters of it. And this is where he was coming fresh or getting fresh ideas. He would tell people, send me shit, And then all of a sudden information would come out. A lot of people don't know that, and they'll sit there and go, oh, that's not true. That's not true. Well, look, it is true, because you can't find in any doctrine that York taught going back to the 70s, 80s, when I was an Ansar up until the present day. He never talked about 2012 until 2008, 2009. So there's all these little mind games. You got to understand, when you can control the mentality of the people and you can get them to believe, because here's the problem. Most Nuwaupians have messiah-itis. They don't want to admit it. They want to wait for somebody to do shit for them. They literally believe that this man is some type of savior figure and is going to take him to the planet risk and he's going to get out of prison. And then on the flip side, they're going to sit there and say, when you ask them basic stuff like, okay, you believe he's an incarnation of Taah Noone, right? We know in the doctrine, Taah Noone can heal himself, but he can't heal himself from angioedema. It just doesn't make any sense. And I heard you guys confronting the brother on the last, show that you guys did, using titles as the master of heaven and earth. That's all religious shit. And then they're going to turn around and say that they're not religious. But all this kind of money, all these concepts on the case, like Brother Anpu was saying, the UCC, this made a lot of records available, and people don't know that, and especially the medical records with the herpes and why that stuff wasn't used. And then there was another thing that I heard you guys talk about on a previous show, Brother Anpu. He was offered to take a second test after that, and people refused to accept this piece of information. And if you believe that that first test was tampered with, if I know I was innocent and I knew I was being, accused of those charges, I would take that second test from my own private doctor and clarify my name that I didn't have no STDs. See, Nuwaupians want to bypass that, and their only justification is none of this stuff that we're talking about right now is true. Well, if you deal with the science of sound right reasoning, where's your evidence to support that? Not your personal opinion. See, all we've been doing, and I've seen you brothers been doing for a while, providing documents. Oh, that's not real. Providing information. Nobody wants to look at it in that perspective. I mean, so-called Nuwaupians. But this kind of crap, has been going on for you. The other thing Brother Anpu said, the visits, and like he mentioned one thing, this is another thing I started to see. And I was going from 2008, late 2007 to 2012. And that's exactly what would take place. You would go sit in a visit. I sat in visits by myself with 2 people. You were allowed to go in there with a 3 people maximum. You couldn't go in with more than 3 people. I sat in there in visits. We would be with a group of people, just like Brother Anpu said, he'd be talking bad about another group. And this is all mind tactics. He would always make, oh, you guys are my special little group. And then you would leave and you would get feedback. And then he's talking about you to the other group that might have come see him the following week. So that's his tactic: divide, conquer, and make you feel like you're special. Because that's really what Nuwaupians spend their whole life doing, trying to get the favor of York. It's like to them, it's like an honor. And again, you don't realize this shit when you're submerged in it. But now when you look at it from the outside and you still see that, like Brother Anpu said, the same cycles are recycled. Everything they're doing now is nothing new. They just keep recycling it and nothing changes. So I just wanted to tap in on that, because a lot of the stuff that he just went through, again, I could verify that shit is true.
And I want to
add something real quick too.
Oh, go ahead.
Real quick, like he said, if you see the master of heaven on the earth, but really where he got there from is called the master of heaven and earth. So it's ridiculous and sick with the plagiarism. And if we didn't have the minds that we have research it after we all be stuck. So this is stuff that I like to do is pull plagiarism and the copycatting.
Well, I'm gonna give you one better, because I know you deal with Afro Unu and the Nature of Nature books. There was a point in time where we were sending that to him. I personally gave it to him, and
right.
It was from there that he started to rewrite, start to put in letters, information, extracting it from there, right. And then there was a couple of things that he didn't know, and it kind of contradicted some of the things he was doing, because at one point he claimed he never knew anything about Afro Unu, nothing about him. He didn't know anything about him. Then all of a sudden it switched to, maybe he was one of my students, or he was a student. and this and that, because it was still iffy, because it was fresh, but people were bombarding him with questions. Because what happened, a lot of people there was like a influx of people becoming aware of those books. And so, and this happened in Atlanta. So then a lot of people was like, man, that has to be York right there. That has to be, that has to be Pops. Pops wrote these. It has to be, because you see the word Nuwaupian and all that stuff in there. A lot of familiarity in there. So it came back to haunt the situation, because originally Habiba was one of the people that received those books a long time ago when they were first dropped, and it was introduced that these books were out and stuff like that, and it was extracted. Some information was extracted from those texts to create the Right Knowledge series from the get-go. Right. And because the Right Knowledge series came in and it kind of faded away, now it came back up, it kind of bit the organization, in the butt again. So he had to put a spin on it, but he couldn't spin on it as fast as the people became hip to those books. So then it became, all right, either you're going to follow me or you're going to read those books. So then the ultimatum was cast out. It was like, nah, either you with me or you with that, you being with the Noopoo and all this and that, or you down with Nuwaupian. It's not about Noopoo, it's Nuwaupian and this. And then people say, all right, well, I'm putting them down, but I was in visits where he was explaining that. Matter of fact, I still have letters where he, you probably seen him. You probably seen like a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I got them letters from you.
It's fun, yeah. So he says, I don't know Afro, and it was like,
same thing.
But see, if you notice, because I know that you wrote him on this subject, and I know he wrote you back and stuff. Now, if you look in hindsight, if you go back and reread your letter, you probably already done this. You go back and reread it, you'll see how he's not really answering your questions. He's fishing at the same time, responding. Right. He's responding but not answering, and you can clearly see that. You know what I'm saying? And I was involved with all that, so I know how how it goes. I know how that goes. I just want to say about as far as the doctrine. I got a book still to this day where he wrote all in the side of the book and everything like that, and it was to the sisters on what to copy and what to change, what to put a spin on it, and what to change. I mean, I have the actual copy, his handwriting, the book, his notes, all in it that they had. I got a couple of them like that. Matter of fact, it's a book it has a dragon on the front. That one and the David Icke book.
Right. Cause I remember he was telling everybody to start reading his books again. And that's what also contributed to my changing and getting away from it in 2010, because he taught against the Caucasian so many years. And then when his lawyer and them put out that video or the audio about 2 weeks ago, was called Now or Never, where York said he had a white wife and that the Nuwaupians aren't racist. I'm like, this is foolishness. I'm like, how? You call these people devils since the 70s. Now, all of a sudden, you got a white wife and 2 white daughters, and they spoke Spanish. I said, well, and I asked Tyrone this, even after the show we did. We was talking after the show had went off air. And I said, how? I said, where was these women at? He said, I'm like, he must have been hiding them, because all the women we seen was always around. I said, where this white woman was at if he didn't care? And it was nobody. He kept saying nobody wins the race and racism. I said, well, he didn't believe that, because he damn sure hit that. If that was true, that he, if Anpu or Chuck or either Mike, if y'all could speak to that, is there any validity to that? Because I know York will sleep with anything because he touched kids, so you ain't got no boundaries. But on the basic level, is there any truth that he was messing with Caucasian women?
I can't validate that, so I'm not going to be a hypocrite. So I don't have no knowledge of that. I do know, being in the communities, Spring Valley, I know he had Asian mates, so he wasn't exclusive, just exclusively Nubian melanated women. He did mess with mixed seeds, Asian, Latino. That I can confirm, but I'm not going to sit here and be a hypocrite, and I can't confirm he messed with any white woman. But one thing I do want to add on something that Anpu was just saying real quick, not to change the subject. In 2006, the same thing, like with flipping books, and Anpu probably knows this. In that time period, there was a lot of Nuwaupians messing with Santeria or Ifa. Let me show you the little fuckery that was going on. Now, I've been initiated in that. That's something I came up with, and in my background, etc. And his daughter Leah at the time was heavily messing with it, and he had wrote me a letter. I still got the letter, and he was asking what are good books on Ifa and how to make an Alegua and stuff like that. Let me show you this shit. Now, also at that time, shortly after that, a year or two after that, I went into some visits with her. And I sent him a book called Osha by Baba Raúl Canizares. He read the book, he took the information right out of there and then wrote his daughter as if he had knowledge on how to make an Alegua. He just word verbatim extracted it out of the book because she was dealing with that culture at the time. I don't know if she still does now, because last time I probably talked to her was 2009. And he basically just ciphered the information out of there and wrote her to make it look as if he knew about how to make an Alegua, a lot of the traditions of Ifa, because at that time there was some dude in Atlanta that was claiming to be a Babalawo that a lot of Nuwaupians were going to, trying to do rituals to get him out of jail. And I was telling them, motherfuckers don't know what they doing. They have no clue, you know, what they tapping into and messing with. And then he would tell me shit like when I would go that, yeah, you know, any of that stuff you got, you need to burn it. You know, just stupid shit like, and I'm just like, burn it for what? You know what I mean? That shows you don't understand what it is. So, and then I remember them doing updates, Mentu Hotep, I remember him doing one update talking about, oh, you know, this is the other tactic. Anytime you present information that Nuwaupians or York don't know about, oh, you're walking ahead of the master teacher. You're not supposed to walk ahead. That's a little psychological bullshit game. So you can't present anything to the forefront that you know something he don't, and then everybody turns on you and tries to demonize you like, oh, see, you're disagreeable. See, that's the old plot. See, at one turn, you can't tell people they're gods and to think for themselves, but you're never quite a god like York is. You understand what I'm saying? So you're a god, but when you question everything, you just can't question York, the ideology of the organization, and you have to stay in line. So you're only a god when it comes to outside of the realm of the organization. But he would do shit like that. And when I saw the letters, her letters personally, and I'm like, shit, that's straight from the book that he requested for me to send to him. So he was notorious, even whether he was not in prison, like Brother Anpu said, when he had the females, researching, putting the books together, extracting, etc. But he's been doing that since he's been incarcerated. He's found methods to cipher books. He'll tell people to send him shit, just like Brother Anpu said. And then he'll extract it word verbatim out of there. But I can attest to that's another example or a tactic, that you bring it to the forefront. You're oh no, see brother, you get demonized for it. But all that stuff is true.
And to add on to that, just go to my YouTube and look up did Dr. York know that Afro Uno existed, and those I think is that one. Where I got the letters that Anpu did present that I put in there with my letters as well. And the other video was called Afro Uno Proof. That's the video where you can see the letter that York wrote me back, trying to somewhat fish to see if I knew about Afro Uno, which I didn't at the time, but I was writing him saying, listen, I could see that what you writing in the Patarox and the nature books ain't the same thing. And that's when it started for me. And I used to go back and forth with him like that all the time. So
I got a letter from 2008 where he made it clear to me in a letter that he is not Afro Uno. He has nothing to do with that. And he did not write any of those books. I have that, at
Good.
that time.
I need that letter from you then. Hit me up on my YouTube. Hit me up then. Let me get that letter. I definitely put that up as well.
Most definitely.
Chuck.
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm enjoying the show.
Yo, your name is on the moniker though. They got your name on the moniker.
I didn't put my name on the moniker. What I wanted to do was that's why I invited the other brothers in, because I wanted to give other people a chance to present the whole argument, because my thought was that they were going to be Nuwaupians who wanted to go toe to toe.
Right.
Well,
unfortunately,
I emailed them, and one of them said they was at a vigil for the master teacher, and in DC, and then I ain't getting no response back from Brother Tyrone or any of the other. I mean, I had about 3 of them in my email all week, sending me videos and literature and everything, but I ain't hear from them today. I don't know.
They said, oh hell no.
I wonder if that vigil includes that little statue they made of York. I wonder if they're doing a pilgrimage around it.
Yeah. So that was what I thought was going to go down, and I wanted to make sure we had enough, people who were there on the scene as it happened, that could go toe to toe for the benefit of the audience. But because they you know, made excuses to fade out, you know, it is what it is. So nevertheless, the audience is gaining from the information that's being presented tonight. So because it's still early here, it's about 8 o'clock here, and I gotta work it. I was just sitting back laying in bed, just taking it all in, you know.
Right.
And it's good because I mean, after doing so many shows, it's always good to sit back and, you know, have these great minds explain this stuff to the people who can see that there's been some games played, but now you got the facts to back it up. So that's what I'm doing. You know, I can get long-winded, but now I'm losing my voice from talking earlier. But yeah, this is good. As a matter of fact, I want to make sure I put this up on my YouTube channel because this is information that everybody needs to see.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and of course we're going to do follow-ups because much of the information here is either on the website or we're going to add some more stuff to it. Because even those letters, because there are going to be a number of those letters that York wrote that we're going to post on the website so people can see it for themselves. This is where York is coming from, or some of the letters where York is attacking some of the followers who are working for him. We're going to put them up there. So we want to make sure that everybody gets a bigger picture than what's already there, just until it's absolutely clear that you know, this whole thing was a game from the jump. It was a setup. It was a hustle. That was his method. Just when we came on the show, when you were playing, where York said why he used Islam, because he said that Islam was the dumbest religion you can hide up in. You know, he had to change his name all these times in order to hide and get away from people and the attention. So
man, I want to tell y'all a story. I'm gonna tell you.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna tell you a story about at one of those moments of transferring from one doctrine to another or changing and everything like that. Everyone knows that York spoke highly against Jesus Christ, basically dogging Jesus, saying that Jesus never even existed, to the point where Jesus was the sun in the sky and the 12 disciples are the 12 zodiac signs, all of that stuff. Jesus never died for your sins. It went from there to he was replaced by Judas. That was the Ansar doctrine. To Jesus didn't even exist. You know, like, yeah, he exists, but it's the son, you know, the whole thing. Now, at one point, this is about 2002. No, that's when he was arrested. It was before that. But anyway,
about 2000.
He wanted to go, you know, because he started the Egyptian Church of Christ, and the Holy Seed Baptist Synagogue and everything like that. So I remember he wanted to resurrect Jesus and make him real. And I remember being involved in the conversation, listening to the conversation where he is actually planning how to do just that. And I remember he asked us, it was me and two other brothers, and he asked each one of us, like, how would you do it? What can I say? He was like, man, he said, for years I done taught that Jesus didn't even die on the cross and he didn't exist and everything like that. Man, how am I going to do this? So he looked up and was like asking us, and so the other two brothers gave their answer, and I looked, I was like, man, I don't know. I can't touch that, because it just, I don't see no way out. I don't see how you can do it and still have credibility.
Correct.
You know, whatever. And then so that happened one night, and then not about a week later, about 2 weeks later, probably, he's in the temple on the land with a full-blown spinning story about Jesus being real, how Dr. Thompson had to resurrect him, and he died, and Jesus came and visited him in his moment of near-death experience, and that he was real, and all this and that. And people were actually in the audience, Nuwaupians now, were in the audience,
crying,
crying, standing up, testimony. And, you know, because he the way he packaged it up was like, you got, in order for you to understand, you got to feel the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost is real, and this and that. And I'm sitting there, you know, because I dealt with the audio, so I'm sitting in the front looking at I could see everybody's face, because I'm facing the audience myself, and I'm looking at people's faces, and they shaking their head, and they look like they're just, you know, spellbound. And so, and then from there we changed the Om chant, and I don't know how many people were ex-Nuwaupians or whatever in the audience or the chat. But it was there was an Om chant on the land out the Black Pyramid, and then there was and we had, and it was an area we called the train stop, It was a few columns right there. We had speakers right there. Now the Om chant was changed. Now I'm responsible for doing this.
Jesus thing. I remember.
The Om chant was changed from Om to thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. It was repeat. It was a loop that repeated. This was going on for 24/7 for a while until we changed it back. So I'm just letting you know the lengths and that this stuff is real, that these transitions can happen, that it's made up, that it's actually calculated and thought out. It's like well thought out, so it's not something that these Nuwaupians can really just kind of write off and be like, okay, well, no, that's an old school, it's outdated. I guarantee you ask any Nuwaupian that while they were an Ansar, if they go in real time, go back in time, while they were Ansar, to them, the Ansar Allah doctrine was the end all be all. Mm-hmm. It's only when you can look hindsight that you can say, oh, it's just a school. Because right now, this is in 2004 when he came out with the Wu Nuwaupu lessons that was on 8.5 by 11 piece of paper that was stapled together.
Yep.
He said that I'm starting now to give you what I really came to give. But then even after that, it wasn't. Then he says it again, like 4 years later,
Mm-hmm.
like I'm really coming to give you this. It's called Pa Tariq and the actual facts and this and that. So I'm saying this to say that York himself and those that are real close, they rely on time being their ally and the forgetfulness and the amnesia of the people, and then the revolving door of new people. It's only because of new people and people being forgetful or time going by that this can even continue. So I just want to kind of drop that on there to give some give a little bit more of how this stuff goes down like that.
And just like with the because that whole thing about what I really have to give, and this is what I was trying to tell the brother this past week, that he mentions the same thing in the Holy Tablets. He mentions the same thing in the Millennium Book. In the Holy Tablets, chapter 19, tablet 6, 184 through 194, he says, it was all necessary for the preparation of what I am teaching you now for your understanding and acceptance. I had to take you through several schools of learning before I could get you to this point, to get you all the stories and names correct in your head. You are Nuwaupian, you are from Nubia, you have your own dressing culture. You now have everything, emphasize everything you need to go to the next level. I can't give you what you wanted, Islam, so you will learn to want what I really have to give. Now you have learned what I have to give. Then it comes in the Millennium Book, which is in 2000. Here it is. I have said it all. What more can I say? All those that opened their door to me, I took under my wing and gave you all I have to give. Millennium Book, Part 2, page 812. You don't get no clearer than that. So all this nonsense about what's coming now is what I really have to give. I mean, this goes to show the inconsistencies and the game and the money that's being raked in because of this stupidity. And the Nuwaupians are this stupid to follow.
If I could add something real quick, because I want to back up, and what Chuck says right, but something Anpu just said about the Jesus thing. The other thing people don't understand, this whole Masonic hustle, and Anpu was there for every Sunday. York had a select group of us brothers going to his house in Athens every Sunday when the lodge was first opened, the first Blue House in 2000. And every Sunday we would have these meetings about forming this bootleg lodge, which really was just operating out of bookstores and people's houses and storefront. Just another system of fuckery. Just like when we claimed we had some building in downtown Macon, we were putting up billboards and shit of property we didn't even have, and people thought, we had all this stuff. But on the Jesus thing, I was there for that. And regardless, the Nuwaupians can say schools and changing, you still have to hold York accountable for that whole Jesus concept. That ain't got nothing to do with any of that shit that they're saying, because how is a man going to know all that information and knowledge and then just bypass all that and say Jesus is real? To show it was a hustle. I remember coming to the house right when that was about to drop, and he said he had this near-death experience, just like Anpu said, and that he had to be resuscitated. He was trying to sell this shit to us. And that he saw in that vision, he said he died and he came back to life. But when he left, he saw Jesus, and Jesus told him that everything that he was doing was wrong, and teaching about the Anunnaki and the Natiru, all that stuff that he was doing was wrong, that he needed to get back in line with the blood of Christ and be saved. I remember this shit because I was sitting at the house with a group of brothers. Mentuhotep was there. I can throw some fucking names at you. Danielle that passed away. Spanish Mattoon was there. I believe Abishaya was there. I could be wrong on that, but there were several brothers there when he was selling this shit, you know, to us. So the bottom line is, regardless if you say, because Nuwaupians will use like what Chuck just brought up to say, well, see, well, that was when we were in that school, which that's a bunch of bullshit, because that's their crutch to lean on when you confront them with information that's wrong. So they always have that crutch that they can back on. Well, see, that was when we were in that school. But bottom line is, when you use this whole Jesus thing that happened, that ain't got nothing to do with schools. That exposes the fraudulentness. How can you justify this man being Noone, Melchizedek? And here's the other fuckery he does. Whatever school we were in, if it was Islam, he was Al-Qibla. He was Melchizedek, Rabboni Yeshua. He was in right knowledge, he was Marduk. And you know, and then he was Amun-Nubi Ra'akata. Whatever culture or school he went into, he made sure he placed himself as the highest deity. So no matter which way you turn, even if you decided that you wanted to leave and go back to something else, he made sure he stamped his presence in all of those dogmas. Because here's the bottom line, when you look at it, regardless of whatever school we went through, there was always the Messiah, savior figure. There was always a scripture to follow and a congregation. But then the Nuwaupians will say they're not religious. Quick example. When we were Muslims, the Holy Quran was our holy book. He played the savior figure. Whether it was Al-Qibla under the Sufi order, whatever it was, he was still the savior figure. Then we left out. If it was Judaism and Christianity, he was Melchizedek or Malachi York. And the short while we stayed in Hebrew, then the Torah was our holy book and our guidance. Then that was all fuckery. We needed to bypass that. We mastered that. Then it was in Nuwaupo. The Holy Tablets is the new Nuwaupian Bible, and he's Amun-Nubi Ra'akata, the savior. All right. Then that ends, and then it's the black book. He's Atum Re now, the savior. That shit ends, and now they got their new Bible called the Patra. It's always now he's Noone, master of heaven and earth. The Patra is the Bible now. So if you really look at what he does, he don't really change his manipulation system. It's savior figure, some type of scripture or holy book, loyal congregation. But then they'll turn around and tell you we're not religious. But everything about it is religious. They're not going to think they're religious because they're engulfed inside the organization. They're not looking at it. Now I see why for years people thought we were fucking nuts. You understand? Because when you look at this now, you're like, wow, it's not some of the information that he ciphered. People didn't have a problem when you were coming at them with certain levels of consciousness. But when you started talking all glorifying him and bringing him up to a pedestal, this is where people would have a problem with us. And then we would think that they were crazy. And we would turn around and say stuff like, we don't worship this man. Well, how could you say that when in Brooklyn they built a statue of him on some little fucking thing that they actually bow in front of and then, you know, genuflect in front of?
Yep.
Praise like it's a fucking deity. You understand? Come on, man.
And I posted that little statue on the website as well. But right, just to end that last point, because on the CD, you want to question me and I taught you. Now, this is supposed to be after the schools now. This is just prior to his arrest, because a lot of those classes were chopped up and placed on CDs. But, you know, he starts talking about this is York saying, because you didn't get the Holy Ghost, you don't know what it means to get the Holy Ghost and be saved. Ain't my fault. You think that you got a monopoly on knowledge, and I'm the one who taught you, nigga. I'm happy that Christ found favor in me. God don't exist. All that sounds good to a whole bunch of demons who want to hear that and think it frightens me, because I realized that over a period of time, the doctrine I taught, I was growing weeds, because I was teaching the Bible was wrong and this is wrong and that is wrong. And the reason why they like that doctrine so much is because they're demons. Now, he's calling the people who took on Nuwaupo as being demons. And when you start talking about Christ and salvation and resurrection and the Spirit of God and the Holy Ghost and God, they get mad at me. So you don't decide to get saved. Dr. Malachi York didn't decide to become a Christian or to get saved I was quite content in Egyptology. I knew what I was talking about. But when God chooses you, I don't care where you are or what you're doing. If God chooses you, something hits you and bam, then you hear yourself saying, Jesus is real. That's on You Want to Question Me, and I taught you CD. That's it.
And another thing real quick on that same note, in 2009 going into 2010, we had the ball in Orlando, Florida. I was the one responsible for getting that ball together, which that was a whole nother fucking headache and mess. But in a visit in 2009, prior to that ball, I was in a visit, and I'll tell you who it was. Myself, people who know the sister as Nifu or Bastet or whatever you know her as, and Joe's wife, Robbie. It was me and them two sisters sitting in the visit. Them two sisters told him to show people don't understand the fuckery with the money. This is the second time that we opened the lodge. Now, remember, the lodge was closed at that time because then York went to this ideology. We're all family. It's all about AEO. The lodge created separation. I know people remember that shit, that we're shutting the lodge down. It's just about AEO, all family. They did this twice now. This was the first time. The sisters sat in a visit and were explaining to York, those two sisters, about how money wasn't coming in, that it was tight, and we needed to do something to bring money in. They suggested, and York agreed, and then York enforced it. When the lodge was open, brothers were bringing a lot of money into the office, but since the lodge shut down, not money was flowing in. So that was the reason in the second time for opening it, back in 2009 going into 2010. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they reopened it again not too long ago. But again, I'm using that to show people the lodge thing, that's all bullshit. It's money tag. I was the master of the southern jurisdiction, which handled the whole South. York would create this little bullshit jurisdictions, edicts. He would just, use the same Masonic concepts that the Europeans are using, and would say, yeah, well, we have to master. Once you master this, then I'll give you the secrets. Well, here's the great secret. There is no fucking secret. That's the secret. And if York keeps that illusion, and anybody that's like him that has these organizations, if I can keep creating the illusion that I know something you don't know, I can keep you intrigued and I can keep you in the fold. Because most Nuwaupians are loyal due to the fact that they feel like there's something coming down the pike that I don't know, and I'm going to get some secret information. And this is what keeps them. That's another tactic he used. It's always, we were in Masonry for all those years, and I was waiting for the fucking secrets. It's like, okay, we mastered this shit. When's these great secrets coming? The secret is there is no secret. It's just the illusion that a secret exists. But that was another money game. The whole lodge thing is a money game. It's a way to collect money and to motivate brothers. And then there's the threats. Oh, you're required. This lodge has to come up with this X amount. The lodge funded a lot after 2004. When the lodge reopened the second time, they were responsible. And I remember, Brother Anpu, you might even have been at that meeting when Joe was the worshipful master. We had a big meeting, I believe it was in 2006, where we gave a year-end report of just how much money the lodge spent on a legal case. That wasn't counting everything else. And that was in the hundreds of thousands. You understand? So that was another tactic used to raise a lot of money, for the case, etc. So it's always about money. At the end of the day, I don't care what anybody tells you. It's about dollars and cents. That's just the reality of it.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with everything you're saying. Especially what you just said. Last thing you said. I'm the one that actually gave the report and caught a lot of flack for that. The sister,
I remember. I still have that report.
The sisters blamed me for or doing that. They try to make it seem like we were trying to show them up, that we did a lot more than they did and this and that, and then we saw the writing on the wall, that the lodge from that point forward is going to be, more moving towards shutting down, because York had a thing of being the center of everything. So he felt that we were doing things without him, and his name wasn't, he wasn't the center of attention anymore. And we purposely did that. I explained this to him face to face. I said, now, even attorneys said this to him. He said, look, York, you're going to have to let your organization go. Meaning that if you are such a prolific teacher as the people around me are telling me, this is the attorney talking to him. Matter of fact, it was Linda Shepsfield. I believe that's her name. Probably mispronounced her last name. But she said that based on what people are telling me, you are you are this dynamic teacher. So I'm sure you have raised teachers that can handle it in your absence. So what you're going to have to do, Mr. York, is let it go. Stop trying to control people. Stop trying to control your organization. Focus on your innocence. Focus on the fight of you getting out of here, your case, and this, that, and the other. And he totally refused. And so we purposely, in that same vein, we purposely wanted to put him in a retirement position, you know, not involved with anything. So we were the front. You know, we were the front. We made him the past Supreme Grand Master and this, that, and the other. And then when we said that, he writing people like, you know, past make it sound like I'm dead and this and that, you know, and all those kinds of things. Right. But see, so this speaks to what I said before. York had a choice. It was very simple. Either he's going to maintain his illusionary created identity of himself as all these different characters, or he's going to be honest and just fight for his life, because he fight for his life and focus on his case, or he can maintain this persona, and he chose to maintain this persona. And that's how come everything unfolded the way it does and still does to this very day. He chooses to do that. Even in one of the recent things that somebody posted up on Facebook, where he's acting like they're just, matter of fact, I think the lawyers are reading it, or it was some kind of call in, and there's 2 letters written. One is from the perspective of an entity speaking through him, and then the other perspective is him. And it's crazy because the entity is like, you know, I'm out of here. Basically, I'm about to roll out, and I'm taking York with me. And this is supposed to be Taah Noone speaking, I guess. And then the other one is York himself. And if you listen to that, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about, where he's doing that to uphold this persona that he still has these things. And I'm gonna say this. This is another example. Since we bring it up a little.
Peace, brothers.
Yeah, we can go on. Like I said, I mean, you know, we can get off top. Look, I'm waiting for the heavy questions or something like that. Because, like I said, I could rant.
Okay, well, that's why I wanted, you know, because I wanted to get to that. Okay, so before he ever got charged with this, everybody on the panel that was Nuwaupians that are now speaking out against him, had you guys ever heard of any misconduct or any rumblings about children or anything like that before he got charged?
Well, I'll speak first then. No, I didn't. I lived on land. I moved on land in 1997. So I lived there from 1997 until we got evicted in 2004. Matter of fact, me and another brother, we were the very last people to leave the land, you know, in 2004. So in that span of time, I didn't see anything directly, and you know, you didn't hear things, you know, because you just knew York had a several different wives and everything like that. The brothers lived separate from the sisters, even if you were married on the land and stuff like that. There were sisters, you know, the sisters, you just didn't interact with the sisters because you weren't sure if one of them was married. I mean, the married couples could, you know, at certain times, but you didn't interact with the sisters. So it wasn't a lot. There wasn't a lot of exchange of information for you to even hear about these things, you know, that even if they were to buzz around, because everything was built, you know, the land was ran like an assembly line where one person may not even know what the next person is doing, even if they're working on a similar or same project. But York himself knew what everybody's doing. And so like how Mike brought up, even in the visits, he would make one person feel this way while they're in front of him, and then he turn around in front of somebody else, make them feel that way, but then speak against the other. And this is how the sisters operated, where there's a lot of jealousy, a lot of competition. That's right. And things like that was going on. So we heard about that. And if you had a wife on the land, that was your ear to the other side, as we used to say. You know, you could hear a few things that kind of goes on in the office and stuff like that. But as far as the children are concerned, I speak for myself. I didn't see it or didn't hear about it at that time.
Let me add something real quick, and just to paint a quick picture. Now, I can go back to, when you go back into the Ansar communities, and I go back to 1991, when I was in Brooklyn, Spring Valley, Philadelphia, or Miami, you got to understand this. You were out pedaling 12, 13, 14 hours a day. Then you came in, You did your guard shift, which could have been anywhere from 3 to 5 hours. It just all depended. Then, you know, a couple hours after that, you might have been up for Fajr prayer, you know, if you were the one sleeping. You were in an environment like Brother Anpu was saying. We literally, even though my mates at the time, I had to make an appointment in the goddamn green room just to have sex with my wife. And God forbid you wasn't quota or wasn't peddling or wasn't a good peddler, as if that was some type of privilege. I mean, really, how can somebody tell you when you can and cannot fuck your wife? Think about that shit for a minute. But when you're religious, you know, you're spooked. So I'm painting a picture because realize this, there was that separation. York set it up for a reason. You had men in one bait, you had females in another bait, you had a children's bait.
Mike, you're breaking up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, your audio's gone out multiple times.
I can hear him very well.
Okay. So
hey, while the other person's talking, that'll be dope.
Even though I didn't live on the land, but I was up there from 98 to 2002, and I spent a lot of time up there. Actually, at one point, York had called me and my mate at the time to move up there, but then he changed his mind and told us to open a bookstore in Macon, which we did. He said to stay out there because he had other ideas, whatever. But there was really no different the way he structured it on the land as far as the living situations. So why a lot of people like Nuwaupians will go, well, you know, they'll ask a question, and I'm not saying the brother that just asked the question, I'm talking about Nuwaupians. They'll say, well, you didn't see nothing back then, so how you coming forward now? I want to make sure the picture's clear. We never really had time, one, to see anything. Now, as far as me personally, towards the end, I did hear, they were just rumors. Could I confirm it? No, I couldn't confirm it. But I heard stories, and stories are just stories, so I'm not going to be a hypocrite and just go by hearsay. So I can't 100% confirm anything. I did hear some rumors towards the end. I did hear more stories as we were Ansars about, you know, messing with other people's mates, etc. Because pretty much everybody was open game in New York. And the other thing is this, I got to paint this picture. If your wife was one of them that worked in the office or was around York all the time, think of this. You're out peddling and your wife is only seeing pretty much the only man she's seeing is York on a regular basis. I mean, come on, put one and one together. And I can confirm he would badmouth other brothers to their wives and say, oh, you know, he's not a good peddler. I'm not talking about me, but I can give you some names of brothers that he did do that to. Oh, you know, your man's not a provider. He's not a good peddler, etc. So York would work his psychological game on a lot of those women in the office. And then they started to look up to him as a father figure, a husband. He knew what he was doing. So you got to understand, most of us brothers were in positions. And I can attest because when Anpu lived on the land, I mean, those brothers were working 18, 20 hours a day sometimes, especially when it came to Savior's Day. And we would be up there preparing for Savior's Day. Even if we didn't live there, we were up there working 18, 20 hours a day, whether it was pouring concrete, doing repairs on the pyramid, whatever it was we were doing. And I would come up there and be like, I would block it out at the time, brothers living on the land asking $5 for a hot sandwich. I'm like, what the fuck? You know, these dudes ain't eating up here. You know what I mean? And Chuck can attest to that. And many other brothers can attest to that. But I'm saying to show you how we were locked into the psyche of it, we would just like toss that aside as if, well, you know, these brothers are sacrificing for the mission. See, that's the other game. You know, it's okay to be poor, broke, not have shit, a pot to piss in. That's okay because you're sacrificing for the mission. But yet, York's living quarters on the land and his mansion. If you ain't never seen his mansion in Athens, that shit was pimped the fuck out. So this dude's living, he had a Rolls Royce, he had 2 navigators, a big ass swimming pool, huge house. But yet these brothers are living in barns and you got people living in trailers in fucked up conditions. The point is, nobody wants to sit there and say he allowed that, he knew that. The question is why? You understand? Now, you won't look at that like that at the time when you were a part of the organization because it's like we had tunnel vision. We blocked it out. So this is the answer why when people say, well, why now? Again, like I said when I first came on, why are you guys speaking out now? Why all of a sudden you're saying this? Why all of a sudden you're saying that? You have to understand the mindset. When you're locked into it and you're a full-fledged, just like now, I look at all these people and I see me. Like the brother that you had on, Tyrone, every answer he said, it's like I knew he was going to say it before he said it because that was me a few years ago. York is the master at also programming you with the responses. And I listened to every response that brother said. And I'm saying, I mean, I feel his passion and his fire, and I'm sure he's sincere in what he does. But the fact of the matter is he was 100% wrong in everything he was saying. And he was caught a few times, and he just, the classic response, how we were trained. And again, I'm saying that because that was me a few years back. So this is the reason why a lot of us are now talking. It's not, how can you sit there and say, why are some of the victims all of a sudden coming out? The victims are coming out now because everybody deals with it differently. Some people can deal with it right away. Sometimes it takes years to set in this type of sexual abuse. It's not something that people can just openly talk about. But I hear people sitting here saying, well, if he's innocent, I don't hear them sitting there, you know, talking to some of these victims and confirming that. So you're saying all these victims, if you read that PSI that Chuck just put up, it mentions all of those 77 children that he fathered. I would drive one of the disabled child that was living in Macon at the time. He would ask me to pick that made up and that kid, and I would drive them up to the land. So I would ask Nuwaupians, how did the master of heaven and earth give birth to a child with deformity? So does that mean his genes and genetics aren't perfect? And then they get spooked because they know nothing about this type of stuff. This is the shit that I'm talking about. See, we got to break down the mystique that he's created about himself that's completely fictitious. It's not a reality. So this is why people are coming forward now and speaking, because people are coming to the realization of what's going on. And I keep hearing this recantment shit, which is fucking hilarious. And I've heard you guys address it a million times. There's no recantments on record anywhere. And if Nuwaupians say there is, and we know the Habiba Washington thing is garbage, you could toss that out because we know the reality of it. Just to prove your point, just give some names. And I watched one brother, well, I don't know the names. Then don't fucking say that there's recantments on records if you don't know no names. If you're saying that there's other recantments, that other witnesses came forward and recant, give us some names. Pull up some documentation. And I'm telling you, you can't, because I know this, and I know Brother Anpu knows this, and anybody that worked on the case, there's not one recantment on record. And that's why they're recycling this 2004 video as if it's something new. So the newer members are going to be illusioned and say, look, see, look at that video. But all of us that have been around, no, we know the whole shit. I got the whole transcript of when she went back into court, word verbatim, everything typed out, and how she explained why she said what she said. She felt sorry for him, etc. And she only did it because she didn't expect him to get that many years, etc. But everything that she did say originally was true. That's on record. All you got to do is go pull that up. So if you see the video and we're sitting there saying, well, that's not true, go pull up the records and you can actually see it for yourself. But the thing that mystifies me is people see this. They see Chuck, Chuck is demonized because he's taking a stance on it. So they see him posting these documents up, and they still don't believe it. Now, the PSI that he just posted, okay, the money structuring is in there in detail. It gives you the banks, how he structured it. You can go look at that shit for yourself. That will answer part of the RICO charges. And I know Brother Anpu was talking about the Mann Act and also transporting minors across state lines, because I forgot which year those statutes changed. They ran out of limitations. So that's why they incorporated all that other stuff. But Nuwaupians don't know this shit. Go read it for yourself and you will see. He was structuring money. It's a fact. It's right there. Wachovia Bank of America. It gives you the location. All you got to do is go read the PSI. But you'll sit here and see people say, well, this stuff is sealed. So my question is simply this. So you're saying that all this shit that we're presenting, that Chuck has been presented on Nuwaupianism.com, you're saying that all of it, we made it up? Well, I say, if we made all this shit up, we more powerful than York if we made all this shit up. That's all I got to say. So bottom line is, stop saying you do research when you don't do research. So that's just the reality of it.
Well, there you have it. See, it's a lot to that people could say, man. I don't even know if brother was Amati still there. Yeah, if anybody got questions to even ask. I haven't been paying attention to the chat or whatever.
Go ahead. You got something, Amati?
Nah, they really, everything that they was asking, y'all ended up bringing it up anyway, though. So, I wanted
to add something to Chuck was saying. I wanted to add something to what Chuck was saying. Can you hear me? Yeah, it's the audio where York was talking about he was going back to Jesus, and Jesus spoke to him, and he became a born again Christian. Hold on, this is it right here. Hold on, y'all. Here you go.
Jesus was a resisting. Stop resisting God. Stop resisting Christ. Just let it happen. If you think you bad things, that's what one of the niggas like to argue. Go ahead, the devil likes to argue.
So that's it right there, where he basically became a Christian after 30 years of teaching that Jesus was a myth, Jesus was this, Jesus was that, it's a spell of Leviathan, and blah, blah, blah. Now he should be a Christian. The Nuwaupian should, all that stuff they doing after he said this on tape, anything after that is hogwash. So that's showing you that he didn't care about Islam, and he damn sure didn't care about Christianity, because this is what he did. He started off saying why he chose Islam, the same thing, and like Chuck was saying before, when he started getting those emails and what he was saying, we from them victims saying, we coming for you, you going down, it's just a matter of time. That's when he started doing that whole Jesus thing and trying to line up under that again, just to trick people. And that's the audio. So the Nuwaupians, like I've been saying, anybody else saying, they don't know what they are.
That's right.
If you base it off of your teacher, your leader, you don't know what you is.
That's right.
And that's, you can find that audio on YouTube under Dr. Malachi York. It's called The Curse of Canaan. For those who can't spell it, it's CANAAN, Curse of Canaan. It's 10 minutes long. The first 4 minutes of it, he'll tell you the whole story, how he was watching this pastor on TV one night, and the pastor looked at him in the TV and was talking to him and all this old foolishness. Hogwash.
Yeah, there's no coming back from that, and that's the thing. They have a term for it. It's called cognitive dissonance. That's the formal term for that. When people have to, in their mind, they have to justify their belief. When the reality contradicts their belief, they call it cognitive dissonance, where you have to actually put a spin. You have to actually spook yourself out to continue that line of thinking and that mentality. And that's what the organization as a whole suffers from. And like I said, you know, I left the organization in 2009, but the friendships that I developed in living with people and then meeting people, you know, all the different people, you know, you have a sense of like, you know, you want to help them to see whatever. Because, you know, a lot of people say y'all hating on York, y'all just hating York, y'all bitter, y'all left, and what happened to y'all and this and that. And it's just like, for me, the doctrine is just done. Like, doctrine is purely pseudo, from the language to everything about it. The closer you get to the inner workings, the clearer and easier you can see. It's people on the outskirts that are really the gung-ho people, and they become the new inner people. The ones that are out, you know, that's the direction of flow. If you notice, the thing about this, if York can summon spacecrafts at will, if York is an incarnated being where several different entities speak through him, he said he got 8 different personalities in the Man from Planet Risk book, or whatever the case is. Now, if everything about him is true, then you have to ask yourself, those who are closest to him would be the ones he's intimate with, his wives, the ones he has children with, and the ones who work for him very closely, work in his finances, knows all his business. But yet, those sisters that would fit that description, they left. Not only did they leave, but they left and accused him of these things. So you got to imagine, if they witnessed him to be this great person, how, like, what would cause them to leave? Like, if you really encountered somebody who could levitate, who could heal people, who had the green light, who was incarnated, who could grow tall, make his beard turn black or white, you know, at will, all these different things people say about him, do you think that person would leave the side of a person like that? For real? You got to really ask yourself. So the direction of flow is from the outskirts, coming in, visiting the land, to volunteering, working on the land, to moving on the land, getting close, to getting in administration, and then all of a sudden you see too much and then you roll out and then you leave. That's how it works. That's exactly how it works. So people are just gonna have to understand that Nuwaubian's out here now, even to Prince York. Prince York was about 4 years old when all this stuff went down. This little, I mean, I know him as Little Ramses, you know. you know, all the stuff. I mean, there's a video of him where he takes a trip to the land. He's standing outside the gate and talking, and a lot of stuff he's just saying is just incorrect. But it's very convincing. It's very, you know, it's theatrics. It's a lot of showmanship put into it. And that's one thing I would definitely give York and organizations always give credit for, is that they know how to make something look really good on the outside, but it could be totally empty on the inside, totally foul. Like for example, Ramsey's nightclub or whatever, on the outside and all the buildings on the outside look really, really good. You go up in there, it's a totally different story. The Black Pyramid was so mysterious. It looked good on the outside. The vermiculite, the black, the paint, everything like that. You walk in there, thing was about to cave in. We had to brace it up with stuff. Nothing was in there, you know. So but I say that because that's the theme behind the entire organization. Everything looks good, but nah, it's really, really empty. But you know, I know we've been going at it a long time. I'm trying to, you know, see what other questions is going to come down the pipe or something, or else. You know, like I said, well, I don't really you know, this stuff is like kind of, it's part of my past tense now. I used to engage and want to help, you know, people with the facts and stuff like that, but it's too overwhelming. It's like, man, I've been there, done that at this point. So it's like, you know, I can clear up some stuff for people who really want to know. Now, I don't go back and forth with Nuwaupians because I know what time it is. It's a sickness. It's a disease. It's a mental disorder, cognitive dissonance. And, you know, those that I do know and I care about, and they come and they approach me and ask me stuff, I just give it to them. And see, and I want to say this too, for the record. I always put people that talk to me, I always put them in the position of a juror, because a lot of times people want to fast forward and come to the ultimate question and ask me, well, do you think he's guilty? And to this very day, I never, ever answer that question. What I'll do instead is I'll say, no, I'll give you all the information as if the jurors, like the jurors had it, and you make your decision. You weigh the evidence yourself, because don't take my word, because whether I think he's guilty or not, if I answer in the affirmative or the negative, then you're just gonna be relying on my word. So here's all the information. You want the hearing transcripts, you want this, that, and the third. Here you go. And that's what I did. That's been my position. A lot of the documents that people have is from me. It's from me going down to the courthouse, making copies, getting the scan, or Pacer accounts. I tell people how to get a Pacer account, the whole nine. And so that's been, you know, what I've been doing. And then I've even stopped doing that. So it's just people who come to me privately and they just want to make sense of it all. Then I'm like, look, don't ask me something if you ain't ready to, you know, really talk about it. So, you know, that's just been my position.
Somebody asked, they want to ask the panel, what would you brothers say to Dr. York if you had a chance to see him face to face today?
I'll simple, just come clean, be honest. You know, that's it. You know, just come clean. Stop mentally fucking the members. You know, the charade is over, man. The gig is up. You know what I mean? January 20th is going to come and go. He's still going to be sitting in there. And the Nuwaupians are going to come up with some space cadet shit like, oh, see, we didn't get him out. We didn't do out. See, anytime something fails, the members are going to be at fault for it. So he'll be in there. So my thing is, only thing I would say is, look, man, this is just my opinion. I think when he first came on the scene years ago, you know, he had the intent to maybe start something that could have been positive. I just think power and his ego and whatever personal demon sexually he was battling consumed him, and he gave in. It's just like, you're a man, you fucked up, you made a mistake. So only thing I would say to him is, man, just come clean. Let's end the charade that I'm some fucking space alien and some ships are coming and all that. That shit is over. The gig is up. The day of the conscious pimp is over. There's too much information out there now. Like Brother Anpu said, the doctrine is outdated. The shit is done. When you really look at the inner workings of it, it cannot stand really just against common sense, let alone any other doctrine. So I would just simply say, yo, man, the gig is up. Just come clean. I mean, not like that's going to really to make a major difference. I think he owes an apology to all those victims. And I think it's insulting that he's still holding this charade that he's innocent. And I was telling Chuck this. You know, all the time we would go in there, and I don't know the energy that Brother Anpu got when he would sit with him. He really believes in his mind that he hasn't done shit. But one thing I started to notice towards the end, when stuff started unraveling, I could sense the fear. That fear that he was going to start being exposed, that people were going to start seeing through it. So, because Chuck, somebody had asked me, did you sense any type of remorse? I don't know who that was. I was just having a conversation with him not too long ago. And my answer was, no, I necessarily didn't sense any remorse, but I saw more worry and fear that a lot of the stuff that Anpu was talking about, it's that, you know, started to unravel. Like, what's the next hustle? So I would just simply say, man, just come clean, man. The gig is over. Stop keeping this charade up and keeping these people in a fucked up mind state, because we've watched people that gave their life to this and passed away with nothing. I mean, we could name a handful of people. That's what I would say, man. Shit is up. Just let's stop. Let's end this charade.
Well, I'll say what I mean. If somebody would ask me that question, what would I say to him right now if I saw him now? I wouldn't say anything different than what I've already said. You know, like I'm one of the people that have always been straight up with him already. So it's nothing new that I would be saying. You know, the only thing I would be saying is that, you know, like, you know, I wouldn't want to get into I told you so's, but I would be justified in doing so. But I wouldn't even do that. I would just leave my words as they are that I've already said to him. You know, because he looked at me in my face. He told me at one point, this is between myself and the sister Rochelle. He said, look, if you ever put me in a position to choose between you and her, I'm going to choose her. And he told me that. And when he said it, I respected him for saying it and being frank with me. But what that did was it let me know that he chose. See, it's not about me or the sister Rochelle ourselves. It's about what we represented. I represented raw facts, data, you know, what we can do, how we can do it, and so on and so forth. Whereas the sister represented the fluff, the dream, the feel good, I'm gonna pacify you. I'm gonna tell you what you want to hear to get you through the next day or the next visit, until the next visit, and so on and so forth. So I understood that because he's a grown man and he made a decision, and I, you know, I'm not the one in prison, so he has to be go through that. So I respected him for telling me that, but it let me know clearly that he's choosing. He made a choice for me. So at that time, I respectfully gave him my feedback and told him that he's making a mistake. I told him that, you know, I gave him details exactly how the mistakes are happening and transpiring and all this stuff, dealing with issues specifically with Liberia, the whole Congo thing, the Ghana thing, the UCC thing, the Native American thing, you know, all this stuff, the merry-go-round with attorneys, everything. I used to tell him about all this stuff. So if I saw him, I really wouldn't have anything new to say at all. I wouldn't have anything new.
I would tell the same thing that Mike said. I would tell him he should probably focus more on his family, as far as, you know, like we was talking about his children earlier. And I would tell him that you can't beat Google. That's a god. You can't beat Google, bro. You only was able to win before the net came. And just give it up. No matter what he says, you can find it. And I was just looking at something on the other day about the little hormone sexual thing, and in the Dimensional Shift book, he used the word homosexual for men, and then he used the word shemosexual for the females. So I looked the word shemosexual up, and it's like an urban word. The definition of it means a female who will have sex with anything. And these are what he's calling the so-called root race of African people. So that's what I would tell him, like, give it up. You can't beat the internet. That's what I would tell him. Let it go. People out here is able to keep up with you as quick as you write the lie. 5 minutes after you tell the lie on however they put it out to us, we already typing and talking and we figuring it out. Just, you know, like you said, let it go, but he ain't gonna do it. But that's what I'll tell him, man. You can't beat the internet.
But if I could real quick, that's another psychological game that's always a tactic that's always been used. Like you held up that pamphlet earlier, the one where he looks like Captain Crunch, where he's got that Hindu head garb on. And really, if you really look at what he always used to do, and he used to say shit like, don't believe me, check it out. After he just bashed it for an hour, you would take the mindset. I don't think 90% of people never checked out anything he said. That was a psychological tactic. Don't believe me, check it out, because he knew you really wouldn't check it out. That's how that worked. The other thing is, when you hold that picture up and you look at this script that they're using now, and the so-called, you know, the 15th different script that they probably now have had in that language, he sat there and demonized the Hindu culture for years. And when we look at the different schools, the sisters used to wear Hindu garments, some still do. That picture you held up, and that, if you look at the script they're using now, that looks like Sanskrit. If you look at a lot of the garb and the stuff that they use now, how are you going to sit here and say that the Hindus are the original black devils on the planet, when all through your different schools you used a lot of this Hindu culture subliminally? That's what he was the master at. The shit he was telling you to stay away from, in the same moment he was using that shit right in front of your face. That's how deep that shit is. That's what a wizard does, man. And people don't understand that, because when you look at the new hats that these brothers are wearing now, where's the hat? That's all, you know, but people don't look at it like that. I'm just trying to say, that's how you going to demonize Hinduism and then you're going to promote it at the same time. I mean, that's more fuckery, man.
The 200 fallen angels he talked about, he got it from the book of Enoch.
That's
so
right.
Find it, and also, before Chuck do what he do, he was a master of Freddy Krueger names. Like, he'll take and add letters and stuff in there. I'm like, this is not how, when you go look the name up, like a lot of words I had to go look up, he would take the names of different gods and just add an extra A, and I'm like, what the hell? And so you have to, when you research, you have to really change. It's like playing an evil version of what is that? With Pat Sajak, the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, Jeopardy. It's like you playing an evil version of that, trying to figure out the letters and stuff. I'll take pseudoscience for $5 million.
Well, I mean, just think of this. Just think of this. Even when we were in a school of the Anunnaki, when the first Tafu Ashutat scroll came out, the first prayer mats had a Nu on it, right? And when we were heavily acknowledging all of these Anunnaki gods, then they came out with a doctrine a few years ago. Oh, they're these malevolent beings and they eat people, this and that. But did anybody stop and ask themselves? At one time, we were actually praying and acknowledging those deities. So even if that was a school, was he sacrificing us over to those deities? Because we were calling upon those deities, we were acknowledging those deities, and then a couple of years later, you're going to come out and say, well, no, the Anunnaki, they are malevolent beings. They actually eat human flesh. And then they had that whole doctrine a few years ago where, you know, if you acknowledge them, they're going to come eat you and shit. I mean, anybody even look at this like this doesn't make any sense, where back in 97, 98, we were, you know, praying to them and it was all in the books and we were calling upon our Nu. Nu was the Most High. He was the Nu Allah. Now, all of a sudden, you know, that changes. I mean, like I say, like Anpu said, we could be here all night talking about this shit. It's until next week.
I think Nev got a book. He was saying that I think it's the Necronomicon, and a lot of those names in there, Inky and all that is in that book of demons and stuff. I've seen a lot of comparison with that. It's definitely negative entities that York was using, and that's why they having all this bad luck that they got now. But go ahead, Chuck.
Well, if I did confront Dr. York face to face, then my whole thing would be just like, look, I would just what Mike said. I would just be like, you know, you might as well to bring these people some closure. Just tell the truth. Get out there the same way you use your charisma to entice these people into believing the nonsense. Take yourself back out there and just give these kids some closure. You can go ahead off and die and try to get some kind of peace, but bring some closure. I talked to one of the victims who remain nameless, and she said that if he would at least apologize to what he did to me or to us, I'll be willing to forgive him. But his ego won't allow that. And I think that's due in part to his upbringing, because, you know, having been abandoned by David Piper York, and then his mother having to disperse them into friends and relatives, and he really had no foundation anymore. He only met his father 3 times, according to his sister. So he really doesn't know how to relate to people, and that was part of his problem in having to relate. And we see that in just the way that he dealt with the sisters, how he dealt with us. I mean, it's really a weird psychology, because on one hand, he'll say, "Don't believe me, check it out," which was a nice catchphrase. So when you go back to do the research and check it out, and then you confront him, say, "Hey, you know, I did some checking and I found this to be true." Oh, so now you need a white man to validate what I said? Well, but didn't you just say to check it out? So when you check it out, you get demonized for checking it out, which caused brothers to pull back on doing any investigation into what he said, because they didn't want the risk of being put on display as being a skeptic, and in his word, a skeptic.
Hey,
So I would just say that.
Now I was gonna say, one thing people have to know, that was definitely a psychological tool. It's a like reverse psychology. But what you can use to confirm that is the fact that York nowhere, absolutely nowhere in the 2,000 books that they claim he's written now, that he ever teaches research methodology. He'll say, "Don't believe me, check it out," but he never teaches people how to check things out. He never ever does, never did, doesn't do it now, and I don't see it happening in the future, because had he done that, it would work against him. So it's not even in his best interest to teach people proper research methodology and how to actually discern fact from fiction. So he has this very vague concept of right knowledge, right wisdom, right understanding, evidence, experience, and reasoning. Those are all vague concepts to a person, you know, and that's just it, because they'll and you know it's vague because, like you said, Mike, earlier, they'll repeat that. They'll say that evidence, experience, and reasoning. Matter of fact, reasoning is the best one out of all of them, because you can't experience everything. You're not there for everything. You know, they'll be able to run that whole script off, but yet they'll contradict themselves whenever it comes to anything dealing with the doctrine itself or York. All of a sudden, that reasoning and logic goes completely out the window. Completely out the window.
Somebody got a question in the chat. They want to know exactly how the 404 Shady Dale Road property was forfeited, and that would be Tamaray, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good question, because a lot of people are confused about that. They say the government took it, whatever. But listen, York gave it away. The Nuwaupians gave it away, and by that I mean there was no fight for it. There was an opportunity for the landowners to prove their interest in it. And what happens is, people have to understand, it wasn't the land that was forfeited, it was York's interest that was forfeited. And because York was proven to be the owner of the land, therefore he had all interest in the land. Despite him trying to at the last minute convey it over to 9 individuals, then it narrowed back down to 3: Ethel Richardson, Anthony, and Patricia Evans. So they couldn't prove that they had ownership and that there was a severance there. So his interest was forfeited. So that's how the land was lost. It was actual part of the case. One of the 13 counts was a forfeiture count. And to put some context to it where people can understand, it's almost like, matter of fact, let me go in reverse. Nuwaupians through propaganda will say that the land was taken because of other reasons other than what I'm just saying. And they'll use the Disney World as an example. They're like, hey, the government didn't forfeit on Disney World, but yet there was a charge in Disney World. How come they ain't forfeit on Disney World, whatever? So that just proves that they don't understand the concept of interest. It wasn't the fact that he's there or on the land or whatever. It's his interest. York had no interest in Disney, no vested interest in Disney World. He's just a patron, paid his ticket to get in the amusement park, and that's it. Stayed in a hotel. So it's similar like how a drug dealer is. If a drug dealer is busted selling drugs or whatever the case is, they forfeit his interest. So the car, like in the commission of a crime, if he's driving a car, but let's say the car is owned by a rental company, they can't seize the rental company's property. They'll seize it right there on the spot at the day of arrest, and they'll impound it and whatnot. But they'll give the rental company an opportunity to prove their interest, and then they'll turn it back over to them or whatever. They'll release it to them. The same thing was done with the land. If there were other owners of the land, the government gave an ample opportunity in a court hearing to prove their interest, and they would have released it to them. But there was no fight whatsoever to put up for that. And therefore the land was taken. So this is why we say it was given away.
Anpu, real quick, what about when the Nuwaupians kept saying that, you know, what is that, the quick claim deed? That's what it was called?
Quit is a quit claim deed, yeah.
Right. And how effective is that?
I mean, that's a real estate procedure that takes place. So that's a normal thing that you know, you could look it up in the records of any city and see quit claims being done. But in this instance, it wasn't like that. It wasn't about that. It wasn't like that at all. York tried to put the land into a trust to shield the ownership and things, and it was all because of zoning issues. And just to briefly speak on that real quick, a lot of Nuwaupians will propagate, and through propaganda will play victim, like the townspeople, the officials were picking on us. And you know, then it's the racial thing. Now nobody denies racism and stuff like that. We were you know, in Hicktown, Georgia. You know, you go to Ingles and Walmart out there. You know, you can feel it and you can see it. But we brought the problems on ourselves. And I'm gonna give you one example. The Ramsey Social Club. Ramsey Social Club was a silo. If anybody don't know what a silo is, it's a metal building that you could basically put up yourself. Most of them are used as storage, but some of them are used as offices and things like that if you get an elaborate one and whatnot. Well, Ramsey's was a 100 by 50, I believe, foot silo. When it was first built, the permit that was submitted by Nuwaupians was as a storage building, and as such, it was only permitted to have no plumbing, minimal electricity, just to hang street rope lights that an average storage facility would have. No HVAC, no plumbing, and none of that stuff. It was just a plain storage building. So based on that permit, Nuwaupians, us at the time, we took it way further and made it into a full-blown club with a kitchen, with bathrooms, with a stage, electricity. I mean, the whole nine. I mean, talking about a full-fledged club, full-fledged social club. So, of course, if the officials get wind of it, and they did through this Fox News broadcast, where a reporter came on the land and one of the brothers gave him a tour, and is talking about the club, and even tells them that alcohol was served in there. That's the thing that opened it up. That is what started all of it, all of the problems. That's what sparked all of the problems. So the officials came on the land with the sheriff. Well, the officials came on the land by themselves at first. Then they came with the sheriff on occasions and so on and so forth to shut the building down. But we were styling it as we're being picked on. You know, it's racial discrimination, this and other. When we just didn't fill out the paperwork correctly, or we basically lied right out of our teeth to put it in for a storage unit and then change it into a club without doing it. That's just ordinances of any town, county that you live in. All right. So I just wanted to say that as an you know, just as an example of how Nuwaupians are their own worst enemy. And I'll say Dr. York, in terms of his case, personally, his case, he is his own worst enemy. He is his own worst enemy. You know, a lot of things that was available to him administratively or legally, in terms of you know, what do they call it? Your administrative, you exhaust your administrative remedies. You know, he had remedies as available to him that he can actually put forth and try, that he neglected to do, or he was even against, because he chose other avenues. He chose the, you know, Native American, Ghana, Liberia, all this other stuff, and just ignored the actual fight that was in front of him. You know, so anyway, I don't want to be too long-winded, but I just wanted to speak on that with the land. You know, I was speaking about the trust just real quick. The trust issue was because of all the difficulties of zoning. The land was zoned as agriculture. We wanted it as C2, commercial, because at one point he wanted to change it into an Egyptian theme park. And in order to do so, It wasn't that the townspeople were picking on us. It's just standard procedure anywhere you go, because Highway 142 that the land was on is only a 2-lane road. Cars go one way, the other lane is for cars to go the other way. If you're going to open up an amusement park, you have to have wider roads. That means you have to build 2 more lanes for a certain amount of yardage that covers the length of the road, so that you won't have congestion. Then you have to worry about paving your own land. You have to zone your land differently. The whole thing, it's a big project to do. You can't just do it. You know what I'm saying? You got to submit plans to do it. What you're going to have there, what your expectant occupancy going to be on the land at any given time. You're going to have a parking lot, how many parking spaces, all this kind of stuff have to be considered. So this is what, you know, all that stuff was stirred into the pot, and what went on. But so the land was put into a trust to try to bypass all that stuff, similar to 1988 when he tried to bypass the him getting a renaming himself, and he had the fake birth certificate, not a fake birth certificate, but a birth certificate of a European man, and submitted it as if it was his own, just to bypass the procedure to get his name changed. So that's the lengths that would go through. So you see this pattern. But anyway, I don't want to rant on.
But real quick, if I could add, around that same time, and when all the zoning violations was going on, what Brother Anpu was talking about with Ramses, then in 1999, he came up with a great idea to try to manipulate the local election. And here's another situation where we were our own worst enemy, where we screamed racism and we were being targeted. You had fools using the same address, 4 and 5, 6 people, you know, registering to vote that didn't even live, you know, in the county or the state alone, and they were using the same address. This is what also alerted some of the officials that, you know, that was rigged. And then we screamed racism about that. You can't have 5 and 6 people using the same address and then not thinking that something's not going to look, you know, correct. That was a, you know, another scam we tried to run to try to combat when we were being harassed, that most people may or may not know about. And we put out a bunch of flyers about that, and how we were, you know, targeted. And, you know, it's always, see, that's the other problem that goes on with a lot of, not just this organization, a lot of these organizations, is blame the white man crutch, you know, and never take no responsibility for any of your actions. And we did that a lot, unfortunately. You know, we were in that predicament all the time because, like Brother Anpu said, we were our own worst enemy. You know, same thing when we would claim we had those buildings, when we so-called had a Masonic Lodge. We never had those buildings. He was putting flyers out, pictures that we own the Shriners Lodge in downtown Macon in that church on, I believe it was 2nd Street. I mean, it was flyers out. And if you didn't know any better, if you were just some neutral person, the flyers were presented as if we owned that property while it was still being occupied and owned by other people. And then the Bank of America wound up turning us down, and we were not able to get that property. But it was still being promoted as if we owned it. So I'm saying it's little shit like that, you know, creates, you can't scream racism and you're being targeted when you're making poor decisions like that. You know what I mean? Last thing I want to do real quick before we end, this was the book I was talking about earlier that he had told me to send him. And you'll find out a lot of the information that he was putting out from like 2008 to 2010. It came out of this book, okay? You'll see a lot of similar shit in here. This was the other one right here, the OSHA book, okay? And if everybody remembers the Orem and Thurman book that came out in 97, the Book of Stones.
Yeah.
Okay, go to page 373 of this book. 373 of this book, the section on the dominoes divination. He took definitions word verbatim. When you look on the Book of Stones, how he explains each stone and the meaning, he got it right out. You can find it word verbatim in here. The domino section on page 373. So now Nuwaupians need to, and this book was written long before that book. Now Nuwaupians need to explain how are the exact definitions for a multitude of those stones in this book, word verbatim. If they say there's no plagiarism.
What's the other one you say is called? The Cannabis?
Right here, the Cannabis. You can get it at Adventures Unlimited. Right here. A lot of his books he would get from there. Go on there and look at the titles. The other one is the Orion Prophecy, which I don't have that one here. It's called the Orion Prophecy. This one was the other one when he was teaching about the retrograde loop of Mars in 2012 and all that shit. It came right out of this book. You'll see it in there word verbatim.
Gotcha.
Hey, I want to say this because I know people are gonna watch this video and watch the other ones and everything, and they're gonna say the hater, because see, this is the deflection. They want to create a lot of people will, well, a lot of Nuwaupians will create a off-topic, irrelevant topic to kind of just mask against the information that's being discussed, and they'll say, "Oh, you hating and whatnot." And I just want to reiterate that, or slander, you're slandering or whatever the case is. Nuwaupians have every opportunity to provide facts, because Nuwaupu is supposed to be the science of sciences, the science in sciences, and all this and that. And
Right.
Science is evidence-based. All right. So if anything that's said, and I put forth this every year, once a year, every year, pretty much, is that anything that I've ever said about his legal case or even the doctrine, to just prove me wrong. And they cannot.
That's right.
Because most of the people, they don't know what they're talking about. They were not there. And that's the first thing that I always address, is the fact that they were not there. I have documents. I was there in real time. I attended every single court hearing, behind the scenes, front of the scenes, making things happen, the whole nine. So I have empirical experience with a lot of things that I can say. Like, I don't need anything in front of me. I just give me a microphone. I don't need
That's right.
paperwork in front of me, because I was like there, and I just dealt with it so intense, and I sacrificed a lot. I mean, I lived this, helping and all this stuff. But I just want. Well, go ahead.
I'm sorry, brother. I got a question for you, brothers. And Tariq, peace to you, brother. I want to hear a little bit from Tariq too, y'all. To see what his perspective is from his perspective as a person that was a victim. But speaking on that, are there going to be any lawsuits, any civil lawsuits? And if it is, I think you guys need to hurry up before the government get all the money or whatever, or start suing the organization. If you know what I'm saying, if it's somebody going to sue, is that anything that Tariq, that you're going to be interested in?
Yeah, well, for me, I mean, like in the beginning, when the case was just fresh, like people, when they had conspiracies and things like that they were saying, that they were trying to say that, people are doing it for money, they're doing it for this or that. So for me, like, I didn't really have a, at the time I was a teenager, I was still young, I was in high school going to trial, and I kind of just wanted to leave that kind of behind me and try to move on. And then I didn't really know what my legal options were, or and I never kind of looked into it. I know at one point, one of the victims was talking about trying to sue him, but I really just don't know too much information, court-wise, like dealing with that stuff. Like, and I mean, I to say, like, if I thought about it, like, I just don't I don't know, like, what the procedure would be, like, what the process would be. So I just kind of never looked into it,
Well, you have to consider this too, that, remember, what is a Nuwaupian? If you ask yourself that question, there's no definitive answer. We got several answers out of the doctrine itself, but legal wise, there is no such thing as a Nuwaupian. This is why Nuwaupians don't have a card. They're not card holding members of something called Nuwaupian or whatever the case is. So it's not an organization in that sense to even be sued as an organization. Like, you slip and fall at Walmart for negligence of an employee, then you sue Walmart. You know what I'm saying? But so we have to look at that. There are businesses that are ran by people of an organization, an entity that calls themselves Nuwaupians. But now they have this, this nation thing, but it's not registered because the whole thing of autonomy and trying to deal with the UN and all that stuff. So the options of trying to sue and stuff like that is going to be a rough, that's going to be a rough road or whatever. One, because of the time, and then two, as far as their standing in doing so, because the listed victims were awarded restitution in the federal case, and there was an opportunity for them to seek therapy or whatever was the options that are available to do and pursue from there, and there was money allocated for that. But a lot of them didn't even pursue that, or partially did this and that, and so it would be rough to try to do something at this point, to try to sue because of statute of limitations and all those kinds of things. And really, what can just happen is just to feed the people information, let them judge for themselves. Imagine if everybody involved with this case came together and told their story from their own perspective, and then consolidated it all together to put the public into a position of being a juror. That would be the ultimate thing to do. If people really wanted to know, we really wanted to judge it, instead of asking someone, well, were you there? Because that's a question I got before. When I was talking about it, a lot of people were like, well, were you there? Did you see anything? I'm like, well, I was there, but no, I didn't see anything. And they ask you that question as if any juror in any courtroom was present at any commission of crime or alleged crime or whatever case it is. That's just stupid. No juror in any courtroom is present at the commission of a crime that any defendant is charged with. So that's the way the system works. It's based on evidence. Testimony is evidence. You got circumstantial, you got all kinds of different evidence. So this is a position that the public should be. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. So you're saying that the statute of limitation is ran out, so Brother Tariq can't sue civilly? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that depends on what he's suing for. There's statutes for different things, and then who is he going to sue? Like he can't sue the Nuwaupians because there's no
that's attached to Dr. Pork, and anybody that's benefiting from his books, from his teachings, anybody that's fundraising for him. Yeah, they should be able to go back and get any monies that his estate has, anything that's in a trust. Yeah, I think Brother Tariq needs to find. Matter of fact, there should be lawyers trying to find him and other victims for what they have gone through with their life and stuff like that. So I don't hear enough from nobody that's talking about protecting the rights of these victims, and that's the problem I have with everybody, because nobody's saying, yo, what about these guys right here? You know what I'm saying? So I feel like at some point these are the things that the community needs to be talking about, and all the ex-Nuwaupians and all the guys that went off and starting their own little things that they're doing, they're still benefiting, as well as using the doctrine of Dr. Pork. So I think that this is, I think it's a lot of people that need to be held accountable civilly, financially to the victims. Period.
Well, one thing, it has to be initiated from the victims themselves, and so it's on their own time, and then they will have to weigh the options and see if there are any options that are available. So it's not really talked about, because it wasn't until kind of recently that even Tariq, basically just came and stepped up to the plate and been vocal about it and put an actual face on it. So it's going to take a little bit of time for the conversation to kind of chime up among in the community, because it's a lot of us. Like for example, Tariq, I know Tariq, from the land and everything like that, but I never approached him and things like that, because I don't know where their heads are. They're looking at me. They don't know that I left the organization. They probably think I'm trying to come and convert them back and do this and that. So I never approached them myself personally, and I'm sure, and I know other people who feel the same way I feel, and kind of just have a hands off, like, look, if they're gonna come and we make a connection or whatever the case is. So the conversation may increase, now that Tariq has stepped forward, and his sister Nikki has been more vocal, and other people have been more vocal now. It actually started with Issa in a poem, like about 4 years ago. Issa wrote a poem that really shook up the whole Nuwaupian world at one point, And when I saw that, I thought it was on right there. I thought things were gonna be really, increasing the conversation, stuff like that. But it died down. So it may increase, but I'm not saying the statutes of limitations are up. I'm saying that it's going to be rough, because who are you going to sue? Because there's procedures to all this stuff. You can't just say somebody's benefiting. You got to prove that they're benefiting, and then you got to prove that it's benefiting from the direct action of York. And the way they got it is that he can't conduct business, and he's writing letters. So the sisters are receiving letters and piecing them together, adding pictures, adding research to it, and formulating these books and stuff like that. And it's not done under a formal organizational legal entity. You got the ancient Egyptian order, you got the lodge. Those may be registered businesses and things like that. So those are the kind of options. Those are the kind of things you got to be specific about and weigh your options and see what you can do with that. You know what I'm saying? So it would take some work, even if that's available. And plus, on top of that, you got to remember York's interest was forfeited. He was found with a total about $400, almost $500,000 cash on his property, some on his person, and stuff like that. Then you have the properties themselves, his interest in the properties, the mansion in Athens, the land itself. All that stuff was forfeited, and so that will have to be taken into consideration in any kind of pursuit.
I wanted to ask Brother Tariq a question. It was kind of a follow-up question to the question this brother in the chat room asked earlier. He wanted to know what was York's demeanor when you was testifying, and did York attempt to intimidate you or influence you in any way during your testimony?
Well, his demeanor, I mean, I would say he probably had like a subtle demeanor. He didn't really have no like a imposing presence, and basically, when I as I was walking to the stand, I kind of took a look over at him, and then when I was walking away, I took another look at him, and I did it for me to like, to do it for myself. But I think I was able to see him like in the view, but he really one, he didn't speak for himself. He didn't go on the stand himself or say anything for himself, and his demeanor was I mean, to me, he had a guilty demeanor, guilty conscience. Like so even when they had to stop, and when I said my name, I'm thinking in my mind like, oh, this is they don't want me to say what I'm about to say right now. Like they know that I'm about to say the truth or whatever. Like, so I'm just thinking it like, like I know what led to me having to go up and tell my story in front of a juror in the court case. I lived it, so I know what led me to go there. So like to see him sitting there and his demeanor and all, like I understood how he got there. Like I know I know that he knew that I know that he knew why he was there. Like, so it wasn't really it wasn't really no interaction like that. But when I did see him, he had like a subtle demeanor or whatever, and he didn't really have no impactful presence, at all. So like it's for me, and I, and it didn't really affect me having to testify and say what I have to say. And then to go back to about like a civil case, one thing I do want to kind of look into is because all these years there's been lies basically about the victims, alleged victims, and so basically, it's like we're out here telling the truth, and then you're calling us a liar. You're defaming like the I don't know the exact word for that. You know, so it's like, you know, by you like bringing up like you're on me, or, you know, you're, you know, so I'll do something about that, you know, because you're, you know, you're saying you're calling me a liar, and you're calling, you know, and you know that can affect people in other ways too. So, you know, I mean, if only to stop it from going on, you know, because I feel like even tonight, like if there was any Nuwaupian who felt that they had um 100% proof, or even if any Nuwaupian felt like they knew exactly what they was talking about, they would be here in this chat, in the chat room, or on the line with on the panel, having a discussion. You know, there's probably about what almost 8 of us on here, and if the shoe was on the other foot, and there was 8 Nuwaupians, and they challenged anyone to come up there, I'll come up there by myself. So if you come up there with your own confidence, knowing that you can come up against this panel of people speaking the truth, you know, or, you know, I feel like I'll be able to come onto your panel by myself and speak my truth, and hold my own against the same people. So that. I think that shows a lot as well. You know, absence shows a lot. You know, especially if you had email communication with them, and you know that they emailing you all week, and then you know you let them know about it. Like if they couldn't make it, somebody else can make it. If they doing something, it's online, so you can just, you know, do it in your house, do it wherever you at. And I feel like if anybody feels it's as important, they're gonna show up. They're gonna be there. You know, if you have to pick up your child from at 3 o'clock, if it's important to you, which 9 times out of 10 it is, you're gonna be there at 2:59. You're gonna be there at 3 o'clock. So you know, it goes to show, like if you felt that, if they feel like, if they know that what they're talking about, they will be here talking about it. But yet, you know, maybe when the videos are done, they'll be in the comments saying whatever they want to say, you know, or like, you know, so, you know, this dialogue between current Nuwaupians and it needs to happen, because nobody, you know, they're taking slow steps to move on, or to get to a place, you know. Even now, it's like all these years later, it's 15 years later, and, you know, yes, we're having this discussion, you know, but for me, and, you know, this discussion is like, you know, what I was looking for before, you know, during the case, after the case, you know, like, you know, because, you know, that's when the direction of people, like when they was set in the direction in the ways that they was going to go. And, you know, now when they look back, it's like so many people who are currently, like, I know people who never left that's currently there, and then now they have high ranking positions. And, you know, that might be appealing to them, you know, and then they could say, oh, you know, we never left. And, you know, but you don't, you know, I don't even see these people, you know, in the forefront of making videos or anything like that, trying to, you know, say that they know the truth, you know. So, yeah, I mean, but so all these years, these lies have been going on. They're saying that, you know, there's no victims and this and that, and even, you know, when I come out and say that, you know, I was a victim, like there's a you know, one Nuwaupian guy who made a video, you know, with my name on it. So, you know, and then you're calling me a liar, you're calling me this and that. So, you know, I mean, you know, I'll do something about that, you know, because it just, you know, I don't know what could be done about that, like legal wise, you know, just to prove a point. Because if you're telling the truth, then, you know, it wouldn't have no repercussion, you know. But I'm telling the truth, so I'm gonna come and do something about that, or I'm gonna come, you know, I'm gonna be offended when you or, you know, when you say I'm lying.
Well, if I could say something real quick, Something that Tariq said that was important, like when he was saying, when he shared his testimony and his experiences, I believe that brother that you had on earlier in the week, I think his name was Tyrone, when you guys were questioning him on York being tortured, and he made a statement. And his only defense was, how are you going to tell that man what he experienced and something he went through personally? That's what he said. You can go back and watch it. Well, does that also apply to the victims, such as Tariq, that's making a testimony? If they're going to sit there and say he's lying, are they going to use that same ideology that they're now going to tell him that what he was feeling or went through and experienced is not real? So it only applies to York as far as the torture methodology, but it wouldn't apply to the victim. See, that's the little game, bull crap that they pull when they don't want to face the reality of what actually, took place. Because that's important, what he just said, and that's how they try to discredit the victims as if this stuff never actually happened. And it's just bogus, man. It's not valid. It's bogus.
Okay. Man, this is great. Hey, Tariq, I'm telling you, bro, I think we need to definitely look into the civil aspect of approaching this. I think that's one way of getting back at them is hitting them in their pockets, especially if these people are still under this organization. Is there anything else, any nuances or anything that you would like to tell? Like I said, as an actual victim, as a person that that went through this, is there anything that you want to share with the family that maybe can help them as victims or help people from being a victim? Is there anything that you could share that can help us to move on to the next level?
I like to, there's I don't know if people get the perspective also that, like Malachi York was my father growing up. My mom has 2 kids by him that's his biological kids. And she was she was a part of the organization, but she hadn't moved in Brooklyn until a week before I turned 1, into the actual community in Brooklyn. So eventually she ended up becoming one of his wives. So growing up, all I knew that he was my father. I knew him until I knew about my real dad and my biological father. I found out in 1999. So as far as going through the abuse, the child molestation, that's another layer on top of that. So it's this, when you have a family member that's molesting you, or a friend of a family member, or then it's already close to home. But when it's your father, when it's your leader, your God, who growing up looking at, I thought he was the smartest person in the world, and I thought all whatever everybody else thought for the most part. So when I was as I was getting older, and something wasn't just sitting right. It just it became, I just knew that this is not right. But then like the aspect of him being my father and growing up and all that, and then the seclusion and the community and the secrecy and all that, it all played a part. And it's like, like if you see somebody, running and if you see somebody running, you're gonna look to see what they're running from, or what they, you might go run with them. So a lot of times as people, like we don't, we might know the answer in class, but we don't raise our hand because we don't want to be the first one to raise our hand. So a lot of the times, the things that need to get done, we kind of have a good, a good ideal of what that is, but it's like somebody has to be the first one to do it, or somebody has to actually do it, and that goes for, molestation, abuse, and you know, somebody has to be the first one to say, like, you know, to speak out and say something, like if it's still happening, it's still going on. And you know, in the videos that I've been doing, you know, sometimes I'll get a Facebook request, or sometimes I'll get a message, you know, from somebody that's a Nuwaupian that has a questions, or you know, but they're coming at me, that you know, in a proper way, where they just have a real, you know, question about something that they might have saw, or something that they might want to know. And then we end up having a dialogue and discussing. I'm telling them my story again, and you know, and then so you know, they'll end up telling me, um, you know, they'll tell me their story. Like one sister told me that, you know, her mate, you know, basically was putting his hands on her, like, or put his hands on her, and she went to the you know, I guess they have a council, or walking council, or whatever, or elders, and you know, basically didn't do nothing about it. Like they shunned her, you know. And then you know, another time, another sister, you know, messaged me to, and then we started talking, and then she was saying that she, you know, that she dealt with a lot of the kids there, you know, in the community. I guess in the mid 2000s, like 2006, 2008, you know, in that mid period. Well, for a certain amount of time, she dealt with some of the kids, and she was saying that some of the kids were you know, coming to her, like saying stuff like that they were either being touched or something like that. So like that, you know, to say that, you know, even right now in the Nuwaupian community, or just maybe anywhere around the world, children are still being molested. You know, so like, you know, especially if it's something that we're dealing with from this community, then it should still be going on. Like somebody, you know, I would encourage somebody to say something, like whether you are a Nuwaupian person or not, like that's, you know, like say something, do something about that. And then also, like, you know, and then you know, to just add on to that, you know, what to a Malachi York's son, Ali and Faisal, like recently had videos, and you know, that they posted, and you know, like I you know, in listening to one of Ali's video response to Faisal that he sent him, he mentioned like a Nuwaupian that was molesting his daughter, and then I went to Ghana and was molested somebody in Ghana. So it's like they have, you know, they have information of they inner workings and stuff that's going on, but then nobody is doing nothing or saying nothing about it. And you know, I just think overall, like the more that we like the more that we do things, it brings more light to it. It brings more awareness to it. Someone else gets to hear it. It reaches somebody else, and then they might take action based on that. You know, they might take action based on that. So, you know, I would just say that, you know, we have a good sense, you know, and that, you know, of what to do is actually to start doing it. And then, you know, and one of these ideals was this dialogue. You know, we had, and we, you know, we put it together. You know, unfortunately, you know, nobody representing Nuwaupian showed up. You know, but you know, these are the things that we have to do, and it has to get done. You know, because then, you know, we could really start to like build a better understanding of the whole picture, because you know, people, there's a religious aspect to it, a spiritual aspect to it. You know, there's a community. There's so many aspects to it, and you know, everybody is, you know, coming at it from a different angle. You know, so like.
I got a question for you. You grew up in it, right? Did you guys get disciplined, other than, like, say they talked about the men being disciplined for not bringing in a quota, but as children, were you guys disciplined?
Oh yes, yes. So I mean, I remember even as far back as Brooklyn, you know, you know, in the Ansar law days, you know, we were disciplined as far as if we were bad, we would get beatings. You know, they'll beat us on the hand, our feet. You know, that was just to us like, you know, regular, just normal, strict. But then all other disciplines like you know, organization, like walk, you know, moving in the unit and you know, because sometimes we'll have to go from one, you know, building to the next, or walk to the market, or walk, you know. So there was a lot of formal discipline as well. You know, later in when we moved down to Georgia, we'll do you know, we have martial arts training, you know, so we did that like once a week. You know, I would consider that discipline. You know, the whole time, like we basically, you know, we would get, if we got in trouble or we did anything, you know, we'll get beat. You know, so that would be the number one form of discipline for the kids. You know, we'll get a whooping, and we'll get, you know, we'll get on punishment sometimes. You know, but mainly it was, you know, we got a whooping. You know, but then there was other disciplines like martial arts. Even we did some military training, like you know, going out there early in the morning, running, exercising, doing push-ups on our knuckles and all this stuff. Like we did that. You know, we had a you know, the little the group, the boys a certain age. You know, we'll have a you know, we'll do a you know, they'll train, you know, they'll train us like that. You know, we'll do the whole military thing, like boot camp style of exercising. We'll do drills and marches, and even to the point where we'll like you know, have a ceremony and have a little show where we like display, you know, our marches and stuff like that, and you know, have a little display for the family and stuff. But as far as discipline, I mean, the main discipline, you know, especially if, you know, we'll mess the house up or, you know, do stuff we're not supposed to do, you know, we'll get a beating, we'll get beatings. And you know, and then the way it went down a lot of the times is that if one of you mess up, all of you mess up. You know, so if you know, so it's not like, you know, you did it and you're gonna get beat. So like, you know, we all got beat if one person messed up, you know, a lot of the time. And you know, sometimes, you know, the people that was watching over us, like, we would kind of have a little disdain for them, because, you know, it's like on the one hand, you know, you're taking care of us, and then on the second hand, you're like beating out behind, like whooping us, you know. So I mean, I didn't really look at it as anything terrible. It was just kind of like all I knew, you know, like, and then, you know, even had me thinking like, oh, you know, when I have children, I'm gonna give them a whooping because I don't want them to be spoiled or this or that, you know. But a lot of it was, you know, a lot of it I would, you know, I would change, I would do different now, because it's like, it's like some, you know, some of it may be needed. Like if you have a, if a child is just that far undisciplined, you know, you might need to smack some sense into them. But, you know, it would just, it just, it got us to conform. Pretty much, you know, we wasn't, you know, we got a beat and we wasn't making no, you know, we wasn't making no ruckus. We were, you know, we were straight after that. You know, we'll mess up a little bit later, then we get a beat and we're straight. You know, so then it just trained us to comply and to, you know, to not get in trouble. So like, yeah, we did have discipline.
All right.
Brother,
Well, was it? Do anybody else want to say something before we close? We've been like 4 hours. I know, like the brother was saying, we can go on and on about it. It's a lot of information on this, but I just wanted to close out. I wanted to see if anybody else had any statements they wanted to make in closing.
Yeah, say something real quick.
I definitely want to get with you, brother. Like, I want to holler at you, and I got Unc's number, man. I want to talk to y'all before the presentation in January, man, to see if we can link up and do something. But we'll talk about that afterwards. I'll try and get your email, man. You had sent me some stuff before on Facebook. I was asking some questions about the Netter. You hit me up with some some information for online classes.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Yeah, we'll chop it up about it though. But go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I just want to say this because I know people are gonna be watching this after the fact. So, it's a given that the current Nuwaupians, anybody who considers themselves a Nuwaupian, by default, they're not going to agree with York's guilt or that he did anything, because that by default will contradict the fact that they are even a member. You can't call yourself a Nuwaupian, but yet believe that he did anything. All right, so that's understood. So really, the thing is, this is why I always have my approach of just giving information out and not really answering questions. Did he do it and stuff like that? Because it's just about educating, edifying people on the facts of the case, because the transcripts are not readily available to people. People are talking just from a sense of support. They don't know anything from anything. They're just parroting the propaganda and just parroting what they're told and so on and so forth. So I'm saying, the reason I'm saying this now in closing is that moving forward, those people who know or have information, just share it. Like, don't even offer the fact of your opinion or view of his guilt or innocence. I would suggest and encourage people not to do that. Just give information, because you're not going to convert somebody right there on the spot who's a Nuwaupian. They're just going to have the cognitive dissonance just going to flare up big time. Just like how Mike said it earlier. It's almost like the more information you give them, the more that they go gung-ho into the fifth dimension. So it's really just about educating people. So like people like Tariq, all the listed victims and stuff like that, really, the story needs to be told, or whatever has to happen to get out. Because I can't imagine just living your life. It's something that has happened, that's a part of their life. It's like we talking about it as a spectator. We're looking and we're listening, and we can do as much as we can, but to actually live it and go through it is a different story. So just imagine how informative it would be if all of the people involved were to just tell their story raw and uncut in a consolidated way, or even separate, whatever the case is, so that everybody can have a bird's eye view of what's going on. Just make their own decisions, because we're not gonna, there's no need to get frustrated to try to convert somebody of the facts and stuff like that. Like the brother Tyrone, I just saw a few clips here and there of what he was saying, and I get it, I understand it, and I'm listening to him, looking at him, and he's not gonna budge right now. All you could do is just plant the seeds and just give information. That's it. So that's all I want to say. From here on out, and that's been my approach this whole time. And I know everybody don't do things the way I do it or whatever, but that's just my suggestion. It's worked. It saves you the stress and frustration of being like, man, you just don't get it, like, huh? And then at the same time, you just plant seeds, and people will just make up their own mind. It depends on what level they are. It may take a year. They may never do it. You just got to respect it. Everybody's grown. So with that, I'm going to say peace to the panel. I appreciate allowing me to come on. And if y'all do it again, if I'm available and whatnot, because I wanted to kind of hit the hard questions head up. So I was hoping that, people had come to the hard questions, because it's through those hard questions that people really, really get to learn some stuff. Because I'm telling you, this stuff, you could talk for a long time, but a lot of stuff, it's not until somebody asks me a question that I can just recall all this stuff. Like I said, I don't need paperwork, but I need to be triggered, by questions or whatever the case is. So anyway, but I'll say peace, man.
Anpu, before you ride out real quick, I wanted to know, because they kept saying that when the land got sold, Cheryl Seals and them split the money and all that. When you said he forfeited his assets and all that stuff, where did that stuff go? When they took all of that, what did they do with York's stuff?
Oh, well,
it up?
Okay. Well, his interest was forfeit, and the land was sold. Some of it went towards restitution, and others went towards the expense of the investigation, the case, and the agencies and things like that. So when you say, the seals take it and whatnot, now you gotta think about this. When people say that, they're saying it out of ignorance because they're saying it as if this is something unique, like they're picking on the Nuwaupians in York. But if you just do a surface research and look at how cases happen where things are forfeited and where the monies go to, there's things that just happen all the time. We don't pay attention to it because it had nothing to do with us, so it goes unnoticed. It's only when you notice it, you like, oh man. But so where the money go, it didn't go to any individuals. It went to towards restitution. It went towards the expenses of the court and the agencies or whatever the case is, and things like that. So I mean, it's documented. So it's not like it's held a secret. It's documented. Right. You know what I'm saying? You can even ask. You can actually even go and ask pretend you calling and doing a book report on a past case or whatever. I mean, they're forthcoming with information. The only thing that they're not forthcoming with is things that are under seal. Everything else, it's like, here you go. You just got to pay for it per copies if it's hard copies or whatever the case is. Pacer is free. I encourage everyone to get a Pacer account. Pacer.org, I believe, or pacer.gov, or whatever the case is. Get a Pacer account. It's free. All you pay for is, I believe, it's 10 cents or 8 cents per page of whatever document you download. Get that. Or everything is. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, well, quick question too. Why did they seal? You said they sealed the trial, or why did they seal anything? And who asked for it to be sealed? And that's
yeah, that's a funny issue. That's a real funny issue because, like I said, there's a state case and a federal case. Through the state case, everybody was known. Now, let me just tell you why they sealed it. They sealed it because of people that were minors, and so they invoked a identity protection, for minors. So they wrapped everybody up under this, and they wanted to seal the transcripts so that they won't reveal their identities and things like that. That's the major reason why they invoked that. This is the federal venue, but through the state, they didn't do that, and they released the names. They spoke about them, they talked about them, and everything. So everybody already knew the names of all the listed victims already. So the sealing of the transcripts never made sense, but it was never fought against. And in fact, I'm gonna tell you this: in 2005, February 2005, the prosecution filed a motion to have them unsealed in a redacted format. To this very day, you can find that on the docket. It's about February or March 5th. I believe March 5th or February 5th of 2005. The U.S. Attorney's Office filed a motion to have them unsealed, but in a redacted format, and the judge granted it. I personally went down to the U.S. Attorney's Office to inquire about it, and the court to inquire about it, and they said that yes, that was done, but the cost to have it done and redacted is what will have to come out of the pocket of the person who will be interested in having that project done. So it was something that I presented to York himself, I presented to the organization, and it was never pursued. And I'm gonna close with this. About those transcripts. Nuwaupians were going around saying, how come the transcripts have been kidnapped? How come the judge won't release the transcripts? Oh, woe is me. The transcripts are sealed. They're trying to hide something. They're trying to hide the injustice and stuff like that. No, it was the opposite. York did not want those transcripts out. And the reason why he didn't want those transcripts out, he didn't want us to pursue it whatsoever. Because when I presented what I just told y'all, it was shut down completely. And the reason why was because he wanted the opportunity to push the propaganda. Therefore, people can only hear the propaganda and not be able to check it against the transcript. So he looked at it as an opportunity to gain the favor in the public opinion by promoting Nuwaupian information, while the transcripts are hidden, while the testimonies of all the witnesses, defense and prosecutions, is hidden. So anyway, I don't want to get too long with it, but that's the story about the transcripts being sealed. And right now, technically, all they have to do is get an attorney, and you get a shoebox attorney and pursue that. Pay for it and have those transcripts. You can pay for it to be redacted. And redacted, all they're going to do is just any identifying information that can identify the names of any minors at that particular time.
Okay.
And that's a huge project. So it's a 3-week trial. So it's man, the transcripts itself cost about $13,000 just to get them, 13 G's. So this project would probably be even more now to have it. Because you have to go through it all in the shorthand or whatever and convert it, and you have to redact. That means you have to have a team that's familiar with the case, and all that stuff. And it has to be from the prosecution attorney's office and all that stuff. So
yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, man, that's ridiculous. So, man, I just don't understand how people could, like you said, it was like a cognitive dissonance, right? You know what I'm saying? How, like, we offered for anybody, any Nuwaupians to come on here and defend the situation, and Tyrone said he was gonna come back with some information. He never came back with information. So I just like to point that out to the listeners for full disclosure. We opened the forum to any Nuwaupians, and we still open up the forum to any Nuwaupians that want to come on and defend anything that they're saying. I don't think they can do that.
Even if it's Prince.
No, please, man.
Or Quincy,
whatever
his name is.
He ain't coming. He ain't gonna come. He
don't have enough information to do that. You know what I'm saying? So
no, he got beat so bad in our Facebook group. He ain't gonna come if I'm on here. That's for sure. That's before y'all seen him on Sarnetta for the first time. We had beat the brakes off of him mad times. So I got like 11 videos on my page showing how he a liar on my YouTube. So it's called Prince York the Liar. He ain't gonna come here if I'm around. He damn sure don't want Chuck and Anpu. He ain't gonna do it. He know who we are, and even with Cuban, he ain't gonna fool around with that. But I had a question for Tariq, for the listening audience as well. The first question, Tariq, is how did you and Polite come to be in that interview that y'all had? What year was it, and what was your take on the experience of the whole thing while you were sitting there?
It came about because there was a mutual someone we mutually knew that was doing a documentary, or was trying to put a documentary about the Nuwaupians, and in doing that, he wanted to give kind of both perspectives, or I guess when you're doing a documentary, you want to do your investigation. So that's how he contacted me to try to get anything I would have to contribute to this documentary, and I think he might have prior already have known Polite, because I think I was living in Georgia, and he was already the guy doing the documentary was already in New York. So when I ended up moving back to New York in 2009, so that footage of the guy that was doing the documentary basically put us together to have an interview, to film it, for the documentary. So that's how it actually became about, because I guess he had the idea that he had one of the victims, and he had the idea that he had one of the because at the time Polite was still heavy Nuwaupian, defending Malachi York and involved in all this stuff. So he put us together for that interview. So that was and that time was probably around like 2009, 2009ish, and then at the moment, when I was sitting there at the actual, having a dialogue with him, it was just more so, I was just trying to get through to him. Basically, I was trying to reach him because I kind of saw where he was. I saw where he was at. I seen it before in other people, and I just try to get through to him. Basically, I really, I already know, I know what I've been through, and I know what I, was coming there to talk to him about. And I know that, for lack of a better word, I know he doesn't know what he's talking about, as far as what happened to me. So it's really a unfair, so I'm not, so instead of just, I just try to get through to him because it's like somebody that I know the information as far as what happened to me and was true, and then I see that this guy is devoted so much of his time and energy and effort under this man. I just try to get him to see that so he can kind of kind of think to himself.
What about when he said what he said, like Chief was saying, that was the most powerful part of that point when he said, let's say he molested 1,000 kids, as if you were somebody who wasn't involved in that, and then he said true, and then he would still have to worship him. When he said all of that, what was you thinking? Because the expression on your face, when we, from the angle, I'm like, this is the craziest. But I wanted to, when you heard him say that, what was running through your mind? When he said, let's say he molested, like you was just somebody that didn't know York and y'all was just having a conversation with somebody had nothing to do with that. What was you thinking when he said that dumb mess?
Yeah, for me, I like, cause I kind of like, because I see it all the time. Like I see the denial, so I already, like, what he said in one sentence was his whole energy, so the whole time. So it's like I already knew from the, like he wouldn't have been able to say nothing to that, that would have. Now that I can look at it now, I'm like, this guy is just, like I see it now a little bit different because I see myself as trying to like convince him of what I've been through, and really I was just trying to get through to him, and like I do, like like I try to like do now, and and before, because there's so many people that devoted so much of their life, their time, their energy into the either the man or the movement. So basically, as he was saying it, it was just for me, it didn't register the way that people heard it because I already kind of know the mindset. I already know his mindset, like that mentality. It's like they don't care if he would have molested 1,000 kids, because really the issue to him wasn't child molestation. It was just trying to get him out, and basically, and back in those days and before, Nuwaupians were saying, oh, how come we couldn't handle this amongst our own people, or like how come we couldn't deal with this amongst our own? And that was kind of their angle. And basically, if had they done that, they wouldn't have done nothing to him or nothing about it. So I just kind of already understood his mindset when he even said it. So when it didn't really bounce me either way. Like it didn't really
Okay, so let's just get it straight for the listeners. Polite actually said not only that it was 1,000 kids, but if they had all the DNA evidence of the rapes of these 1,000 kids, he would still worship him. He would still be his God. When I went back and seen that again, I was like, wow. And I had to look at the comments. And I wrote some crazy shit in the comments about this cat. You know what I'm saying? But he said even if you had all the physical evidence, basically, and also shaming you as the victim, saying basically they didn't have no physical evidence of you. You know what I'm saying? But no matter what the physical evidence, so they can have all the physical evidence, testimony, everything they can have, 1,000 children, and this motherfucker still said that this will still be his God, and people are following him and sending this man money. This is crazy.
And that's why I did a video.
More insanity. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, but that's why I did the video showing where he went out there with the Hebrew Israelites and was banging on them about the Lord said it was all right for them to rape a 12-year-old. But that was just a what if, or you taking something from the Bible that's saying it's all right for people to be raped, even though it's different variation of the word rape in Hebrew. But he was actually standing in front of them like, oh, I couldn't be a part of the religion where they say a grown man can rape a 12-year-old girl. And then that's when I do the videos to show you the mental sickness. And that's why I put the video with Tariq Noel in there so you can see that, you know, this is deeper than what people really understand. Like it's a serious mental sickness. And I'm glad that Tariq is standing up more so than in the past, and we definitely got y'all back, and we want the rest of them to come out. And trust me, we done turn the energy from shame into championship, because that's what you have to do in energy. You can't kill it, you can't destroy it, you only can change it. And so this is where we at now. So we hope that, you know, you continue to come out. And I just want us to get big ups to Six Dynasty, you know, Chuck, Tariq, Nikki, their mother, all of the women that's there. You know, we salute, and just we gonna keep talking about this until something comes up. This is a substance here, and I don't care how many times we got to come on here every week just to break it down. I've been talking to Chief now. We're gonna bust the whole thing now. I know Chuck ready too. They just scared of Chuck. They hate Chuck to death, but they scared. They scared.
Why is that?
Man, you know it, Chuck. They scared.
They had this thing where they said I'm disgruntled, or York cut me. Look, Dr. York did nothing to me. We had a very good relationship. He stayed in contact with me while he was going through different jails, sent letters, you know. I mean, hey, you know, it is what it is. I never had any problem. As a matter of fact, I was in the Nuwaupian just good grace until I started asking questions. And that was when everything went downhill, when I started asking questions, because, you know, they saw me as one of York's babies, you know, from the, you know, the CDs and, you know, going on the radio, defending him, promoting that doctrine. I mean, I was just doing it because I enjoyed doing it. And now that I'm going in the opposite direction and turning that focus on him, I'm the enemy. But it's all good, you know. This is what comes with the territory, you know. The cries, the attacks, the everything, you know. I put my work up on the site, and it's there for the world to see. And when the Nuwaupian feels they can refute it, then bring it. And with that, I need to make some moves because it's about 10:30 now, and I got to get ready to make a run. And I appreciate the conversation. I love the show. I'm going to push it on the group and on YouTube, because it addressed everything, pretty much everything that anyone can come with in terms of the basis of what took place, and giving the answers and the perspective from those who were involved. So I don't think there's much more that they can come with after this. So I'm going to put it out. Yeah, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. I ain't getting any sleep. I'm going to be up all night. So yeah, this has been a very impactful show, and I was sitting back enjoying it, and I know those who are interested are going to be enjoying it even more. So with that, I'm going to have to sign off, and I'm going to talk to all of y'all again. And again, I appreciate everyone's Six Dynasty. You're doing good works, and I'm with you with 100%. So let me go, and I'll be talking with y'all again.
All right, true peace, true peace.
Peace.
If I could just say something real quick before I go, one, I just want to again thank all you brothers for doing this, and to Tariq and all the other victims. I know you hear this all the time, but obviously we don't know what you went through, so we can't really say that we fully understand it. I mean, so I know you hear that all the time, but I do, appreciate you guys coming forward, and it takes a lot of courage, especially as a man. It takes a lot of courage, to do what you do, but it's necessary. So I definitely appreciate that. And the only thing I would say is, if we do get some Nuwaupians on this forum, we need to hold them accountable to the very science that they uphold, which is what they say is Nuwaupu, sound right reasoning. And everything they say, we must hold them accountable based on what they say that is, which is evidence. See, they skip around that shit all the time. They say they don't believe in anything. They only deal with facts, but that's only when they're trying to get their side of the story across. So all I'm saying is moving forward, whether it's the case, whether it's the doctrine, we need to hold them to that science, because I've told them I'll destroy Nuwaupu with Nuwaupu. It's real easy. We could stay in their format and stay within that. That's their main science. And, the other thing about, personal attacks on York, because that's the other game they use. Why are we attacking York? Well, you can't debate the case and the doctrine without including York in that equation. It's impossible. So that's the other game they'll use, as if they refuse to debate because they don't want to sit here and get into, because we're attacking York personally. That's why you won't get Prince York on here. That's why you won't get Damon Pryor on here, because they're hustlers and they know they'll be exposed. And believe me, I know a lot about Damon Pryor. And I was dealing with a lot of shit with the legal, with Liberia at the same time when he was doing all that Ghana shit and interfering with Liberia, which is a whole nother story. But that's it. We just need to hold them accountable to their science. If that's what they say they deal with, they don't believe, it can't be one-sided. So very simple. I just want to thank you, brothers, and definitely, I'll definitely be back. And whatever I can do to help, contribute, and assist, just let me know.
Check your inbox too, Mike. I hit you up on YouTube.
Okay. All right, I will.
All right.
We'll do.
Hey, thank you, brother.
All right, peace.
All right.
Peace. Now,
What you think, Chief?
I think, just by default, they tapped out and didn't come on to defend anything. So just by default, they was already guilty anyway. You know what I'm saying? You're guilty if you're upholding a man who says he's guilty. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't make any sense. And then you make up all these different things that don't make any sense. Shame the victims. That doesn't make any sense. Don't work with reality. That's not making any sense. So I think with all
also, like
it's like beating a dead horse at this point, because like we showing the evidence, we coming up with all these different people that's coming out with this, and then they're not showing up, makes it even worse. So just by default, guilty. You know what I'm saying? You're guilty if you're still not living in reality, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to this situation right here. And I think, hopefully that we can save at least one Nuwaupian, you know what I'm saying, from being in this spell. So hopefully we can start recasting these spells and bring you guys up out of this thing, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. And I'm not even saying to throw all of the doctrine away, you know what I'm saying. If it's something that works for you that was good, but throw away the pedophiles, you know what I'm saying. That doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? So I just like to just reiterate what the Mike was saying about Tariq being strong and coming out. You know what I'm saying? That definitely helps. I was watching Sister Sci-Fi live stream last night, and the brother came on and told his story. You know what I'm saying? Because we hear it a lot from the sisters, a lot of sisters, actually, but we don't hear it a lot from brothers. You know what I'm saying? Coming forward or whatever. So that's very strong and very courageous on your part. Salute you and salute your new family and everything. And hopefully, these type of forums will help you in your therapy, in your therapy and getting through this. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, salute you, Ooga Ooga. We love you over here, man, and we got your back in anything. You know what I'm saying? So that's my take on that, family.
Before you jump out, there's two things I want to do. One, they always holler about personal attacks on York as if somebody's just picking up stuff and saying things that are not true. But if you go back to the the rebuttal book to the slanders, some of the people that left and went to Belial Phillips and gave information that they seen, York put a lot of their business in that book. I'll probably show it maybe on another show where it has the people's whole name and addresses, the whole nine. Even with Belial Phillips, he put his information in there, told about the 2 wives he had, and it's illegal in New York to have 2 women and all this old stuff. But he was doing the same thing. He had multiple. But that's the foolishness that you hear. You understand? Is that they, again, because we from the old school, a lot of us are. And we have a lot of those old books. We study because, like I told y'all before, Nuwaupian don't belong to them, and that's where the whole Afro-Unu versus Dr. York come from. Afro-Unu is the original Amanubi Rakata. He the one that put that stuff out in the 60s, and York just got a hold of that stuff and just claimed it. Afro-Unu didn't care about that whole trying to be known. He wasn't a moon cycle teacher. York was. That's why I did some videos that I hope that some of these so-called Nuwaupians could go back and look at. I did a series of videos called Who Sent Dr. York's 9 ether or 6 ether. We explained what 9 ether is. York did not know what 9 ether was. We debunked that whole portion of the tablets about 6 ether and 9 ether. We did all of that, scientifically proven that 9 ether don't exist at this time because of the breakdown of the universes. And it's a whole lot of stuff on that, but it's scientific evidence. And I want to play this audio for those who didn't hear that, where they asking York about Nuwaupian, and he's going to tell you he didn't originate the word. He didn't come up with it. It was already here. Now listen to this.
By the founder of the Nuwaupian. That's another hoax that I deal for Mr. Howard Regis Hills and more slander and defamation of character, by the way. I'm not deleted. They look on Sunrise album back in the 60s. They look on what's his name, Pharaoh Saunders album. You'll find in the back of the album the word Nuwaupian was already there before. There's books written back in 1963 and on record in Washington, D.C. behind the 9 quite a few books that they don't have me down as the author or the publisher or part of that publishing company at all. So it was something new and exciting. They grabbed it. Nobody out here would know what it is, so they wouldn't really investigate it. And so they threw the name out there. No, I'm not the sole leader. I was a teacher and I was a lecturer. I still am a teacher and I still am a lecturer.
So there you go right there. He tell you he's not the founder of Nuwaupian. So that's why I said before 2 shows ago, how if you not the founder of the word? He just put the word on Sun Ra and Pharaoh Sanders albums. He said the word was already there, right? He said the books was written back in 62, 63. They didn't got him down as the author. So how you got the knowledge of Nuwaupian and the name didn't come with it? You understand? That's why I said that last time. He's a liar. Nothing he said is real. And I just want people to understand that. The true writer is Afro-Unu. His name was Amanubi Rakata. I would have got all that on my YouTube. So the Nuwaupians, those who really looking for sound right reason, can understand that the only thing York did was spearhead that information and got it out there. But he's not the originator. They don't have to throw away Nuwaupian because it's called Noon Science now. That was a growing thing. If you want to know what Nuwaupian is, go to my YouTube and look up the video Noopoo, Nuwaupian, and Noon. And we connect that stuff back to ancient Kemet. That's why the Nuwaupians can't tell you what the word Nuwaupian is, because they didn't know. York didn't know because he stole it, just like he stole everything else. That's why he said, I'm not the leader. I'm not the founder. That you have to just learn how to listen to a liar. A liar will eventually tell the truth if you know how to listen to it. And so that's why I said, and when you go into the video and the information, it's really no such thing as a Nuwaupian. We break down what that really is. It's no such thing as a human being a Nuwaupian. That's a fact dealing with the information. So they don't have to feel like everything that York brought. So when I'm talking about which meaning brought, meaning he got it known to the masses. But the Noun Ball and the Bible interpretation books are not York's. That's a fact. And we proven that by looking at the later stuff that he was a faker. So that means in the so-called beginning, he was a faker. But we know those books was written in 67, 68, 70 and 71. That's the stuff y'all need to get back. So Tariq, if you got those books or not, we can get them back to you, because that's the true foundation. And the nature books is definitely part of that. It's an extension of that. So don't let it, the experience you went through throw you like it was just a waste, because it wasn't. And that's why I'm fighting so hard on y'all behalf, and as well as to restore that which was sent down here to be given to us, so our race can learn how to stand stand on their own, and then learn to stand together. And that's what York was. He was a moon cycle teacher who started teaching after he shouldn't have been teaching religion. And that's what y'all have to understand. Nuwaupian has nothing to do with religion, and he corrupted it. You read the nine balls in the Bible interpretation, you will not see the word Nuwaupian nowhere in there. He added that stuff. He just a corrupter. So that's all I have to say on that right there. I'm done.
Brother Tariq, you got any last things you want to say before we get up out of here?
Yeah, well, like basically, the more we could address and face, because that it all breaks down like how Taah Noone brought Nuwaupian, where it came from, and so all of these, like, the truth comes to the light regardless, and you have to, it's like Tetris, like, as it's coming down, you have to fit it to where it's gonna go, because they all have a place to go, but if you kind of scramble it around, I mean, it's like you have the pieces there, you have the information there, but it's not being put together the right way, and and community wise, we look up to our leaders to have a sense of the overall picture, to get us through a journey, and to get us to a point. And when we're taught to question everyone else, and then also brought out that in all the books that was written, there's no reference to a research method or anything like that. So all of these things are telltale signs, because as you're raising a community, you want them to be mentally fit, you want them to be physically fit, you want them to have all of the necessary requirements to self-sustain themselves. Like, even like you do your children, like, or in nature, you see, like, a bird would raise its chick until it's able to fly out the nest, but prior to that, it feeds it, it teaches it everything it needs to know in order to do so, so the leaders that we look up to, or just as a community, as a people, like, and even today, information is more readily available, so it's less likely, even though it's still going to happen, it still may happen that people are just going to, but it's going to follow whatever, but it's at least becoming more and more, something that you can be aware of. Once you could be aware that, what you thought was a righteous movement is not as righteous as you thought it was, and then that there's bits and pieces of information that you can take with you, and then the rest you cannot, and then, and then now we just are another piece to put together. So I would just, discussions like these, and I think that is impactful, and that, people to say, oh, why are you talking about this man and he's already doing his time, and things like that. It's not about talking about a man. It's the whole picture, because we're not talking about somebody that's doing their time. We're talking about somebody that's claiming that they're innocent. You know, so that did not now there's a whole nother layer to that. Things are not being addressed because you're things are not being addressed because they're looking in the wrong places, or they're distracted by things that's not accurate. So you can really never make no progress, get no traction, and get anything done. So I think that you know altogether, when you for me, like, addressing the child molestation aspect is also addressing the doctrine and the philosophies and all of that, because it's all kind of interrelated. It's all interrelated. So it's from my perspective, I was born and raised in the community. I did go through the abuse, so then I have that perspective to bring and to share. Um, but it's all interrelated because it's all how I grew up. So I grew up, not wanting to be a firefighter or an astronaut. I grew up wanting to be what I saw in my community. I wanted to be, maybe a teacher, or maybe a writer, or maybe a artist, and carving on the walls and stuff. I wanted to do those things, you know, um, because that was what was around me and available. Um, but I would say that if we had the mind state, or if, we all evolve and we all grow and learn, but when you had, like, say, you have a car, and then you have an accident, and then now you reminisce on all the good times you had with that car. So we had a community, we had a place, we had a land, we had a movement, so to speak, and it all came to crumbles, um, due to the actions of its leader, and it trickled down. Um, but the awareness, the being taught to question, and then question other people and their philosophies, but then not our own. Like, like, who are we? What is Nuwaupa? What is, a lot of these questions would have, being aware of things, and stuff like that. So, like, that would be my closing statement. Like, discussions like these are relevant, and they're important, and they are, you know, it 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 all opening you opening one aspect of something, and diving into it allows you to uh, uh, go into other aspects, and other discussions as well. Because it all comes together. Because if we can get to a conclusion on how a family unit um, should be, as far as um, you know having a good sense of how to raise our family, and what's appropriate and what's not appropriate, and and if child molestation is something that people are aware of, like, growing up, we wasn't aware of molestation or nothing like that. um One of the victims, a female, was she realized she was being molested when she saw a TV show, and somebody on the show was molested, and she was like, "Oh, that's what's going on." Like, so it's like, the awareness, being aware of, and the information that we are available to have today, especially with the internet and things like that. So you don't really have to travel so far to get information, and so with the more with now that we have access to information, we can be more aware, and now we can actually you know, to take action and do things, and a discussion like this, you know, helps towards that, you know, and then and even in the last show when they had the Nuwaupian guy on, um, you know, you know, if had they had one on this show as well, you know, it may have you know, it may have gave some perspective, or it may have, you know, been whatever. But I think that you know, information wise, um, it would have worked against you know, even though it would have been good to have that discussion, like it may have worked against like getting information out and dealing with things, because you know, sometimes when people are in emotional states, and you know, they just want to defend or attack, or you know, so it's like, you know, if they can take their time and slow it down, and have a discussion with real people that's doing things, you know, they can leave, you know, they can leave all the, you know, so just awareness, you know, and you know, so, you know, the more that we're aware of the conditions that plague us, you know, the more we can do about it, you know, like, there's still going to be people being molested, you know, but the people that's watching this show, the people that's, you know, becoming more aware of it as the crisis that it is, you know, all over, you know, we can start to pay attention to, you know, what's, you know, and what's going on, and then 9 times out of 10, you know, if we are to see signs of that, you know, it's going to stand out to us, and we can like, you know, we can investigate that a little bit more. But you know, if you don't know what to look for, if you don't know what to talk about, if you don't know what the issues are, what the problems are in the community, you know, you're not going to be on the same page, and you're going to be working on something else, you know. Like, and then sometime when you build in the building, you can't put the roof on until you have the foundation and the walls and all. You got to build up to the roof, you know. So sometimes when, you know, somebody's you know, doing something over here, doing something over there, it's like if you're not working together and on the same page, you know, it's not you know, it's not beneficial. So I mean, I think that just, you know, conversations like these are really beneficial, you know, especially in the long run, because um, you know, more and more things can um, come out of it that'll be, you know, really, um, you know, that can really put a good foundation on the people that's listening and taking in this information, you know.
Okay, that's what's up, man. Brother Marty, you still there?
Well, shit, you know, we can all, you know, learn something from this build tonight. You know what I mean? And I think at the end of the day, man, it don't take much convincing as far as the things that this man has done to people, you know. But to get into specifics and to details of the information, especially when you got a lot of people trying to refute the things that's being put out there, it's always good for solid brothers to come together and tell the people the real and the truth about the things that was going on, the things that was being taught, you know what I mean? And, you know, just clearing the air of all the bullshit that we've been hearing, you know. So especially like the how they pointed out that certain propaganda was only put out there supposedly for the public, but Nuwaupians began to believe the propaganda, you know. So that was insightful as well. But yeah, we're gonna have to get it in, man. I got Brother Malik and Poppy coming through Monday. They're gonna come and build, and we're gonna touch on that Greek Bambata situation. And we got a couple more things lined up. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, a lot of that stuff that was taking place when Faisal was talking about the molestation that was taking place with other kids. What they fail to realize is that, one, York didn't put out books about child abuse and sexual molestation and signs and stuff because he was guilty of it. And that's number one. So you wouldn't write a book about that and put light on it if that's what you was doing, number one. So if there was no real standards there on that, of course, you have that will take place, and they'll be doing it because that's just what, because there's nothing, nobody that's telling them that is what's right from wrong, and so that's easy for that to take place. And so that always go back to the leader. And that's something that I looked at too when I was away from that. I looked at that from that standpoint, because the Nuwaupians love to say, oh, he wrote books from everything above and under the sun. Okay, well, show me a string of books about sexual abuse. What about that? How to tell if you being molested, how to tell a predator. You won't find those type of books, so, but you will find that the sex life of a Muslim telling you how to have anal sex, though. You'll see that, and you'll see on the cover of a book, of that book, is Hindu part of the Kama Sutra off that sex temple over there in India on the book cover. And then you look into, you say, well, Islam don't have that, when you really look at it, so he always was mixing stuff when it came to that. And so we need to be on point. And also this is called a balance. And a lot of people may say, well, why y'all still talking about this? You got to understand it's uneven. And there's a saying that says, a lie has speed, but the truth has endurance. And you liken that to the turtle in the hare. The lie is the rabbit. And so the rabbit will run so far, as the story tells, and then take a nap. And next thing you know, the turtle done caught up with it. And so that's what we're doing now. Even though we don't have the same amount of time that the lie been covered up since 2002, but we have the internet now, and now everybody can come in and help balance the scales with what they need to do. And that's what we're trying to do as well. We're trying to help other victims get vindicated in every way possible without breaking the law. You just gonna have to let the laws of nature take advantage of those people that did what they did, because we're not in a position to really give the people justice like they should, according to certain cultures that's not going to stand for that. And I see videos all the time overseas where people who are doing that, and the folks kill them on the spot, set them on fire, do all kind of stuff. I'm not saying that we should do that. I'm just saying that if there was something in place that would definitely put a scare into people like that, then that would be justified. The laws of nature would be justified. The people and the victims would be justified. But since we can't do that, we have to let nature take its course with them. However, we need to keep pushing the envelope, and we need to unite our platforms, not like the other platforms that pretend that they cool, and then some niggatry happen, and then they at each other's throat. But we do need to come together on these platforms and then figure out, how to, get our own platforms eventually. I'm pretty sure, I think the guy who owns YouTube is a billionaire, so we got to learn how to do things for our own as well, and support our own, create our own opposite to YouTube, not opposition, just opposite. Eventually, but we have to start somewhere. And I think that linking up with true platforms that have the people's best interest, and these type of cases need to be dealt with. People need to have vindication, and for Tariq and others, I know that this is therapeutical, and it's very good to be able to know that you have friends. Because I look back on it, and I know it had to be a lonely feeling, and very emotional and up and down with the energy, and probably, I can only imagine the type of thoughts that he had, coming up, being confused and not knowing what to do, and still maintaining his his sexuality as well, because that's a hard thing. Some people can't survive that, and you alter their life forever. I seen the transition that Issa Johnson went through, and I even seen a little picture of him when York was holding him as a child. I seen a lot of those pictures, and so I know that's a hard thing, and the best thing we can do is to help them, even those who end up changing their sexual preference. Those type of events shouldn't be shunned, and they should be given a platform to express themselves and let you know that this was life-changing event. And so we're doing a service to our race. If people don't understand that Black power or being pro-Black is basically race first. And one of the rules of that is what's best for your race is always best for the individual. What's best for you may not be best for your race. So if we want to be unified, we should look at that right there and say, okay, if we do this, let's say our platforms come together, Six Dynasty, Sci-Fi Channel, it's a couple others. I like Pit Boss and a few other, and come together. We should always think of that race first. It is what we doing best for our race all the time, even when there's disagreements. But intelligent people shouldn't fall out like we see the other platforms where everything is cool and then really it wasn't. And so we have to think about our people, and we have to also think about the innocence, and we have to look at that like Sci-Fi was saying on her show the other night. You have to teach your children while they're young. You're supposed to be their first teacher. Whether it's the mother or the father, you should be the first teacher and teach them about anatomy, teach them about proper touching, improper touching. These things must be dealt with, because a lot of time that falls on the family. Because if it happens to a child and the parent or the mother, father never took the time to teach them, like me, when I came up in the 80s, we had HBO and Cinemax, and at night, maybe like 11 o'clock forward, that's when they had the little so-called naked pictures that used to come on. And so it's an opportunity where you learned about everything according to TV, and there was no boundaries. You just seen groups of people doing whatever. And so that fault fell on my parent, because I was with my mother at the time. So even though she was working and doing whatever, I'm just saying that it's too much opportunity. Now look at today. We got now go from the 80s to now. And if you don't childproof their phones and their computers and all that, they can hit the wrong thing and take them all over the place. And so we need to really think about safety with our children, because that's your next generation. You are either going to be guilty of not helping them, or you're going to be innocent and help them stay innocent. That's what you got to do. That's represent you and your parents and your children. And we need to think about that. And Tariq and the rest of them are shining examples when we have to stop the violence. Only way something, we should be innocent if something happened that somebody just kick the door in and do what they do, like they did through slavery. We had an excuse in slavery. We don't have no excuse now. We don't have an excuse. Now it's too much information now, and we have to come together. That's why race come first with anything you do. That means before you get with another man, you should think, is this good for my race? Before you buy another car or do whatever it is, you should always put that in there. Is this good for my race? And that is the barometer. That's how you got to look at that. That's what being pro-Black. Pro-Black just means race pride. That's all it means. No different if you used to put pro-white, pro-Spanish, pro-Chinese. That just means race pride. And our race is badly in need of race pride. Not ego style, but race pride. And you got to do something noble. Nobility brings pride, and I mean in the positive. And when you look at protecting your innocence, whether you 5 years old or 20, like Tariq said, it took a sister to look at a show to realize that was happening to her. And so that means there's a great level and gap of ignorance in the age of computers. It's impossible. We shouldn't be allowing this stuff to happen now. It's no such thing as you could claim innocence. It's too much knowledge now. It's too much, and we have to look at this and look at how Tariq comes up here every day. Whenever somebody's, he's there. So that, to me, that means he can do it, I can do it. And so that's why I'm here. Then it's bigger than just York. York that was his fate. That's what he was born to do, just like anything else. We have choices, yeah, we have free will, but it's not just us alone. So I don't look at it just as, oh, okay, he was just completely in control of himself. Eventually, he gave in to that energy, those genetics, those events that took place when he was small, and it beget even more crazier offspring of that. So we need to really step it up and not just conversate, but set reasonable goals, because that's another problem too. People need to start running to all of these different organizations and just and linking up. That's a cesspool of foolishness. You got to really look at people. You got to really get into their background, even your own. That's why I don't advocate that. I don't advocate, yeah, we all need to come together for it. It's for the same types of filthiness to keep taking place because people know how to pretend and hide. No, you can't do that. You need to really scan everything about a person. I don't care what title they wear. That's what I learned from York. I learned that no matter what label a person is wearing, that has nothing to do with their nature, because the most disgusting people on the planet have the most beautiful names, the most beautiful titles, the most beautiful clothes, the most beautiful smiles. And we need to just take these as lessons and stop allowing people like Tariq them to be casualties with no knowledge. We just sending them out there. And so I definitely want to, just say that and send more, big respect out to his mother and them for being a strong female and a mother for doing what she got to do and kept it going. All of the women that's gone through that who suffered because they didn't know any better. And for the brothers that suffered that, who didn't know any better, for the brothers who wish they could have seen it and could have done something, it's all right. That takes place. That's part of the negative side of life. But we got an opportunity every time we come on here to try to stand for something together. And so I just want to say that. Peace out to the panel, and peace out to the listeners and those who will listen later on. And also that I don't hate Nuwaupians. I love all my people. It's just the negative side I just dislike. I have a positive hatred for what York done. I understand why he did it. I understand a lot of the evils in the world as well as the positive. But I'm just saying, on a mundane level, we have to make a stand somewhere. We got to start with ourselves and our homes and then work outward. So I'm good. I'm out. True peace.
Peace, brother.
All right, well, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and close it out, man. I appreciate everybody who came through and supported us tonight. Stay tuned. We got a lot of stuff coming up. Hit like. Go find the 6 Dynasty Live YouTube channel. We probably be launching that in the next month or so. So subscribe to that too. And you can follow us on Twitter at 6 Dynasty Media. You can catch me on Instagram at 6 Dynasty _ Amadi. You can also follow me on Facebook at Amadi Wisdom. And you can follow my partner at what's your Instagram, Chief?
Hey, that's Bully Nation Top 5, and that's Instagram and Twitter. That's Bully Nation Top 5.
And you can find Taah Noone. He on Twitter too. He got his Twitter account. So just look everybody up, man. Go to Nuwaupianism.com. You can get all that information off of there, man. Go subscribe to Chuck Morgan's YouTube channel. Check Dr. York out. He had a Christmas album he was dropping. You know what I'm saying? Go check that shit out. Man, I seen that. Man, that dude crazy, man. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and get up out of here, man. Peace to the people that came through. You want to say something before we go, Chi?
Man, just much love and respect to all the victims, man, and keep your head up. And like I said, if you, we here to help our people, bro. So y'all can definitely hit me up on anything that you can catch me on. That would be the Cave Radio too, and that's everything. You guys can check us out over there, Instagram, Twitter, whatever. That's the Cave Radio. So yeah, like I said, bro, man, this is just one of them things. I would hope that we didn't have to do these type of shows, but because our community is so abused, you know what I'm saying? I think that like the brother said, we have to balance it back out, and we got to do more things and create more platforms for people to come over and so we can start healing our family. So like I said, I like peace to the family. We love y'all. We're gonna keep fighting. We're gonna keep fighting. That's just what it is for the ones that can't fight. So peace and love to the family.
Yeah, I didn't even get the chance to tell you that they had they was having a clemency visual for Dr. York tonight from 9 to 11 tonight with candlelights outside of the White House. So that's why the few brothers said they couldn't come.
It's over, man. It's over. Like I said, it's over. If he's supposed to have been all this powerful being, why are you begging Obama, which he is in the White House? I mean, it's all a living contradiction, man. That's what we talking about. Fake pro-black leaders that when they get caught up, the white man ain't the devil now. So that's what we talking about. Polite did the same thing. When he was broke, he was the devil. You got paid, now the white man is different. And so this is the sickness that we have to deal with, you know. So yeah, ain't nothing new. They're gonna come back though. They probably gonna do a show, and you know, they may come back. They may, you know, just give them a little time. Like you said, they was busy tonight worshiping.
Wow,
crazy.
I bet they be gathering money up for that too. Let me ask you a question though. And we know we about to go, but because he got the RICO Act and it was a continuing criminal enterprise, right? They didn't shut the criminal enterprise down. They just shut the leader down, and they disconnected him from the rest of the enterprise.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. Like, they tried to use that when it first came out. From what my equal standing of it, what they saying, because he was, you got to realize, like Anpu was saying, York was calling. He wanted it closed, and so he could call the Nuwaupians when they still had the land, because he was calling two different people. He was calling Don Nicoleon at the time, for Georgia Gossip, and giving her information. And I used to talk to her every day, Don Nicoleon, when this was going on. I used to be on the phone when he used to call her from the jail. And so I get off the phone, then she'll tell me everything he was talking about. And that's when she was putting out the CDs. I think it was the Isle of Patmos and all of that. And then York would call Tamaray and then tell them something totally opposite. So I was able to hear from both ends. And then I was, you know, at the time I was dealing with the Nuwaupians in the bookstore in Augusta at the time. So I had my ear to a whole bunch of stuff that was right there. But when she explained it, she was like, yeah, York would tell me one thing but to her, she didn't see that as being decisive in the negative. She looked at it as that was a positive thing he was doing to get results, to make things happen. That's how she viewed it. You know, hindsight, now I see, like Anpu said, he would pit one against the other, and that's just to keep the foolishness going. But when you're dealing with like the RICO Act, one part of it, like you said, the kingpin, if they catch the kingpin, whatever he was using to keep his enterprise going, that's what they use. Because not only was York structuring money, meaning trying to keep a certain amount of money not being deposited in the bank, so he had to pay taxes and all the stuff that come with the feds when you deposit so much money across the bank. I mean, you know, I think it's like over $10,000 or more. Then, you know, you have to fill out this extra paper and this other stuff and pay on it. So that's what he was doing. He was making sure when he deposited the money, it was like under 10,000. That was one problem. And then he was not reporting to the government how much money he was making from the bookstores. You understand? So you making money with people bringing money down every week, every 2 weeks, you know, every month, thousands and thousands of dollars. You supposed to report that to the government according to how they run the rules. So that's how he ended up in that RICO thing, because he was, and the fact they calling it criminal is because what he was doing with it. That's why the government had said in you know, that he did all that stuff so he can have sex with kids and stuff like that. So to them, that's what he was doing with the money. He built a place so he could do what he was doing. And if you listen to Nikki, she even said it, that, you know, he couldn't believe that he was experiencing all of this. He couldn't believe that all these people was listening and believing the stuff that he said. That's what people do. You know, these are things that when you add the puzzles together, or like the Tetris blocks, like Tariq was saying, you have to put all that stuff together to understand this is what it was. So of course, we can't say he wasn't selling drugs, but I'm just saying, but the RICO Act and that act, you understand why they use that. And like Chuck and them was saying, that why Nuwaupians keep saying that the number of abuse that, or victims that they said he was dealing with, was way higher than that. They said that they had so much evidence that York was touching so many kids. They said they said the jury wouldn't even believe the real number that they had, and they actually cut the number down. So the numbers that the counts that they said that he had on paper was higher than that. And they have to understand that. Now, again, like Tyrone said, the abuse go all the way back to Bushwick. So you talking about a man who had access to men, women, and children from the 70s, all the way up to 2002. Like they said, you had some that was physical evidence, other ones were circumstantial, which is people who was there or people who said this happened to them. That's what has to happen. You have to understand that. If you have access to all of this stuff, it makes sense. But a lot of people don't understand why it makes sense, because they don't understand that you're dealing with the energy that runs the universe, which is sex. They don't understand that. That's what sex ether is. It's predominantly a sex ether, and it's a mentality, and that's what all these religions and cults run off. When you look at the root of it, if you look at Satanism, at the bottom of it, it's sex and necromancy, which is doing all types of magic and stuff with the dead, because the spirits that they contacting are scientifically dead. So they don't understand that. What York was doing was generating sex. Because of Leviathan as a sex force, it generated that. And what he was doing was also providing spiritual energy and sexual energy to get it done. That's with anything. Same thing with the Caucasian. When he kicked in and started taking over stuff, one of the first things, top 5 things they did was sex, the raping. That's what happened. That y'all have to understand what sex is. That's what run the universe. So people don't understand that, and that's why sex is at the root of everything that's getting done. It's attraction. They don't understand that, and so that's why it's so hard for them to be able to piece it together. Everything is based on sex. One of the definitions for commerce is sex. That's why when people have money deals and somebody do them wrong, the first thing they say, "Oh, you trying to screw me, or you done screwed me out my money." It always come back to that. Sex and sex, same thing. And so we need to understand. It's a lot of information we need to understand about the universe and our place in it, and that we at the root chakra, just to use that terminology in the universes. That's why sex is at an all-time high, but it's also at the all-time low because of how it's being abused. It's not just sexual abuse with children. It's sexual abuse with men and women and husbands and wives and people getting used, and prostitution. All that stuff is sex abuse all around the planet. It ain't just in this particular area, but that's a bigger reality that everyone will start to understand as more and more information is put together. But if you're watching anything on the Illuminati and all this other stuff, you'll see that. You're going to see that sex is somewhere in there, and that's what necromancy and religion deals with. That's why they always got a picture of Jesus, half-naked man. You got all this stuff is dealing with sex. Or you deal with Buddhism, or they say, you know, chasing pleasure causes pain. So it's either the religion is pushing sex or is telling you not to have sex. and either not and not having sex in the time of the universe where you have to have sex, it makes the energy build up. And then the same thing with the Catholic Church. They believe that the priest shouldn't have sex, but you couldn't get here if it wasn't for sex. So now the priests believe that having sex with a female will make them impure. Then it turns on the little boys. So now you got that. The same thing with the nuns. The nuns have sex with each other. So y'all have to understand what sex is. There's a science to sex, which a lot of us don't know, but we know about the art of sex. And since we don't understand the science of it, which is knowing how to maintain the greatest pleasure from it with least negative results, as the black race in America especially, we don't know the science of sex. That's why we have too many kids. And then from that, it just brings up a whole bunch of other stuff. The same thing with America, I'm gonna get off of this, is with the birth certificate and all of the stuff like that. America runs off the people. That's why they took the gold standard from behind it and put the people behind the dollar and all that. So they need more people so they can keep the economy going. It's ran off of flesh. That's why Obama and them allowed more people to come here, because America runs off of people because they removed the gold and the silver standard. So sex with America definitely have to be in place because they remove the money that really back the paper. So the paper ain't worth nothing, but the people is behind that. But again, it goes back to sex and Osiris and all this other stuff that people are trying to put together. But that's my point that I was trying to make. I hope I answered some of your question.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Amadi, check your email too, man. I sent you that stuff, that information.
Yeah, man. Great show. Great show.
Great. It was.
Tariq, you got anything else you want to say, brother, before you get up out of here?
No. I just want to say peace to the peace to everyone listening, and I just want to peace to the panel again, and yeah, I'm gonna I gotta work in the morning, so I'm about to peace it out.
Yeah, man. Me too. I'm about to take it on in myself, but I had to ride this or not. With y'all. So I'm out. I'm gone. True peace, everybody.
Peace. Appreciate you. Thank you very much.
All right, peace.
Yeah, well, this is Dynasty Media. Chief Holiday in the building. We about to check out of here. I'd like to say peace and love to the family. And we're going to keep fighting for y'all out here. Big ooga ooga. And salute to the family. Peace. Brother Marty.
Was you ready to go ahead and end it out, Chief?
Yeah, everybody gone, bro.
All right, I'm about to shut it down now.
All right.